This story begins on a cliff towering over the forest growing at its foot. The sun setting behind the horizon painted the sky orange. Two men are fighting with swords. One of them strikes and the second defends by placing his blade under the other's sword. The attacking man, intensifying the onslaught, says that he is impressed. The opponent, whose face is adorned with a beard, is surprised that he is still standing despite a serious injury. He believes that his resilience matches his title of the Phantom Swordmaster. The man intensifies the assault, but the opponent continues to hold the sword in front of him and does not retreat. He says that he must still admit the technique created by the Phantom Swordmaster is impressive. He forcefully pushes the man away and he flies back several steps. His hand with the sword is enveloped by a purple aura, as he says that in such a state, the Phantom Swordmaster will not be able to use internal energy. It is simply a miracle that he is still able to move at all. Taking a fighting stance and raising his sword for an attack, he offers the man not to resist and to allow himself to be put into eternal sleep. He swings the sword, putting the power of his inner energy into the movement. From the tip of the sword aimed at the Phantom Swordmaster, a stream of energy bursts forth and heads towards him. The man tries to withstand the onslaught of the energy flow, covering his face with a hand bent at the elbow. Taking advantage of this, his opponent approaches him closely and delivers a crushing kick to the solar plexus. The Phantom Swordmaster flies backward and falls to the ground. The opponent rushes to him. He strikes with a sword radiating a deadly aura, but the man manages to roll aside. The blow hits the chin covered with thick vegetation of the man, who still hasn't realized that the man managed to slip away from under his blade. The Phantom Swordmaster, performing a roll, delivers a retaliatory kick to the opponent's head. Without taking his eyes off his enemy, he reaches out his hand to the blade. The Phantom Swordmaster strikes the opponent's head with the flat of the sword. The blade slightly cuts the skin on the bearded man's cheekbone. Blood spurts from the wound. The Phantom Swordmaster continues to attack. With his free hand he strikes, knocking the opponent off his feet. The bearded man, unable to stay on his feet, falls to the ground. He shouts, "I won't allow it!" and raises his hand, concentrating energy in it. But the Phantom Swordmaster disappears from his field of vision in an instant. The bearded man is confused, not understanding what is happening. He wonders, where did that one go? Meanwhile, the man attacks him from behind in a leap. Out of the corner of his eye, the bearded man notices a shadow approaching him. But he doesn't manage to react at all, and the blade of the Phantom Swordmaster crashes down on him. The man wearily closes his eyes. His face is serious and focused. Behind him, the sky blazes with sunset colors. Sitting next to the Phantom Swordmaster right on the ground, he asks, "So, he cut off that old man's head?" The man, looking thoughtfully into the distance, exhales, "Yes." The Phantom Swordmaster says that now, since that one is dead, this bloody slaughter, which will go down in history as the massacre in Shanji, must end. The space before him and his interlocutor is strewn with the bodies of dead warriors. The man quietly curses and says that they appeared out of nowhere, calling themselves the Palace of the Black Knight. Over the past 3 days, they have swept through more than a dozen small sects and clans. Smiling, he adds, "But now the world has witnessed the union of two rival factions, traditional and non-traditional." The interlocutor, listening with his head bowed, addresses him, calling him Doko Hon. He reminds him of their promise to arrange a duel after they develop their own techniques. He feels that he might not be able to fulfill it. The Phantom Swordmaster, looking at him, says, "Are these his last thoughts before death?" A man laughs strainedly. Of course. After all, they dedicated their entire life to the sword. He says that he fought countless martial arts masters and witnessed many sword techniques, but has never seen anyone so difficult to deal with. He believes that Doko Hon's devotion to the sword surpasses all others. Therefore, he wants to ask him for something. The ghostly swordmaster, without turning his head towards him, asks, "About what?" The interlocutor asks him to look after his disciple from the Huashan Mountain sect. Doko Hon cannot hide his surprise. He asks, "What?" The man is outraged. Is he out of his mind? Has he started rambling because he's dying? Asking the best swordmaster of the unorthodox faction to look after the Huashan Mountain sect? He thinks this is simply nonsense. Prayer beads fall onto his hand, which he rests on the ground. The interlocutor says that the beads are made in the form of spirits of the blooming plum. It is a relic of Huashan Mountain. He asks Doko Hon to pass it to the sect leader. The ghostly swordmaster looks intently at the man sitting next to him, unable to believe his words. Doko Hon continues to look at him without blinking. The silhouettes of the men are clearly visible against the orange sky. The ghostly swordmaster says that he himself is about to kick the bucket. Isn't the interlocutor asking too much of him? The latter replies, "They are friends, and they have no one else." He feels somewhat embarrassed, but is grateful for everything. Doko Hon replies that, of course, it cannot be otherwise. Because of him, he will now have to spend the rest of his life on Huashan Mountain instead of... A wave of their hand behind their back sends a powerful energy strike into the back of the Huashan sect representative, lifting his body off the ground. Near Doko Hon there remained only a bloody puddle, and parts of his interlocutor's body were scattered around on the ground. The Phantom Swordmaster turns his head back to see the attacker. He is blinded by a bright flash of purple energy. She rushes at him from the front, while he continues to sit near the bloody puddle left after his friend. Dokuhan clenches his teeth tightly, pulling himself together. He literally squeezes out the words, asking, "Who did this?" He rises from the ground, raising his sword. His eyes are blinded by the bright light of energy. The man, blindly striking, moves forward, toward the brightly burning energy light. From afar, he still sees a calmly standing man with long hair flowing in the wind. The man, whose face is hidden by a mask, raises his hand, concentrating purple energy in his palm. He waves his hand, and the energy stream rushes toward the Phantom Swordmaster. Dokuhan cannot hide his surprise. What? His eyes are wide open. He is stunned by what is happening. The man in the mask stands with his arms wide open. Both his palms shine with concentrated inner energy. He directs all his power towards Dokuhan, and everything around is covered by a wall of his energy, advancing on the Phantom Swordmaster. The flash from the strike is visible quite far. A column of smoke rises above the cliff. The veil of smoke and dust gradually dissipates. The silhouette of Dokuhan, fallen to his knees under the impact of an energy attack, becomes visible. A stream of blood drips from his mouth. In place of the left hand, only bloody scraps of clothing remain. The man thinks this cannot be happening. How? He wonders how someone can be so strong. Dokuhan suggests that this might be the head of the Black Knight Palace, but looking at the body lying nearby, he dismisses this thought. After all, he killed him. His corpse is still lying there. Looking at the man in the mask, he continues to wonder. Could he be a hidden disciple? Or is he the true head of the Palace of the Black Knight? Blood from the wound drips onto his knees. Dokuhan admits that before him is a man who is truly stronger than the master of the Black Knight Palace. Behind the Phantom Swordmaster, exactly where his hand once was, there is a deep trench glowing with purple light, a mark from an energy strike by an unknown opponent. The man thinks that after the battle with the Black Knight Palace Master he weakened, but the latter still managed to sever his hand only with demonic energy. Looking at his friend's severed limb, Dokuhan mentally asks for forgiveness from him. He says that he didn't even have a chance to bring his body home. The hand on which he put the prayer beads pushes off his knee, helping him to rise. The man in the mask continues to maintain an unshakable calm. Running, Dokuhan thinks that he will at least try to keep his promise. Heading towards the sun setting behind the horizon line, the Phantom Swordmaster makes a decision. He doesn't know if he can survive the fall from the cliff, but if there is hope, he must believe. Looking back, he thinks, even if he is running away now, he will never forget this man in the mask. He is sure that the moment they meet again will be his last. The man is literally swept away by an energy flow directed at him by the opponent. Dokuhan manages to look back, and surprise flashes in his eyes. His body is thrown over the edge of the cliff. The man in the mask directs his hand, enveloped in a purple aura, towards Dokuhan. He exhales quietly, "Ha!" and his power rushes towards the Phantom Swordmaster. A curse slips from Dokuhan's lips before his body is torn in two. Falling into the abyss, he shouts for him not to dare laugh. Fiery lava stands like a veil before the eyes. A voice sounds, asking forgiveness from a friend, because, as it seems to him, he will not be able to keep the promise. On the hand illuminated by purple light, prayer beads are worn. In a bright flash of energy, the body of Dokuhan torn in two is seen flying into the abyss. Voices are heard. Heaven helped. The Phantom Swordmaster is surprised. Is he still alive? Again a voice calls the senior disciple. He is asked to stand. He opens his eyes with difficulty and sees vague silhouettes of people leaning over him. Dokuhan wonders, why the senior disciple? Someone exclaims, he opened his eyes. On the bed lies a guy whose torso and arms are bandaged. The young man standing nearby calls Elder Baek Jin, saying the senior disciple has opened his eyes. The response is he serious about that? Someone's hands lift the guy's head. Their owner says he is good, calling him Mu Hui. The man orders him not to dare leave them anymore. The man leaning over him says that he resorted to acupuncture, but had time to think it was already too late. He rejoices that the heavens were merciful. Dokuhan recognizes him. He is the elder of Mount Huashan, Baek Jin. The man holding the boy's head asks him to stay here. He is surprised that he calls him Mu Hui. Dokuhan recalls that this is the name of the senior disciple of the second generation of the Huashan mountain sect, the disciple of Hangzhou, the man who gave him the prayer beads. He wonders why he is called by this name. Has the old man really lost his mind? When he remembers the rosary, he is struck by a sudden insight. Light from the past slips from his lips. The young man sitting nearby asks in surprise, "What?" He says that the senior disciple's wounds have not yet healed, so he should not talk. Elder Baek Jin, hearing the boy's footsteps and without taking his eyes off the plant he is closely studying, asks, "Is he going somewhere?" The boy, all in bandages but already standing firmly on his feet, answers briefly, "Yes." Then he thinks it sounded somewhat rude. Baekjin, looking at him, says, "Good, moving a little is a good idea." As the boy leaves the house, the elder's words fly after him, reminding him that he spent the whole last week in bed and did not eat properly, so he should not go far. Muhui replies that he understands everything, and soon finds himself in the yard, in the center of which is a huge well. In the garden, he finds a pond and, scooping up a handful of water, washes his face. The boy sits on the stone masonry surrounding the small pond and thinks, 7 days. Has it really been only 7 days? Looking at the reflection in the water of a stranger's face, which has now become his own, he says that it feels like no less than a year has passed. For the last 7 days, he has dreamed of 2 decades of Muhui's happy life. Through the senior disciple's eyes, he saw a mansion engulfed in flames, the battle with the warriors who attacked the sect. He saw how the boy received a serious wound in the chest, and from his throat comes a rough voice. What a fool. He believes that with such a weak body, Muhui should have placed himself above all others. Placing his hand on his chest where the wound is, the boy says that it was precisely because of this injury that Muhui died. A thought flashes through his mind. The other world. He seems to see prayer beads on his bloodied hand as if in a dream, and thinks, it must have happened because of the spirits of the blooming plum. Looking at the reflection in the water, he continues to wonder, why did he end up in the body of the senior disciple? Why not his friend Henjo? He keeps pondering, not taking his eyes off the water surface. Could this really be fate? He spends some time in contemplation. Then he decides, even though he doesn't like the situation, he has been given another chance at life. He believes he must not waste it. The boy stands up. His gaze becomes stern as he promises to find that scoundrel in the mask and tear him to pieces. Before his mental vision appears a man in a mask. The boy thinks that he is stronger than the master of the Black Knight Palace. He would have died anyway, even if he hadn't been wounded. Climbing the stairs leading from the garden to the courtyard, he reflects. This means that to have even a chance to defeat him, he must become stronger than before. The boy enters a room filled with half-darkness. In his ears sounds the voice of Henjo, asking him to look after a disciple from the Huashan mountain sect. Because of tight bandages, his movements are somewhat restricted, but he pays no attention to it. In his memories, a man running to the fire site with other warriors emerges. He looks back and shouts to the disciples, not to be afraid. They must be the ones to protect the Huashan mountain sect. The boy's hand reaches for a book standing on the shelf among others. He throws a thick folio onto the table, mentally asking Henjo not to worry. Crossing his legs, the boy sits on the floor behind a low table, on which, as well as on the floor around him, lie stacks of books. He continues his mental monologue, saying that he will keep his promise and also avenge the death of his friend, no matter what. Meanwhile, the life of the Huashan mountain sect goes on as usual. The question arises, should the 8 pavilions be rebuilt? The 3 men sitting at the table listen to the elder Baekjin, who is seated to the left of the sect leader. He says that the damage increased because they failed to extinguish the fire in the last ambush in time. The leader thinks they lack funds due to their previous expenses. He asks if this is true. Baekjin answers, yes, that's correct. Moreover, profits and the number of visitors will sharply decrease for some time. Silence falls over the table. The sect leader Baekyu is deep in thought. He thinks they should avoid large expenses and voices his decision, to start with the most important pavilion. The leader asks Baekjin, are his disciples recovering? The elder answers affirmatively, yes, they are getting better. Even the most seriously wounded are not doing so badly anymore, so Baekyu need not worry about that. The leader replies that this is good and inquires, how is Muhui? He believes that the news about Henjo must have shocked him greatly. Baekjin says that Muhui has handled it much better than he expected, and his wounds have almost healed. Yesterday he even went outside. The man sitting opposite him rejoices. Is that really true? The sect leader says, good, if everything went like that, but still let them check on him from time to time. They know very well what kind of child Muhui was. Baekyu explains. He worries that the boy is just pretending. He mentally hopes that Muhui will manage to cope with it. On the table lie rather tall stacks of books. Muhui, sitting cross-legged on the floor, is immersed in reading. He carefully studies the page, on which, besides letters, there is a drawing of a person in a combat stance. In his head sounds the voice of Henjo. How are they? He again mentally returns to the past. Dokohon asks, in what sense? The friend clarifies. He means the disciples of the Huashan sect, whose sparring they are currently observing. Henjo asks, what does he think? Dokohon answers, they are no good. The man sighs sadly. The Huashan mountain sect is going through not the best times. Henjo adds, they say that the swordsmanship technique is the pinnacle of changeability and illusions, which make plum blossoms bloom, and they deceive themselves, thinking that this is perfection. The man believes that his friend himself understands that the future awaiting a sect unable to reflect and develop new paths is Dokuhon finishes his phrase, saying, "It is collapse." Looking at the disciples, he agrees. Exactly. There is no point in trying to force change. If he were in his place, he would try to achieve change. Or does he have other ideas? The gray surrounding everyday life is brightened by the blooming plum tree near the pavilion supports. Henjo says he would like to show them that the swordsmanship technique in the form of a plum blossom is not the only one in the whole world. He believes that there is a higher level that they can reach. Dokuhon, looking gloomily at his friend, asks, "Isn't that why he wanted to create his own sword techniques and use them in battles in the future?" Henjo replies that the man reached this level by perfecting various combat techniques. He thought that creating something new together with him was possible, since he is called the Phantom Swordmaster, the best in the unconventional faction. The guy continues sitting on the floor, recalling the time when he first saw the disciples of the Huashan sect. At that time, he thought the problem lay in the Huashan mountain itself. He thinks they are called a famous sect, but in the last 100 years they have not been able to cultivate a single talent except Henjo. Looking at the open book lying before him, he thinks that, however, it was foolish of him. He only managed to study the initial martial arts, the six-fold combined handling technique and the six-fold combined swordsmanship technique, but both are flawless. The guy believes that combat techniques become more effective because they pass through the hands of other people. This is the strength of the sect. Huashan Mountain hit a wall because it was too big. The unshakable determination to overcome this wall, showing the disciples a new realm. If this is what Henjo aspired to. Closing the book, the guy says, the new swordsmanship technique that he did not finish. He says he will do it for Henjo to fulfill the promise. Placing the book on the table, he continues to ponder. The swordsmanship technique was supposed to belong only to Huashan Mountain. It cannot be just the form and movements of Huashan Mountain. Its intentions must correspond to the intentions of Huashan Mountain. He believes that he needs to understand the teachings of Huashan Mountain, starting from the very basics, and then move on to Henjo's swordsmanship technique. Sitting on the mat surrounded by many books, he immerses himself in meditation, and his body emits a bluish haze of energy. He wants to erase all the combat techniques MUhui taught him. Even if they master the same technique, they will still understand it differently. Therefore, the knowledge he gained cannot fully belong to him. The energy point on his back emits a strong glow. He continues to reflect on the fact that practice should not be underestimated, even if it is just the basics. The technique of the autumn flowers turning. Its speed rivals that of phantom arts, and it is also quite stable. In his past life, he sought only efficiency and used unconventional swordsmanship techniques. The sword techniques of Mount Huashan differ from each other, so he could learn something completely new. This is the end of the life of the Phantom Swordmaster Dokuhon, who cared only about the blade. He accepts that now he is already MUhui. The young man climbs the tall staircase leading to a small house. His face expresses deep thoughtfulness. The meditation of this guy sitting in the lotus position in his room is interrupted by a voice coming from behind the door, asking if the senior student is here. The guy reluctantly opens one eye slightly. The person behind the door does not calm down and continues to persistently call the senior student. The door slowly opens. Mukvi, stepping out of the house, looks questioningly at the man standing before him. The guy recognizes the young man. It's Muchiol. He asks, "What brought him here?" The young man replies that he came to check on him because 3 days have passed since he left the Palace of Medicine, and he has not appeared at the morning training sessions. The guy looks at him puzzled. 3 days? Muchiol nods. That's right. The guy thinks, exactly. He was told that he hadn't really eaten anything for a week. It reminded him of how he got trapped in the Bloodstorm sect, the inescapable web. MUhui says he didn't even know so much time had passed, and suggests to the young man to go to the training hall. The young man agrees with the senior student. Getting ready to leave, Muchiol gives MUhui a piercing look, thinking that something in him has changed. He leaves, going down the stairs. The guy, still standing, mentally sighs. Would be nice to have a drink now. Words sound. The blooming plum flowers are numerous and sway in the wind. The young man who said them makes a sharp sword thrust. The students repeat his movement. He shouts, addressing Mu Ryun, telling him to keep his hand higher. The teenager he corrected adjusts and makes another sword thrust. Mu Hui, watching the training, thinks that he didn't expect anything else. He believes that the students are just as bad as before. The guy notices that their legs tremble when they shouldn't. That's why they can't maintain balance, which only worsens their stability. He thinks that because of this, they can't strengthen their attacks, and their stance is worthless. He believes they lack the basics. Mu Hui decides that this is simply terrible, although he admits that the instructor is not that bad. He remembers that the young man's name is Mu Jin. Watching the young man demonstrating movements at the top of the stairs in the open pavilion, the guy thinks, lucky that there is at least one decent fighter here. Mu Jin quite well corrects the student's mistakes. He thinks that he resembles a second-generation student. Looking at him, the guy wonders, Why does he perform the duties of a senior student? He believes that, apparently, the former owner of his body was quite reserved, and also lacking leadership qualities and martial arts skills. On the other hand, it is clear to the naked eye that Mujin knows how to lead others. He has a calm character and possesses great potential. It makes sense that many students listen to him. He believes that for someone with talent and perseverance, all doors are always open. The guy also notes that Mujin has good skills and a strong spirit. He wouldn't mind if he took on the role of senior student. Mentally, he adds, he wouldn't have minded before. Mujin bows in a traditional bow and announces the end of the training. Students walking past Mu Hui talk among themselves, complaining about fatigue, and noting that recently Mujin has become much stricter. Someone from the crowd of students asks how he feels. The guy replies that everything is fine and thanks for the attention. The student who asked the question looks at him in surprise, thinking that the guy has somehow changed. The young man descending the stairs calls out to Mu Hui. He is here! Mujin, stopping, says that he couldn't greet him because he was conducting training. The guy replies, no problem, everything is okay. Mu Hui adds, probably it's a bit difficult for him to do what he is supposed to do. He is a little surprised that Mujin does not intend to come down the stairs. Mujin is lower than him in hierarchy, but now literally stands above. Not canon. Mujin bows his head, saying that it is not difficult for him. He is very grateful to the senior student for giving him such an opportunity. The guy replies that from now on he will handle it himself. Mujin does not raise his head, but from his facial expression, it is clear that this news is unpleasant to him. The students who heard his words talk in surprise, not sure if they heard everything correctly. Mu Chiel, standing next to Mu Hui, thinks, so he was not mistaken. The guy really has changed. Mujin, raising his head, says he himself told him earlier to take care of it. Mu Kvi asks, what's wrong with him deciding to return to his duties? Mujin reminds him. He himself forced him to conduct classes because he was unsure of his abilities. A slight smile slides across the boy's lips. He understands everything. He realizes that Mujin wants to become the chief disciple. The chief disciple will be able to take the place of the sect leader in the future. Now there are far fewer first-generation disciples due to the massacre in Shanxi, and the remaining ones, along with the elders, are busy restoring the sect. The boy thinks, to change the Huashan sect, it would be much more effective to change the second-generation disciples, the future of the sect, rather than trying to change the elders and first-generation disciples. In addition, there is the technique of circulating the purple aura, which only the leader and the chief disciple of the Huashan sect can master. It is one of the top 10 techniques for circulating powerful internal energy. The boy needs it to surpass his former self. Therefore, he must become the chief disciple. Although if Mujin hears this, he will definitely be shocked. Mujin asks, does he think he has the right to do that? He asks, when the Black Knight Palace invaded here, what did he do? Muchel tries to stop him. Mujin continues, despite the elders and others telling him to stay put, he did not listen. And what did that lead to? The young man continues to accuse Mu Hui. He asks, did he manage to save the elders or the disciples? Or did he kill someone from the Black Knight Palace? No, he became a burden to the elders. He adds that this is not all. Because of this, some followed his example and rushed into a fight. And if the first-generation disciples had not risked their lives, many of these guys would not be here now. Behind Mu Hui and Mu Chul, many disciples gathered. The guy agrees with him. Well, he is right. Mujin clearly did not expect to hear such words from him. Mu Hui says that this is exactly why he intends to take responsibility as the senior disciple. Mujin interrupts him. How can they trust him after that? The guy lowers his head. His hair falls over his face. Taking a step forward, he says that Mujin seems to not understand something. Mu Hui climbs the stairs to Mujin, who is frozen on one of the steps. The young man asks, and what is it that he does not understand? But looking at the guy's face, he stops. Mu Hui's face darkened with anger. He asks, since when should he compare himself to him? Why should he suddenly persuade him? Why on earth should he ask for his permission? Stopping next to Mujin, the guy says that he is presenting him with a fact, not persuading him. The young man is in confusion. What the hell? Could it be that this person in front of him is exactly the same senior student he knew? Stepping up one step, the guy declares that from tomorrow morning training is on him. If Mujin disagrees with something, let him come after classes. Climbing up the stairs, he throws over his shoulder to the bewildered Mujin. Just don't cry too much. The young man says that he seems like a completely different person. Mu Hui, without looking back, replies, they say a person changes after returning from the other world. He thinks Mujin can confirm this. The students who witness this scene excitedly whisper to each other. What just happened? They don't understand anything. A question is heard. Will the senior student really train with them? They are answered. It seems so. One of the young men calls out to Mu Ryun, and he replies, apparently Mujin really will allow the senior student to take them. The interlocutor agrees. Yes, Mujin was very angry, but then pulled himself together. After that, he heard nothing, but his facial expression spoke clearer than any words. Mu Ryun says that he yielded out of kindness. He is worried, because the senior student's skill level is known to all. The interlocutor asks, "What if they do something?" Mu Ryun asks, "What does he mean by that?" The boy suggests talking to the senior student. At night, 2 students cross the courtyard. The young man sits in the lotus position in a dark room. He hears a noise and wonders, what is it? A question reaches him. Is he not asleep yet? The guest says he came to talk to him. They need to discuss something away from others. The young man's hand rests on the hilt of a blade lying next to him. Leaning on the blade and rising from the floor, Mu Hui replies, "Well, he is very interested in what he wants to talk about." Determination is written on Mu Han's face, although it is noticeable that he is nervous. Mu Hui stands before him and his friend, Mu Sun, gripping a training sword in his hand. Mu Han is surprised. The senior student uses a wooden blade? The young man thinks that this is unlike him. Meanwhile, his friend decides to get to the point. He asks the senior student to take back his words. He says that Mu Jin refused to argue with him just to save face. Mu Hui says, "Interesting," and asks, "Did Mu Jin send them?" The young man answers that it was their decision. The young man smirks. "Is that so?" Then he says it does not matter. Nothing depends on them anyway. He will pretend he heard nothing of this. The young man exclaims indignantly, "Senior student!" He says that they still ask him to consider their request. Does he really think they did this because he does not like them? They want to be taught by someone truly experienced. The young man urges Mu Hui to look at himself. His skills are simply terrible. Mu Han adds, "How can you follow someone whose skills are worse than a baby's?" The corners of Mu Hui's lips sorrowfully turn down. He raises his eyes and looks coldly at the students standing before him. Then he slowly says, "The hierarchy on Mount Huashan seems to be completely useless." The guy says that now everything is clear to him. Since they doubt him, he will have to prove them wrong. He suggests the young men get their swords. Mu Han asks, "Is he serious?" Mu Kvi goes to them, saying, "Yes, seriously." He understands their feelings. The apprentice reaches for his sword with the words, "Since he asks." The young man, holding a sword in front of him, rushes towards the guy, telling him not to regret it later. Mu Han continues to stay in place. With one movement, this guy disarms the student. The blow is so strong that it makes the young man choke from pain. He falls on all fours at the feet of Mu Hui, who did not even move from the spot where he was standing. The stunned Mu Han exclaims in surprise, "Hey!" Mu Hui immediately turns towards him. Mu Kon rushes to help his friend, but the guy also swiftly deals with him. Mu Hui stands, gripping a training sword in his hand, moaning students lie at his feet. Mu San, raising his head and stammering, says, "They lost." The guy agrees. Well, apparently, yes. Lifting a student by the collar, Mu Hui says that now it is time to teach them a lesson. The young man raises a surprised look at him, not understanding what he is talking about. After some time, the beaten student kneels before Mu Hui. Mu Han lies nearby face down. Mu Hui asks, "Are they satisfied now?" The students answer in chorus, "Yes." The guy stands before them, leaning one hand on the sword. He says, "Let them remind him what will happen to other students who try to attack him like they did." The young men answer together that they will be beaten along with them. Mu Hui wonders, is he really weaker than Mu Jin? The kneeling young man, whose face shows scratches and bruises, lowers his eyes and answers, "Not at all. He is very strong." The guy asks, "Do they still think he is weaker than the other students?" Mu Han, without raising his head, answers, "Absolutely not." Mu Hui says, "Good. It seems they have learned the lesson." The guy says that he will forget about what happened today. Everyone makes mistakes. He adds that very soon there will be morning training, so let them rest a little. The young men thank the senior student in chorus for his kindness. Supporting each other, they go down the steps. The guy watches them silently for a while. Then, addressing Mu Chiol, who was hiding behind a tree, he says, "So how long will he keep hiding? Let him come out already." Approaching, the young man asks, "Did Mu Hui know where he was?" He replies that he is hard to miss, and asks, "What's the matter?" Shaking leaves off his clothes, Mu Chiol answers that he saw the students heading here. He adds that he followed them just in case, but never thought the guy could handle them. Mu Chiol asks, has he been hiding his skills all this time? Mu Hui looks thoughtfully at his interlocutor. From what he observed, the second-generation students are divided into 2 types. Those who keep their distance from Mu Hui, but show him the respect he deserves, and those who look down on him and speak ill of him. However, Mu Chiol belongs to neither group. He often helped Mu Hui, yet he is quite rude and cold, so why did he rush to help now? The young man thinks it's because Mu Hui was young and didn't understand this when he was in his body. He believes there is a simple explanation for this. He understands that Mu Chiol is worried. The reason the young man is ready to help Mu Hui lies in Mu Hui's weakness. He is so weak that he really needs help. Mu Chiol was worried that the students would seriously injure him. Looking at the young man standing before him, Mu Hui thinks, that's why he came here after them. to make sure he would be okay. Mucheol always protected the senior student. The young man realizes he needs to come up with something plausible. He says he wasn't hiding it. He just recently reached enlightenment. Mucheol looks at Muhui in surprise. Enlightenment? Heading home, the guy promises to tell him about it during the morning training. He says it is already late now, and Mucheol needs to return. He agrees with him. Mucheol thoughtfully watches the guy heading towards the little house. Mentally, he snorts skeptically. Enlightenment, yeah right. Mucheol thinks. He himself saw that Muhui used only the six-fold sword combination technique, a beginner-level technique. He believes the guy performed it simply magnificently. He wonders what exactly he learned. Heading to the stairs, the young man continues to ponder. He thought Muhui was terribly weak, but he has changed so much. He has never looked forward to morning training like this before. Meanwhile, the guy thinks about how he made an excuse for one person, but how will he explain it to everyone now? Murion slowly says, so, folding his arms on his chest, he stands before the students asking, they went to fight, but ended up getting beaten themselves. Muhan says that was not the senior student they knew. Musan supports his friend, claiming that Muhui has become a completely different person. Musan adds, this is not something they decided on so easily. They almost gave their souls to God there. Muhon says, if anyone shows him disrespect, then he... Rising from the bench where they sat, Murion says, funny. He thinks they are talking nonsense and suggests they go prepare for training. The young men walk down the corridor, supporting each other. Muhon says that Murion does not believe them and hopes he will not go against the senior student. His friend replies, let him try, and he will be beaten to death. But then they are done for too. Mujin, having overheard their conversation, remains puzzled. He asks Murion, what happened? Musan and Muhan look terrible. They can barely move. The young man he addressed exclaims, oh, he is here! He explains that nothing like that happened. The senior student said he was going to hold training sessions. Maybe they didn't like it. Murion ends the story with the words, that is what happened. The interlocutor says, clear. He says that he will have to punish them later. Murion asks confusedly, why? Mujin explains that Mu Hui will retreat as soon as he realizes he is not suitable for this task. So why do such things behind his back? He says he is ashamed. Murion replies that they are worried, but Mujin interrupts him. Enough. The young man adds, he knows that they are worried, but he will handle it himself. Everything is fine. Murion sullenly remains silent, lowering his head. In the morning, Mukvi, standing before the students, demands their attention. He says, it seems they are all here. That is good. Standing at the top of the stairs and leaning on his sword with his hands, he announces that he would like to say something before they begin. Mujin, standing with other students at the foot of the stairs, is puzzled. How can someone change so much in one night? Could Mu Hui have hidden his skills? He injured Musan and Muhan so badly. The young man continues to ponder. Or did Mucheol help him? Mujin decides that sooner or later he will learn the truth. From today's training, it will be possible to tell whether the senior student is bluffing or not. Meanwhile, the guy, maintaining absolute calm, declares that they are all weak. His hands rest on the hilt of the sword he placed in front of him. Mu Hui says that there are many reasons why someone can be strong, but for weakness, there is only one reason. It is the basics. He declares that from today, they will practice the technique of six-fold swordsmanship combination during morning training. Mu Hui says that he is sure. They would like to finish the basic techniques as soon as possible and move on to higher-level techniques. However, he is interrupted by someone's question. What is wrong with that? The students turn their heads toward the one who dared to ask the question. Murion repeats, what is wrong with wanting to learn something faster? Determination is written on his face. If none of the students could do it, then he will. Amazement and fear appear on the faces of all present. While the students exchange glances, the guy says discontentedly, and they still call themselves a famous sect. What a disgrace. Mu Hui says, if the young man is dissatisfied with something, let him come up to him. Mujin stands among the other students, watching what is happening. Discontent with Murion's action is written on his face. Looking at the back of the student climbing towards Mu Hui, the young man wonders, what is he planning? Murion's face radiated stubbornness and determination. Having reached the top of the stairs, he declares that of course he understands everything. But he is not sure that training under the guidance of the senior student, especially mastering the technique of six-fold sword combination, is a good idea. Everyone knows perfectly well that his skills, Mu Hui finishes the phrase for him, are terrible. The guy adds, everyone knows perfectly well that his skills are terrible, but no one except him had the courage to say it. That's what he wanted to say, right? Mu Hui admits that he did not expect a warm welcome, so everything is fine. Then he addresses the students standing below and orders them to listen to him carefully. He tells the surprised students that with the help of the six-fold sword combination technique, he will block Murion's attacks without taking a single step. The guy says, If Mu Ryun touches him with his wooden sword, or if he himself takes a step, it will mean Mu Ryun's victory. If he wins, the guy promises to take back his words about training in the six-fold sword combination technique. Then he adds, and about the morning training sessions too. Mu Jin is surprised by his words but tries to keep a calm appearance. Mu Ryun asks, "Isn't the senior student too confident?" The guy replies that he doesn't know what he is talking about. But yes, Mu-san and Mu-han received quite serious injuries. Mu Ryun answers, "Well, let him not cry after he loses in front of everyone." Mu Hui quietly but threateningly says, "They will see what happens." The young man attacks Mu Hui, but he parries the blow, hiding his left hand behind his back. He easily repels the opponent's attacks without moving from his place. Mu Ryun's blade fails to break through the guy's defense. The students watch the course of the battle warily. All of Mu Ryun's attacks are broken against Mu Hui's solid defense. The young man intensifies the assault. His sword moves so fast that it is impossible to follow. Mu Jin is surprised, realizing that the young man is using the wind sword concentration technique. Mu Cheol is also unpleasantly shocked, as this technique is known for its speed. Mu Ryun understands it better than all the second-generation students. He notices that the young man has become much faster than the last time he saw him. Mu Cheol continues to watch, amazed that despite everything, Mu Hui blocks all attacks with extraordinary ease. Confusion appears on Mu Ryun's face when his strike once again fails to reach the target. Continuing to defend himself, the boy says that Mu Ryun forces him to strain a little harder than the other students. Well, his skills are less terrible. Mu Hui, blocking the strike, asks, "Maybe he has something better?" Mu Ryun continues the assault, but drops of sweat stream down his pale face. He thinks he can no longer do anything. Mentally, the young man curses and wonders, what should he do? The students talk among themselves, discussing the fight. One of them says that Mu Ryun is good, but the senior student. The second asks, is he really the one they know? He hasn't taken a step, and his balance is perfect. Mu Jin continues to watch the duel without taking his eyes off it. A question involuntarily slips from his lips. How? How is this possible? Mu Hui easily blocks another attack from the opponent. Mu Ryun thinks, that's it. He doesn't know how to deal with him. He proved that the senior student masters martial arts, but not in the way he wanted. When did he manage to change so much? As if hearing his thoughts, Mu Hui says, the problem is not in his strength. Continuing to defend himself, the boy explains, strength must be put into the sword not with the hands, but with the whole body. But more importantly, watch the feet. If the young man does not engage them at all and focuses only on swinging the sword, then his weapon will simply become useless. His words reach the student standing below. He is not fully healed yet, but that did not prevent him from blocking all of Mu Ryun's attacks. He asks, does he now understand how useless his technique is? And this applies not only to him. Looking into the eyes of the confused Mu Ryun, Mu Hui asks, has it finally dawned on him that they should start with the basics? The young man seems to be in a slight daze. He is puzzled. The basics. The guy sighs. Apparently Mu Ryun still hasn't understood anything. Looking down at the student, Mu Hui says, well, I'll have to show what it means to swing a sword using the whole body. Mu Ryun looks at him with wide eyes. He hasn't even had time to say anything, but the guy's strike is already falling on him. Mu Hui orders Mu Han and Mu San to lift the young man and take him to the Palace of Medicine and Harmony. They immediately rush to carry out the senior student's order. The guy addresses the other students. So why are you standing there? He orders them to raise their swords. He adds, if they do this, it means they have no objections to his teaching method. But if anyone has any complaints, they can come up to him. Seeing that all the students have raised their swords, Mu Hui says, good. It seems no one objects. Well then now. The guy scans the rows of students who are now gripping their blades more confidently. Mu Hui announces that he is starting the morning training. Then his commands and remarks are heard over the training ground. He tells Mu Cheol that he put a lot of strength into the movement, but it was too harsh. To Mu Hui, he orders to watch her feet. Her sword is trembling. No one else objects to him, and the response is always, yes, senior student. On the glade under the tree sits the phantom sword master Doko On. The blade lies next to him. He asks his friend, is his name Mu Hui? He is the most terrible of all. Maybe he has some hidden talent that he hasn't noticed. Why did Henjo choose him as his disciple? A man standing a little away from him with his back turned without looking back says that Doko Hon is right. His disciple is completely ordinary. However, he has never seen him express an opinion on any matter. Pushing himself up from the ground in the yard, the young man recalls his question. It turns out that Henjo chose him based only on his determination. The man replied that other talented disciples achieve enlightenment in martial arts on their own. But this does not apply to Mu Hui. The young man stands upright and throws the sword over his shoulder, looking at the tall mansion. In his head sound the words of Henjo. To create a martial arts master from an ordinary person. This is the duty of the mentor and the essence of martial arts itself. The young man thinks, honestly, he would gladly just choose a few talented guys and train only them. But he is no longer the phantom sword master, he is the senior disciple. He recalls his disciples, thinking that now he is the person leading the second generation of disciples of the Huashan Mountain sect. No one can be left behind. They must stick together until the end. He believes this is the best decision for Muhui and the Huashan Mountain sect. The young man continues to reflect. He did not really engage in training the disciples he had in his past life, but a strong desire to train these guys has awakened in him, although having disciples annoys him much more than he expected. He mentally addresses his dead friend. If they ever meet after his death, then Henjo will have to make amends. He asks Mujin, is he already tired, and orders him to put in more effort. On the forest road lie the bodies of warriors who died in battle. The man thinks, well, I wonder how he is there. He himself was always focused on self-improvement, not on training others. I wonder, does he even eat? A man in a traditional national hat, with a sword fixed on his back, continues to reflect. Well, at least he knows that he will not lose a single fight. He is sure that he is doing well. Leaving behind the corpses of enemies and walking further down the road, the man thinks it would be great if he could someday see him. Sweat drips from the face of Mu Ryun, who is squatting with a bundle of logs on his shoulders. Proper training of the second-generation disciples has begun. The guy's head is bandaged. Determination can be read in his eyes, and his face is tense from effort. It was not easy, as he had to start from scratch. But the guy is sure that the plum blossom that will bloom through these trials and hardships will have such a deep and strong fragrance that nothing can surpass it. Moreover, he too has a long way to go. Reflecting, Mu Hui walks through the Crimson Forest, named for its trees blooming in red. His first steps in changing the Huashan sect are creating his own battle sphere. And the most important thing in this is feelings. The guy listens carefully. The sharper they are, the easier it is to notice slight changes. And this helps in martial arts training. Walking along the path, the guy thinks, even if he felt nothing when he first opened his eyes in this body. But now he can confidently say that someone is watching him. He does not feel any threat. Rather, it can be called observation out of curiosity. Unfortunately, he is not yet good enough to understand who it is. But he is sure, only for now. And soon he will be able to say who this observer is and where he is located. The path leads the guy to a luxurious mansion. The man looks questioningly at the young man. The young man tilts his head and greets the elder Hengak. He replies, "Ah, this is Mu Hui." He asks what brought the young man to him. He answers, he hopes to study secret techniques. Hengai is surprised. Mu Hui is interested in secret techniques? The man replies, well, his wounds have not fully healed yet, so let him be careful and not overdo it. Walking past the man through the hall, the young man agrees. Yes, of course. Continuing to stand by the table without looking back, the man says, by the way, he heard that his student was quite rude to the young man. He turns his head to Hengak in surprise and thinks, rude? Who? He thinks he only beat 3 people, so it doesn't matter who it was. The young man thinks, in any case, the man knows that his student miraculously survived. Meanwhile, Henga asks him for forgiveness. Smiling, the man says, probably Musan really deserved what he got. In his time, a young man wouldn't have gotten off so easily. He adds that he truly regrets not being able to train him properly. The young man reflects. So, the conversation is about Musan. And he thought he would have problems, but here is this. He answers that he simply did what he had to do as a senior disciple. Hengaku should not worry about it. The man does not hide his surprise. Hengak sharply turns to the guy. What? Did he hear correctly? Did the guy really say had to as a senior disciple? He looks at the guy with surprise. Wait a minute. Has Mu Hui always had such a piercing gaze? The guy looks at him questioningly, thinking, why is he staring like that? Has he decided to get angry because of his disciple? Meanwhile, the man notes that Mu Hui's gaze is full of determination. Hengak says, well, it's very good that the guy looks after his brothers as a senior disciple. He wouldn't want to hold him back. He can go where he was going. Looking after the guy, the man thinks, this child has lost his mentor. The guy is alone now, but he has changed, and now he is full of determination. He is so proud that Mu Hui managed to pull himself together. The same one, as he moves away from Hengak, cannot even imagine what he is thinking. The man mentally addresses Henjo, saying, it seems Mu Hui is doing well. The guy sits at the table, reading a book. He wonders, if the first step to changing the Huashan sect is to raise the battle sphere, then what does he need to do for that? Tracing the lines with his finger, the guy thinks, and in general, what is a battle sphere? Someone might say it is the power of martial arts a person possesses, but that is not so. Life and death in Jianghu depend not only on the power of martial arts. There is no person who fights just to kill or be killed. When it comes to survival, the most important thing is the ability to use the martial arts a person has learned, as well as the speed and accuracy of judgments and thoughts, and, of course, physical capabilities. Therefore, The battle sphere is not just arts, but also the skill of mastering them, and the accompanying experience and wisdom. One must remember that enlightenment is achieved through endless contemplation and reflection. With such an understanding of the martial arts sphere, Doko Han, the phantom swordmaster of the unconventional faction, has always lived. He arrived at this truth after endless training, reflections, and learning all kinds of secret techniques from around the world. The guy thinks, so the first steps to improving his combat sphere begin with a true understanding of martial arts. Continuing to study the book, he wonders, what then are the martial arts of the Huashan Mountain sect? The guy answers the question posed to himself. He does not know. More precisely, he does not know yet. There are things he is not yet allowed to read. They are forbidden for students. Outside the window, it grew dark. Mu Hui wearily stretches, continuing to ponder. This is done so that greedy and curious students do not foolishly try to study higher-level martial arts and do not waste their chi paths. The guy thinks that everyone restricts access to their secret techniques, so the Huashan Mountain sect is no exception. Hangzhou said that their sect is on the side of the weak. Looking into the book, he sighs. But a known sect is a known sect. Its martial arts are very systematized, so understanding them was not difficult. The most basic swordsmanship technique is the technique of six-fold sword combination. After that, 3 more. The sword of the directed wind, the sword of the falling plum blossom, and the sword of 1,000 aromas. After mastering the principles of these techniques, one can achieve the secrets of wielding the sword of the blooming plum. He is necessary to obtain the best combat techniques existing in the Huashan Mountain sect. The signature techniques, 7 deadly swords of the blooming plum, the triangular sword of the blooming plum, the sword of the brightly blooming plum. It is precisely thanks to these secrets of sword mastery that the Huashan Mountain sect became one of the 3 most famous Murim sects. The guy says, the best swordmasters, nurtured by the Huashan sect, possessed more than one of the 3 plum blossom swords. He thinks the 6-fold sword combination technique is the roots of the tree. The falling plum flower sword, the directed wind sword, and the 1,000 aromas sword are its trunk. The secrets of the plum blossom sword are the branches. And finally, the 3 plum blossom swords are the blooming buds. He believes that a martial arts master immersed in studying the techniques of the Huashan Mountain sect becomes part of the blooming plum tree. This is what he has understood about the sect system so far, having only reached the trunk, and he would gladly explore the branches, the secrets of the sword of the blooming plum, and much more. But for this, he needs the sword of the blooming plum itself. Only those whose skill in martial arts has been recognized can obtain it. This sword is the symbol of the Huashan Mountain sect. The guy says that he needs to be obtained as soon as possible. They ask him, the sword of the blooming plum? Turning his head, he sees a man in front of him asking, does he want to learn the secrets of the sword of the blooming plum? The guy gets up from the chair and greets the leader of the sect. The man says he came to see who is here because it has been a long time since anyone was here at such a late hour, and now he has seen Mu Hui. The cult leader asks the guy, is he okay if he sits down? Mu Hui answers, of course not. He looks out the window where the moon is visible in the sky. The guy thinks he didn't even notice that it had already gotten dark. Probably Hengak lit the candles. A man is looking through the books lying on the table. Then he asks, has he read all of this? The guy answers affirmatively. That's right. The leader says, he heard that the guy is practicing the technique of 6-fold sword combination with second-generation students. He asks, Mu Hui has morning training now, right? The guy confirms, yes, that's right. The man says, okay, but why exactly the technique of 6-fold sword combination? The guy wonders. And why is he asking about this? Looking at the leader of the sect, he thinks that Mu Hui always hesitated before answering, even if the questions were simple. His gaze falls on this book in the man's hands. In addition to everything else, Mu Hui is doing something he hadn't done before. He thinks that probably such thoughts are in the leader's head. It is possible that the man just wanted to visit him to find out if Mu Hui is okay, if he managed to survive the death of his mentor. Sitting at the table opposite the man, he reflects. And if the leader is not pretending, then is he not overworking himself? The man tries to understand how he is really doing. The guy thinks it is better for the leader to answer as he wants to hear. Mu Hui says, the foundation of the Huashan Mountain sect is the technique of 6-fold sword combination. The leader replies, yes, that's right. The man is surprised when the guy says that the second-generation disciples started off on the wrong foot. Mu Hui immediately corrects, no, not like that. Rather, they didn't even start. The guy thinks that the leader of the Huashan Mountain sect is aware of how terrible the second-generation disciples are. Mu Hui thinks, if he tells him what the man already knows, then the fact that they see the problem the same way will calm the leader. The man, looking at him with wide eyes, believes that Mu Hui's condition is much worse than he had imagined. The lunar disk shines brightly in the night sky, illuminating the crowns of blooming trees. Muhui sits by the window at the table opposite the leader of the Huashan mountain sect. The man studies the guy with a keen gaze, who feels no trickery. Baekyu wonders. The child sitting before him, is this really Muhui, whom he knows? He remembers him as so harmless. He never spoke ill of anyone. What happened to him? The leader reflects. Is it all because of the palace of the Black Knight? The boy is upset because only he managed to survive? Could it be that in trying to somehow fix what happened to his teacher, the elders, and the first-generation disciples, he is punishing himself this way? The man thinks he should tell the boy. It is not his fault. Muhui says, now they all know. The sect leader looks at him in surprise, then asks, what? The boy explains. All second-generation disciples know well the technique of six-fold sword combination. He believes it was important, because the first thing they were taught after joining the Huashan sect was the technique of six-fold sword combination. Muhui continues. However, if the leader compares their skills when they first learned this technique with the state it was in before their joint training, he thinks it was miserable before. The man replies that they honed it for a long time, but it still turns out worse than when they just started studying it. He asks, why did this happen? Sects and clans in Jianhu adhere to different views and ideologies, and naturally they are closely connected with the martial arts of these sects and clans. The martial school of a sect or clan is the expression of ideology through martial arts. The Taiji fist of the Wudang sect and their enlightened Taiji sword art. The sword technique of the Sun Crusher, the Diancheng sect and their radiant sword that splits the silver moon. The Qingcheng sect has the Azure Cloud and Crimson Dawn sword, and their radiant sword that cuts through the four heavens. These are examples given by Muhui. He believes that therefore studying a martial arts school is not only training the body, but also understanding the ideology of the clan or sect. The leader, looking intently at the boy, notes that he is calm, speaks clearly and distinctly. The man thinks that for some reason, he reminds him of Henzhou. Meanwhile, Muhui continues explaining. However, the second-generation disciples focus only on making the plum blossom bloom. He does not want to say that this is bad, but he also cannot call it a wise decision. The leader asks, and what does he propose? The guy says, he must help them realize that mastering the sect's signature technique is not the goal of the martial school. Now he repeats the words of Henzhou. The master himself speaks through him. Training lies in the endless study and understanding of ideology and its application in everyday life. This process is the essence of the martial school. Henzhou, standing by the open window behind which the sun shines brightly, says, therefore the plum blossom is far from the end of everything. Surprise is read in the eyes of the leader of the sect. He seems to see Henzhou in reality and hear his voice. He feels that the one sitting opposite him at the table now, surrounded by a shining aura, is exactly him. The leader thinks, despite the fact that the guy does not look like Henzhou at all, he still senses him in Muhui. Is it because he shines just like Henzhou did in the past? Closing the book he still held in his hands, the man wonders, is he really the only one who sees the talent of this child? The leader tells the guy, it is not worth training just for the flower to bloom. It must bloom itself during the training. The man thinks that his interlocutor thinks deeply for his age. He has excellent observation skills. The leader asks, and what does he plan to do? The guy answers that he would like to help the second-generation students master the technique of six-fold sword combination. Looking at the open book lying on the table, the man says, no. He believes the guy will succeed in training the students, but he asked about something else, about the path Muhui will choose. The guy does not rush to answer. He thinks, the path he will choose. Muhui covers his eyes, pondering the answer. He recalls how he studied the martial arts of the Huashan sect. Locking himself in his room and recovering from an injury, he concluded that they are very good. Nevertheless, there are some things that disappoint him as a person who prioritizes efficiency for his survival. Reading books, he wonders. Why has no one used this technique with a heavier sword, or trained without using a sword at all? This made him think at the time. Standing in the open pavilion with the sword slung over his shoulder, the young man pondered. Does this somehow contradict the principles of the sect? Why don't they use combat tactics? What about a heavier sword? For example, a two-handed one. What if the path he wants to take deviates from the aspirations of the Huashan sect? Will he be loyal? He thinks that all this is quite complicated, so he thinks about it again and again. But so far he has not found an answer. Mentally, the young man addresses Henzhou. Maybe this does not correspond to the principles of the Huashan sect, but let him not be too saddened. Finally, Muhui answers the leader. Nothing like that. He thinks, what other path? After all, he is now Muhui. The young man says that he intends to continue doing what the teacher did and take his vacant place. He adds that continuing on his teacher's path and surpassing him is the duty of a disciple, isn't it? At the same time, he thinks he will do whatever he wants. The leader says, I see. Now he understands why he continues to feel Henzo in Muhui. He thinks it is not because of the young man's talent. It is all because he intends to continue Henzo's work. Looking at Muhui, the man thinks, of course, it will not be easy. Creating a new combat technique is no easy task. However, laughing, the sect leader says that he is proud of the young man. The man adds, he is sure that Henzo would have been happy. Muhui thanks him. The leader thinks, to see how the student he worried about the most unfolds like this before him. His fears have turned into hope. In the boy's eyes, he sees determination. With a sad smile, the man sinks into reflection. The scent of blooming plum among the snow. Snow in winter is cold, but the scent of plum blossoms that will endure this harsh frost and bloom will be much sweeter and brighter. Looking out the window, the man bitterly thinks about how he could not protect the flowers that bloomed on Mount Huashan. And on the day they were attacked, he too should have become a flower destined to fall. The plum flowers may have fallen, but next to the fallen flowers remained a small bud. He believes it is his duty to help this flower bloom. The leader tells the boy that on Mount Huashan, besides plum, there are other flowering plants. The man asks, does Mu Hui know why they chose specifically the plum flower? The boy answers that he does not know this. With a slight smile, the man says that Mu Hui will learn a lot if he thinks carefully about it. Rising from the chair, the leader says that he would gladly talk more, but he thinks he has already taken up too much of the boy's time. The sect leader heads towards the Crimson Grove. He stops and without turning around says to the boy standing near the house, exactly, he completely forgot. The man tells the boy, who has folded his hands in the traditional farewell gesture, that he too lost his teacher, but he cannot say that he understands his sorrow, because everyone experiences grief differently. He adds that life and death are one, so the end is a new beginning. All of this is natural. Let the boy not think of Henjo's death as the end. Let him consider it a new beginning for him. He asks him to think that all his actions are a way to celebrate the teacher's life. This should help Mu Hui cope with the sorrow a little. Continuing on his way, the man adds, he is sure that Henjo would have wanted that too. The guy is thinking to celebrate his life. Sounds not so bad. He thanks the leader for his wisdom. The latter only slightly smiles in response. The man leaves, and the guy's thoughts return to the past. Young Dokohan gloomily listens to the mockery. A man tells him, he heard that the guy is good with a sword, but at the same time just look at himself. He is so weak. Dokohan asks the mocker, does he want to die? He replies, oh, how presumptuous and reckless. But these qualities are just right for building muscles. The interlocutor, an adult man, says that he recently came up with a new training method. He asks, maybe Dokohan wants to try? Mu Hui holds onto a thick branch with his hands. Thick logs are tied to his legs stretched horizontally to the ground. The guy thinks, the less trained the body, the more effective this method. He did not expect that his connection with that crazy old man, the king of the Iron Mountain's fist, would be so useful. This is quite a tough training method, but it definitely works. He believes that if he continues in the same spirit, the effect... His thoughts are interrupted by a call. Senior disciple. Mu Hui looks puzzled at the one who called him. Meanwhile, the girl declares that now is not the time for training. It has happened. She says that finally the time has come. The guy asks, time for what? She answers, the leader of the sect ordered him to come down from the mountain. From the mansion comes a voice. The next question concerns the third-generation disciples. In the hall at the table sit several men. The elder, sitting to the right of the leader, says it is already late and suggests moving straight to business. The leader of the Huashan sect says that they should have already accepted the third-generation disciples, but they did not have time to do so because of the massacre in Shanxi. One of the men believes they should take a couple of disciples from external sects to show that everything is fine with them. The sect leader, Baek Yu, says he agrees. Hengak, sitting to his left, asks, don't they need to send a disciple to at least check the external Shanxi sect? He is sure that an unorthodox alliance or another evil unorthodox organization is trying to seize power. Baek Yu thinks they should not press on this. External sects are martial arts halls created outside Mount Huashan to teach the martial arts of the Huashan sect. The influence and power of the external sect are due to the fame and martial skill of the main sect. The leader of the Huashan sect believes their forces weakened after the massacre in Shanxi. Therefore, it is logical that the external sects will suffer. The external Shanxi sect was hit the hardest. Baek Yu thinks they will feel more at ease if they send a disciple to check on them and find out what they need. The elder sitting to his right asks, but whom can they send? He thinks everything is obvious and believes they are too busy to devote time to such matters. Baek Yu says they can no longer postpone this. The elder asks, why not send second-generation disciples? He thinks it is the right time to test their Jianghu. His opinion is supported by Hengak, sitting opposite him. The elder says he is worried. Outside is still not peaceful. The leader asks, then why not choose a few of the most talented? Hengak, sitting next to him, clarifies, is he talking about the 3 flowers? Baekyu suggests sending Mu Hui. The man agrees with him. He is sure that everything will be fine with Mu Hui. The sect leader surveys everyone present with a questioning look. He awaits the elder's decision, but they silently watch him. The elder says he still worries about the boy. The leader admits that he has changed a lot over the past month. Baekyu lowers his eyes. He thinks everything will be fine. The city of Posung. Mu Hui, pursing his lips, expresses his emotions with an indefinite sound. The boy, accompanied by Mu Chiol, Mu Jin, and the girl who brought him the news, stands looking around. He says, how cute. He thinks there is nothing worthwhile in this town, but at least they should sell alcohol here. Meanwhile, the girl calls out to him, asking him to look at something. With desire, she exclaims, it's a chicken! She didn't even know it could be so appetizing. The girl continues to admire. It looks nothing like the chicken dishes they prepare. Ah, something smells very delicious from somewhere. Mu Jin pulls her back, reminding Mu Hui not to get carried away, since they are wearing the Huashan sect clothes. They walk down the street, but the curious girl still cannot calm down. She turns her head from side to side, exclaiming that she smells mutton. Mu Jin tries to pull her back again. Something makes the boy become alert. Meanwhile, Mu Hua continues speaking, asking the senior student to look in the direction she is pointing. She doesn't understand how he is not attracted to this food. She is quite strongly bumped by a man passing by with his shoulder. Mu Hua falls silent, looking at him in surprise. The man stops and throws an unfriendly glance over his shoulder. Passers-by stare at the 4 students and 3 men who stopped in the middle of the street. Mu Jin, standing behind her, says, what is happening? And tries to apologize. The guy raises his hand, stopping him. Meanwhile, the man asks, 2 plum blossoms? Are they 2nd-generation disciples of the Huashan sect? They must be in Jianghu for the first time. Could it be that the disciples of the Huashan sect do not know how to apologize? Mu Hua tries to protest and say that the man bumped into her, but he doesn't let her say a word. He says that she ran into him, so she should apologize. Why on earth should he do that? Mu Hua is outraged. Actually, he was the one who pushed her. He was the one not watching where he was going. The guy is looking at the men. He thinks that, judging by their clothes, they are most likely from some criminal gang. He believes that perhaps they seized the power left by the external Shenshi sect. But how dare they start a fight with them? Even though their sect suffered because of the massacre in Shenshi, it is not so bad that such scoundrels look down on them. Continuing to look at the men, Mu Kvi thinks they must have a leader. He does not know who it could be or what kind of group it is, but, to be honest, he does not really care. Looking at the heated Mu Hu trying to prove something to the men, the guy thinks, well, it's important to learn how to deal with such people. He believes these kids will gain good experience. Meanwhile, the girl continues to prove to the men that they are wrong. They silently look at her. Suddenly, the tip of a blade appears near the eye of one of the men. It is dangerously close to his pupil. The guy whose sword is aimed at the man asks, what does he think is in front of his eyes? Mu Hua is surprised by the actions of the senior disciple. The man, stammering, asks, what is he doing? Mu Hui says that he was provoking his guys. The guy adds, he expected that they would be looked down upon here, since it is their first time in Jianghu. But now the men have crossed the line. He asks, do they understand that they are about to start a fight with the Huashan sect? Mu Hui says that now it is clear to him what the criminal world thinks of the Huashan sect. The men are confused. The one who bumped into Mu Hua with his shoulder thinks he knows that they are from the criminal world. He doesn't know how the guy figured it out, but he needs to do something about it. The man apologizes, saying that they made a mistake. Mu Hui interrupts him. No, he will not accept apologies from scoundrels like them. The guy adds, if they don't want their friend to lose an eye, then they should shut up and get lost. The man realizes that the guy really intends to carry out his threat. Determination can be read in Mu Hui's eyes. The men run down the street. The guy and the other disciples watch them go. Mu Hua apologizes to the senior disciple. He replies that it is the man's fault. So why is she apologizing? Mu Chiol says that people from the criminal world are apparently much worse than they thought. Looking back at his companions, the guy says, he is sure that they are all a bit shocked. But maybe they will find an inn and have a bite? Mu Hua is happy. Hooray! Sounds great. She asks for permission to choose dishes for them. The guy waves it off. Let her choose whatever she wants. Mu Jin thinks. They were the first to start the fight, but he hurried to apologize without even thinking about it. Looking at his companions, he realizes that he only thought about how to behave, since now they represent the Huashan sect. He didn't even imagine that someone would treat their sect like that. Looking at the back of Mu Hui walking ahead, he thinks that the senior disciple understood everything. It turns out he is aware of everything happening around, and he reacted as if he had already faced something similar. The young man believes that Mu Hui hides his anxiety, pretending that he is used to such things so they can rely on him, although in reality it is not so. Mu Jin thinks that this is the only reasonable conclusion, since Mu Hui has never been here since joining the Huashan sect. Meanwhile, the guy reflects that maybe he should have hit that man. He regrets not doing it. Mu Jin, closing his eyes, mentally addresses the senior disciple, promising that he will try his best so that nothing like this happens again, so that no one can look down on them anymore. Soon the Huashan sect disciples sit at a table in a tavern. The guy, reading the menu, tells the waiter to bring noodles for everyone, also fried vegetables and dongpo pork. The bowls of food quickly emptied. Around the round table, on which stacks of dirty dishes tower, sit 4 disciples of the Huashan mountain sect. Mu Hui tells Mu Chiel that he ate less than before. Is he slacking off during training? He answers, of course not, they just ate more. Mu Hui asks, in any case, what should they do now? He thinks it would be much easier if the sect leader told them about the mission. But Baek Yu said nothing definite, and now it's unclear what to do. The guy asks, didn't something remarkable happen today? Mu Hua, looking at the ceiling, repeats, anything remarkable? Well, they almost got into a fight with some people, then booked rooms, and then ate deliciously. Suddenly she realizes, the criminal world? The guy tells his companions that the sect leader entrusted them to make decisions independently. He is thinking about murder. To teach those scoundrels from the criminal world a lesson. He asks, what do they want to do? While people walk on the brightly lit streets at night, illuminated by lanterns, the guys decide what to do. To Mu Hui's question, they answer that it is unlikely to be a problem for them, and they ask Mu Jin's opinion. In a secluded corner, where there are no onlookers or random passers-by, stand 4 men, including those they encountered during the day. Meanwhile, the students decide that first they need to gather information, and then act. Mu Chiel agrees with everyone. He believes that finding out more about the criminals is a good option. Meanwhile, the men continue to discuss something. Finally, having made a decision, the criminals leave the secluded corner. Mu Hui ordered his companions to gather all possible information about the criminal world by tomorrow evening. He himself, wrapped in a cloak and hiding his face, watches the group of 4 criminals who do not notice the surveillance. The guy watches the men, who belong to the underworld. This world includes those who commit immoral acts, have wrong beliefs or thoughts. Meanwhile, the bandits are taking money from a girl, saying that they are the only ones who do not rip her off. It may seem that the very name, Underworld, refers to demonic forces, such as the Palace of the Black Knight. But there is a difference between the inhabitants of the underworld and various martial arts masters within unconventional currents, including demonic forces. The biggest difference lies in their goals. The inhabitants of the underworld seek money and pleasures, or cheap thrills from domination, terrorizing the weak. The girl is even more frightened when one of the men says, a minute. He says that he thought about it, and the calculations, in his opinion, do not add up. He states that the percentage recently increased, and he completely forgot about this fact. Grinning boldly, the bald-headed bandit adds, it is better for them, of course, to take money, but since he miscalculated, the girl can pay with something else. In a sense, organizations engaged in killings can also be considered criminal, as they kill anyone as long as they are paid. But they are more often simply called mercenaries. So for people, inhabitants of the underworld, are thugs and hooligans enjoying a cheap and dirty life and incapable of ever becoming more than they are. A guy standing nearby watches the men's actions. He thinks that this is usually how it happens, but who would have thought that they would start a fight upon seeing the Huashan students? He says aloud that he doesn't even know if they are arrogant or ignorant. He cannot understand such things. Hearing his words, the men look around in surprise. One of them asks, who is he anyway? He told that fool Chongban to stand guard. Where did he go? The man scolds Chongban, unaware that he is lying nearby. Mu Hui took care of this person. The guy says they should answer him one question. Who do they believe in since they behave like that? Or does someone support them? Men are outraged. What did he say? Is he looking for trouble or what? They tell the guy if he does not want to get it, let him stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Adjusting his hood, Mu Hui says, all right, I'll have to figure this out. Actually, he came here with a different purpose. One of the bandits tells him to get lost and not to talk nonsense. A friend says he should not get distracted because they must finish what they started. The bandit orders this guy to get lost again, but he swiftly attacks him, knocking him down. The blow is so strong that the man flies far backward. The shaved-headed bandit sprinkles curses, asking the guy, what is he doing? Mu Hui, ignoring him, with one jump catches up to the opponent lying on the ground, delivering another blow. The man's eyes roll back, and blood flows from the corner of his mouth. The shaved-headed bandit freezes, looking at what is happening with frightened eyes. The girl, taking advantage of the moment, slips out of his hands. The guy calls out to him, calling him a pig, and the bandit immediately responds respectfully. Mu Hui says that the man apparently mastered some third-rate martial arts. He offers the bandit to try to attack him. If he is lucky, the guy promises to leave him alive. He also orders him to return the wallet to its owner. An elderly man urinates under a tree. Two men sit at a table by the house. One of them says that he has been running around all day for nothing. The man asks, why is he whining? The man says he will sober up while waiting for him. The other replies that he is already coming. The man complains that it annoys him terribly. The elderly man, approaching the table, says that he is already here. What's the rush? The man replies that he saw something funny and wanted to show him. High up in the tree, a tied and beaten man is visible, but no one notices him. An elderly man asks, so what funny thing did he see? The man points him towards the tavern, explaining that someone just ordered an incredible amount of food. 3 portions of every dish. In the dark, his puzzled voice sounds. Huh? Where did he go? He swears the man in the cloak was here just a couple of minutes ago. He was carrying food. There are still many passers-by on the night street. Manhwa is having a conversation with a stranger. Mu Cheol hides around the corner in the dark, listening to the conversation held by a group of people on the street. Mujin sits in the tavern with a cup in his hand. He brings her to his lips, subtly glancing around the space around him. In the dark near the shabby huts, voices sound. What is that smell? It smells like pork belly, and also spring rolls. The man tells his friends he doesn't know where this person came from, but judging by the fact that he carried food right in front of them, he must be out of his mind. The second man says he is barely holding on. They hurry to the person standing ahead, wrapped in a cloak, reaching out to him and saying that they need to find out what he has there. The man in the cloak, at whose feet stand 2 sacks, sharply turns to them, pointing a sword at them. His pursuers stop. The guy says he is not here to share. If they touch the food, they will lose their heads. Mukvi stands surrounded by a crowd of people. Someone's laughter is heard. The young gentleman impresses. Poorly dressed man bows his head in a traditional greeting. He utters words of apology, and says his name is So Jingge. He is from the Beggars sect. He offers apologies on behalf of their sect. The guy hides the blade in its sheath. He also bows in a traditional greeting, stating his name and sect. So Jingyi, pointing with his hand to the 2-level building where they live, says that the Beggars sect considers the incident with the sacred sword of Mount Huashan a tragedy. The sect leader expresses deep regret that he could not provide significant help during the massacre in Shanxi. Mu Hui replies that it's all right. It must have been difficult for the participants of the Shanxi massacre to escape because of the terrorist heavenly sect. So Jingga says, so he is aware. The man asks, what brought the Huashan sect master to them? The guy answers that he wants to learn about the inhabitants of the underworld who currently control Posung. Mu Hui says that cold food will be tasteless and suggests discussing everything over a meal. At night, So Jinghe's laughter is heard, and his voice says, what an interesting master. The man's teeth sink into a chicken drumstick. Setting low tables directly on the ground, the beggars began to eat. Mu Hui and So Jinghe settled at one of them. The guy says, these scoundrels from the criminal world belong to the Cruel Blood faction, and they took the vacant place left after the Huashan Ryu sect, the outer sect of Huashan, which was destroyed during the massacre in Shanxi. It turns out they are stronger than ordinary inhabitants of the underworld. The beggar confirms, that's right. The man adds, interestingly, everyone in the Cruel Blood faction is well versed in martial arts. Mu Hui replies, yes, he had to deal with some of them. It seems they have mastered third-rate fighting techniques. The guy says, although he doesn't think they talked about what really matters. The interlocutor, looking at him in surprise, asks, what does he mean? Mu Hui explains. For example, the one who stands behind the Cruel Blood faction. That's what's interesting. So Jingyi says, can he ask why the guy thinks there is a patron behind them? Mu Hui explains, although Posung is not a large territory, it is not that small either. The Huashan Ryu sect is quite large for a small or medium-sized sect. Posung is quite big among small towns. And yet a criminal organization managed to monopolize it? The guy says that striving for this is an obvious choice for those interested in the absence of power. And Posung is not so small that one criminal organization could take full control of it. Mu Hui believes that it would not be strange if dozens of criminal organizations divided control over parts of Posung and competed with each other. The interlocutor says that the guy is very insightful. So Jingyi says, it is so important that it is hard to perceive him as a simple disciple who recently entered Jianghu. The man says that he did not tell about it, not because he wanted to hide it, but simply because he is not sure yet. Mu Hui replies that it is okay, let him speak. The beggar warns not to be surprised. He says that there are martial arts masters who often associate with the Cruel Blood faction, and they... After a short pause, the man finishes the phrase, from the Guyu sword sect. This sect is one of the 3 major sects of Shanxi. It is located near 2 of the 10 largest sects, but the Guyu sword sect has never cared about the Huashan or Zhuangnan sects. They not only have a strong carefree nature but also surpass Huashan in scale. The guy thinks, something is wrong here. If it were the Guyu sword sect, they would simply flaunt their ambitions. No, not like that. Does the Guyu sword sect even have the time and opportunity to focus on a place like this? So Jingi, continuing to gnaw on a chicken leg, says, he cannot be sure that the patron is in the Guyu sword sect. If that were the case, the guy finishes the man's started phrase. They would not care about their reputation and would simply brazenly make a fuss. Mukvi reasons. There is no strong evidence, but he does not think the sect of the sword Guyu would have interfered. The interlocutor believes he is well informed, Mukvi says. Since that's the case, he is curious who this martial arts master is. So Jinge suddenly remembers. It completely slipped his mind. He thinks it is the Red Wolf sword from the Sword of Guyu sect. The guy thoughtfully repeats, the Sword of the Red Wolf. He wonders, who is this? Mukvi plunges into thought. No, he has never heard this name before. The sun rises from behind the mountain peaks, awakening the city from sleep. Mukvi stands by the open window, thoughtfully looking into the distance. He is pondering, going over the details of the conversation with Sojinge in his memory. He failed to obtain information about the Sword of the Red Wolf. The guy remembers how, realizing this, he asks the beggar to pour some for him too. The beggar worries. Will everything be okay? Holding a cup in his hand, Muhui replies, it's just a drink. What does okay mean? If someone hears them, they will think it's alcohol. The man replies that the guy is right and he just made a mistake and fills his cup. Muhui thinks, if he plays along, he might be able to learn about the Red Wolf sword. He did not plan to get drunk. He wanted to drink just for company, to gather information, but an unexpected variable appeared. Taking a sip, the guy opens his eyes in surprise. A thought rushes through his head. What a delight. He has discovered an incredibly tasty drink. He laughs with Sojinge. It seems the gentleman liked the grain liquor. Muhui replies, of course. He adds that he hasn't tasted anything so delicious in a long time. The man says confusedly, but he looks quite young. The guy remembers that after that he drank without thinking about anything. The beggar passed out first, so he couldn't even fully enjoy everything properly. He never thought the drink he chose by chance would be so tasty. Muhui says that they failed to gather information about the Sword of the Red Wolf. Alcohol captured all his attention, but nothing terrible happened. He thinks he roughly knows what to do next. Reaching out to open the window shutters wider, he says he has a plan. Now he needs to find out what they will choose. Looking at the table covered with bottles, the guy adds, and since there is still time, he might as well finish what he bought earlier. Night fell. Mujin, standing next to Muhua and Muchiol, thinks, what is that smell? Could it really be alcohol? Muhui, looking at them with a heavy gaze, says, so. Sitting on the bed, under which empty bottles stand, and leaning a sword next to him, the guy says, let them tell what they managed to find out. Muhua objects, no, first let the senior disciple tell. Just don't let him say he was sitting here drinking while they were gathering information. Muhui replies, no. The girl clarifies, is he sure? Really? The guy says, what difference does it make? Let them lay out everything they managed to find out. Mujin says, according to what they found out, the Black Path group was originally a branch of the Huashan family, which settled in Posung. They took the vacant place left after the Gates of the Smooth Flower, and became a faction of the Bloody Trail. They took power in Posung. Muhua adds, these people are not just corrupt, but openly dirty. Their payment exemption is only the beginning. They use any excuse to rob the residents of Posung. If someone resists, they immediately resort to violence. There were even cases when people were beaten to death. Mukiel says, but the biggest problem is that these scoundrels studied martial arts. Although their skills are at a low level, this can be dangerous for ordinary residents. The guy thinks they did pretty well in one night. He praises them, well done, and says that now he will tell what he managed to find out. Muhui says, they must have confirmed what they reported to him themselves, so they should be aware. First of all, everything they said here is true, so there is something they need to discuss. He asks a question. How did they learn martial arts? The guy thinks that low-level skills can be learned if you try. Such guides with fighting techniques are not hard to get. However, these scoundrels have heads only for decoration. They act instinctively, without thinking about anything. For them, books are no more than kindling for a fire. And they want to say that they read the martial arts manual and studied it? The guy says, why would they suddenly do that? Most likely someone helped them with this. He reports that he found out who it was, but he did not manage to find out the reason. Surprised, Mujin asks, who is it? Mu Hui, sitting on the bed with arms crossed on his chest, says, this person. After a pause, he says, warrior of the Guiyu sword school. Then he adds, sword of the Red Wolf. His interlocutors look at him in amazement. Mujin is excited. He thinks, Guiyu sword school? They are dealing not with just some petty group. Mu Hui says he wants to break in there and cut off all their heads right now. He asks, what are their thoughts? Mujin wonders, is he serious? They are connected with the Guiyu Sword School? Muqiao addresses the senior student. He says they do not know why the Guiyu Sword School cooperates with the Blood Trail faction, but he does not think they can handle this on their own. It would be better to report this to the main Huashan sect. Mujin agrees with him. Right. He is reading his thoughts. Muhui looks at them slightly disdainfully and says, understood. Muhua unexpectedly states that she agrees with the senior student. The girl asks, isn't this injustice? If they see such unfairness, they should intervene. The guy likes her words, but Mujin objects, no. He thinks they need to assess not the opponent, but the situation. Right now, Huashan is doing its best to figure out what happened with the blood cult in Shanxi. If they face such a great sect as the Guiyu Sword School in this situation, it could be dangerous. He believes they should avoid this at all costs. Mujin tells Muhui that it is dangerous. He gives an uncertain hum to let him know to justify his words. The young man says that the Bloody Trail faction itself does not pose a real threat, but if the Guiyu Sword School is truly behind them, he fears they might end up in direct conflict with them. Muhui replies that there's no need to get worked up like that, but he understands him. The guy asks him not to worry. It won't happen. Mujin exclaims, what? He asks, how can a senior student be so sure? The other answers, how? Because the Guiyu Sword School does not act so decisively. Muhui says, they all know that the Guiyu Sword School is ruthless. If they decide to destroy something, they will go all out. They do not act half-heartedly like the Bloody Trail faction. He adds that, besides, the current state of Huashan, if they wanted, they could wipe them off the face of the earth whenever they wished. What is even more important from what he knows is that the Guiyu Sword School currently does not have the luxury of time to spend worrying about a place like this. Mujin looks questioningly at the guy and he continues. In any case, the chances that they will be heavily involved are slim. Even if that is so, they are unlikely to clash with Huashan. Muhui says, all right, if everything is clear, then we need to go. Mujin exclaims, wait a minute. He asks the guy to calm down. The young man asks, can this information be trusted? Where does it come from? Muhui answers affirmatively. It can be trusted. Then he explains to the surprised and worried Mujin. He learned everything from the Beggars' Union. The young man is amazed. From the Beggars' Union? The Beggars' Union is a righteous sect consisting of the poor. The destitute exist everywhere, and all of them are considered part of the Beggars' Union. In size, no other organization in the Celestial Empire can compare to them. Using their connections, they gather information and then exchange it for food and money. The guy believes that you should never underestimate beggars. They study martial arts and act according to the laws of honor. Mujin, following the guy and the other students to the gates, thinks, the information came from beggars? Well, yes, that is definitely a reliable source. The young man remembers how after his words the senior student put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was too worried. He explains that his words about wanting to kill them all do not mean that he refuses the chance to first try to go the peaceful way. Mujin thinks that he really is too anxious. But since the senior student wants to try to resolve everything peacefully first, there is nothing to worry about. Muhui says that they have arrived. Let them be ready. Mujin, frowning, thinks that he needs to keep a firm spirit. He does not know what the senior student wants to tell them, but if he gets nervous, they will definitely feel it. And that will cause extra trouble, so he needs to stay calm. The guy kicks the gates with such force that they shatter into splinters. Manhwa even opens his mouth in surprise. Mujin thinks that something is wrong here. Confused people appear in the yard. What happened? One of them exclaims, someone broke the gates. The bustling people are stopped by the guy's voice, sounding from the clouds of dust. Since they have all gathered in one place, he will not have to waste time searching for them. Through the settling dust, the guy's face is visible. He says that this is an address to the Sword of the Red Wolf and the leader of the Blood Trail faction. His hand rests on the sword hilt as he says, let them come out immediately and bow their heads, begging for forgiveness. Drawing his sword, he adds, if they do this, he will spare their lives. Muhui watches with interest as a man armed with a sword rushes towards him. A man running towards him shouts that he was wrong. The guy, it turns out, is the easiest target. It's no wonder they say that first you need to destroy the weak and then unite against the strong. In a moment, the man headbutts the ground, and from a small crater, the rear part of his body sticks out, which is almost smoking from the impact. The guy stands calmly nearby. One of the men in the yard shouts that the faction leader is defeated. Confusion appears on the faces of the others. Shouts are heard. Is it really true? What are they going to do now? This guy looks strong. A bearded man holding a cup says that a new faction leader can be elected. Standing on the balcony and looking down at what is happening in the yard, he adds, the one who deals with these youngsters from Huashan will become the new leader, so let them finish what they started. Someone exclaims, Lord Red Wolf Sword. Muqiao is surprised. Red Wolf Sword, Manhwa says, that man. The guy says, and he kept wondering when that one would appear. and finally he crawled out. The man watching everything from the balcony replies that he will close his eyes to the fact that they broke down the gates because he has an important guest now. The person who approached them says, if they want to stay alive, they should get out. ManHUA replies, no, it's better for them to leave. The guy adds, and if he doesn't want to end up in a coffin, he better watch his tongue. Such a tone gets on the nerves. The man asks, does he have a problem with his head? Does he even understand where he is now? It seems he doesn't care about his own life. He urges his people to show these youngsters the true horror of the martial arts world. Let them not kill, but hit them until they can't take it anymore. His warriors bare their blades, preparing for battle. They approach the motionless disciples of the Huashan sect. ManHUA opens her eyes wide, surprise evident in them. She sees in the middle of the courtyard the bloodied bodies of a man and a woman. The man, whose body is covered in blood, lies as if trying to shield the woman with his body. ManHUA rushes from her place and runs to them, ignoring Mujin's warning shout. The girl leans over the unfortunate ones, hoping to help them. The man's eyes are open, his gaze seemingly frozen. The woman is pale, her eyes closed. Mujin, calling the girl, rushes to him. He shouts, in front! Meanwhile, two men have already raised their blades above ManHUA's head. Hearing Mujin's shout, ManHUA throws her hand forward, applying the bamboo leaf hand technique. The energy emanating from her palm knocks the attackers off their feet. Dropping the blades from their hands, they flew off quite a long distance. By this time, Muchiol and Mujin had already run up to the girl. They stood on both sides of her, saying, has she completely lost her mind to run away like that? ManHUA says that the man is not well. They must get him to a doctor. One of the people attacking her, rising from the ground, asks, who gave her permission for this? Cursing and throwing insults, he calls the Huashan disciples pathetic weaklings. He says that if they unite, they can handle these youngsters. The guy, looking at the man standing before him, thinks he expected him to attack fiercely, but in reality, he is restrained and behaves as if this is a sparring match. From his lips slips, what a wimp. ManHUA shouts, addressing ManHUA. Is her sword just for decoration? These guys are trying to kill her. What is she waiting for? Let her attack them. The man standing next to him thinks, just look at him. His friends rushed into battle, but he hasn't moved an inch. And his face, it seems like everything in the world annoys him. Disappointment is written on the guy's face. Looking at the Huashan disciples, he thinks they are much more clueless than he thought. Looking at him, the man understands that he is clearly confident in his abilities. He believes he shouldn't risk attacking him alone. He decides it's better to deal with everyone more quickly, and then destroy the guy too. ManHUA watches in surprise as the man bursts from his place, shouting that he is already running and will crush them to dust now. The guy frowns. He doesn't understand why he ignores him and goes there, but he thinks it's not all bad. This is exactly what he needed. Watching Mujin fighting, ManHUA thinks these guys are beginners in the world of martial arts. They recently joined Huashan and are in a real fight for the first time. They have no experience. Mujin defends his face with his hand from splashes of blood. At this time, the enemy strikes him with a kick to the stomach. The guy thinks, probably, his companions were shocked when they encountered spitting, throwing sand in the face, and a sincere desire to kill. Several men armed with blades rush towards the fallen Mujin. ManHUA continues to ponder. It was almost the same when the elders and senior disciples saved them from the Black Knight Palace. There is no one who could protect or pacify the enemies except oneself. Watching the bald strong man swing his blade, the guy thinks, it's either them or me here. Mujin places his sword under the blade descending on his head. ManHUA continues his mental monologue. This is what they must understand. Survival in this world depends not only on martial arts skills. Observing their confrontation, the guy thinks that practicing martial arts in the mountains, friendly small skirmishes, all this is incomparable to reality. The worse the situation, the more they will understand. His gaze becomes more interested, however. The guy sees Muchil grab the enemy by the head and slightly lift him off the ground. Seeing how easily he holds the man, ManHUA admits that the youth is not so fragile after all. A man waving a blade rushes at Muchil. The youth immediately lets go of the man, and he falls heavily to the ground. Muchil intercepts the hand with the blade. Then the youth delivers a crushing punch to the enemy's jaw, knocking him off his feet. Another attacker immediately stops, seeing the fate that befell his friend. Muchil raises a heavy gaze, foreboding nothing good for anyone who dares to attack him. Meanwhile, the man standing on the balcony asks, does he know his nickname? Smiling, the man says, what an honor. The young disciple of the Huashan sect has heard of him. ManHUA replies, no way. He heard about him for the first time yesterday during idle talk. He mockingly adds, let him forgive him. But he doesn't particularly remember the nicknames of all sorts of losers. The man, bringing this cup to his lips, says that the disciples of the Huashan sect should strive for righteousness, but with such phrases, he more resembles a follower of a demonic cult. Then he adds, all right, if he wants, he will play along. The cup falls to the floor, spilling the drink and breaking into several pieces. The man easily jumps down from the balcony into the courtyard. Drawing his blade, he rushes toward the guy, saying that he will have to give it his all. The drink flows out of the broken cup. Meanwhile, the red wolf sword, holding the blade in one hand and the scabbard in the other, rushes toward the guy, warning him that he will have to give it his all. ManHUA asks again, "Give it his all, you say?" The guy, hesitating as if in doubt, adds uncertainly, "Well, he doesn't even know." ManHUA, who found himself behind the man, asks, "Does he have enough strength?" The man freezes confusedly. Looking around, he asks, "When did the guy manage to do that?" But immediately the man is forced to fall, dodging ManHUA's sword, which whistled literally over his head. Pushing off the ground with the scabbard, the red wolf sword performs an incredible somersault and lands on his feet. The man is confused, he wonders, "What about the speed?" He not only misses, he doesn't even see how the guy moves. The red wolf sword doesn't understand why ManHUA doesn't use the sword. He thinks, no, it can't be that this youngster is better than him. There must be something else. The guy calmly looks at the opponent. He believes he has no reason not to kill the old man. ManHUA thinks that he just wants to see his sword mastery. A month has already passed since he woke up in ManHUA's body, and he hasn't missed a single training session. He practiced combining Huashan martial arts and his own skills, but he has not yet been able to obtain reliable results. The second-generation disciples are not strong enough, and the elders and first-generation disciples do not have time for this. Therefore, the guy left the sword of the red wolf alive for now. Considering the opponent, ManHUA thinks, although the old man does not quite meet his expectations, he still represents something. A man attacks a guy in mid-jump. He delivers a crushing blow, but ManHUA easily avoids it by slightly dodging to the side. The sword of the red wolf continues to strike, but the guy dodges with incredible speed. The man's blade passes over his head. ManHUA, slightly crouching, concentrates energy in his palm. The guy strikes the opponent's chest using the bamboo leaf hand technique. Under the influence of his power, the man is thrown far backward. ManHUA, not giving him time to recover, catches up to him and punches him in the jaw. In the eyes of the sword of the red wolf appears fear. A man trying to stay on his feet thinks, did the guy calculate every step of his? He himself only saw 2 attacks. He is surprised. To be at such a level as to recognize his steps by the slightest movement? Could it be that his inability to track the guy's movements is because they are on different levels? The man's hand grips the hilt of the blade tighter. He believes this is impossible. It simply cannot be. He admits aloud that the guy is not just talented, and apologizes for looking down on him. The sword of the red wolf says, "Let him allow me to give my all." The man, raising the blade, swiftly attacks ManHUA. The guy's face remains completely expressionless. A huge fiery wolf with a wide-open maw rushes at ManHUA. ManHUA, looking back, exclaims, "Senior disciple!" The guy meets the attack of the sword of the red wolf with his blade, using the falling plum blossom sword technique. Only energetic flashes remain in the air from the fiery beast, and before ManHUA stands his opponent, gripping a sword in his hand. ManHUA says, "The red bud technique. It is strong, but has many gaps, and judging by the man's movements, he hasn't even mastered its second half." The sword of the red wolf is confused. Is the guy familiar with this technique? Stammering, he asks, "How does ManHUA know?" But the guy doesn't let him finish. Now he attacks. The man deflects the blows raining down on him from all sides. He feels pain in his forearm and looks for the opponent with his eyes. But the guy is already behind his back. Blood spurts from the wound on the red wolf sword's hand. The man is surprised. He blocked the strike. Or at least he thought so. An illusory sword? Or... He thinks that it was definitely a quick sword. But another strike interrupts his thoughts. Everyone who was in the yard freezes for a moment, looking in their direction. Blood drips onto the ground and a cut lock of gray hair falls. A cut appears on the man's cheek and the hair on one side becomes significantly shorter. He understands that at this moment the guy put away his sword to avoid killing him. ManHUA could have simply dealt with him, but he did not. The man wonders why. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes it was like that from the very beginning. The guy did not use his weapon, he just dodged. The red wolf's sword does not understand why the opponent is so lenient, although what really matters to it is why he is so strong. Looking at the guy, he thinks, after all, he is still very young, how come? Mentally cursing ManHUA, the red wolf sword thinks, could he really be talented? He decides that they are the same. What is talent? How did it happen that the guy is better than him, if he has lived at least twice as long as this youngster? In rage, he turns to ManHUA, shouting that he must not dare to underestimate him. Releasing 3 firewolves on the guy, the man shouts that he is a martial arts master of the 9 Circles of Hell sword sect. The fiery beasts rush towards the guy. He meets them with sword strikes. The beasts disperse into the air, and the blows they deliver wound the man's body. Mukiol, watching their fight, says, "This is..." The man tries to defend himself, holding the sword and scabbard in front of him, but blood sprays from his body in all directions. He cannot believe what is happening since the guy was just born, and he has already trained his skills. He worked hard to gain recognition for his martial arts. How did it happen that he so easily destroyed the result of his many years of effort? Why can't he keep up with his movements, or strike him? The man shouts, "Why does no one appreciate his efforts properly?" The guy rushes at him. A moment and he, gripping the sword in his hand, is already behind the opponent, from whose body blood sprays in all directions. The faction leader all this time continues to be in an uncomfortable position with his backside up. But now he comes to himself and with a scream pulls his head out of the funnel formed by himself. Spitting out earth mixed with blood, he looks around. The faction leader bows his head, experiencing overwhelming nausea. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he groans. His head. What just happened? He clearly remembers swinging the sword. Suddenly, the cry of the red wolf sword reaches his ears, asking, "Why is no one appreciating his efforts properly?" The faction leader turns his head back to see what is happening. The red wolf sword is still standing, but blood spurts from the wound on his neck. The man looks at the scene before him with a confused gaze. The red wolf sword falls to the ground, the sword dropping from his weakened hand. There is nothing more unfair than talent. His many years of effort have fallen victim to the talent of this boy, and yet, according to the red wolf sword, he had trained for only a few years at most. Lying on the ground, the man mutters, "Young, promising, martial arts master from the 9 circles of Hell Sword sect." The boy hears his quiet laughter and words. That must be pleasant. The defeated opponent continues speaking. He knows, having seen many talented and young martial arts masters. The boy is already used to being recognized by others. It must have been pleasant for Mu Hui to land such a blow. Well, let him enjoy it while he can. Glancing at the boy and slightly smiling, the red wolf sword adds, "After all, he will die too." Mu Hui listens as the man says that as soon as the sect of the Sword of the 9 Circles of Hell learns of his death, and it's only a matter of time, no matter how outstanding his abilities are, he won't be able to deal with them. The guy kicks the man to make him turn onto his back. Looking at the red wolf sword lying before him with arms spread wide, the guy says, "Effort. Recognition." Young and promising, he feels that the man reeks of envy and complexes. Seeing the hieroglyphs on the man's chest, he adds, "It turned out he was a member of the other world." From the inscription on his chest, one can understand which part of the sect of the Sword of the 9 Circles of Hell he belongs to. There are only 3, the other world, hell, and despair. Let them be called the 3 axes supporting the sect of the Sword of the 9 Circles of Hell, but only those poorly acquainted with the sect say so. The guy says that the current division of the other world has achieved no success and has lost the right to inherit power. Real power is in the hands of Hell and Despair, who are now at war with the Cruel Dragons faction. He thinks it's strange. He was curious why the sect of the Sword of the 9 Circles of Hell, which is at war with the Cruel Dragons faction, suddenly turned its gaze to southern Shanxi. After some thought, he understood. The mission assigned to the other world in this war was to protect the headquarters and provide rear support. However, the other world, wanting to gain an advantage, pretended to carry out missions on the side, although in reality, they were involved in this dirt. The red wolf sword asks, "How did he find out?" The guy answers, "He probably thinks the other world will somehow avenge him, but unfortunately." Looking into the man's eyes, Mu Hui says, "The other world will do nothing except conceal his death." The guy continues, "The red wolf sword should support the war, but instead, he is involved in this dirt. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for Hell and Despair to destroy the other world?" He adds, "And even if the other world came to the Huashan sect to take revenge?" The man's face shows that although he doesn't like the harsh truth, he understands that it will be so. The guy asks, does the man really think he would be afraid of people from the other world? Standing over the sword of the red wolf, Mu Hui says that even Hell and Despair would not be enough, let alone the other world. He would have faced the sect of the Sword of the 9 Circles of Hell alone. The eyes of the sword of the red wolf glaze over. The faction leader silently watches what is happening. The man's hand scoops earth towards himself, having hidden his head back into the funnel. The faction leader uses his hands to scoop earth towards himself to restore everything as it was before, so no one would notice that he was coming to his senses. At the same time, the man mentally says he saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Mu Hui lifts the faction leader by the collar, like a naughty kitten. The guy asks, why is he loafing around? He orders him to deal with this immediately. The man respectfully replies that he will do everything now. Mu Hui sits in the room at the table, studying books. Behind him stand Mu Hua and Mu Jin. The guy says, well, he was keeping a good eye on the flow of money. Raising his gaze to the people kneeling before him, behind whom Mu Chiol stands tall, the guy asks, is that all? The faction leader answers affirmatively. Mu Kvi says, fine, then they will do it this way. From this moment on, the money they extorted from others will be returned to their rightful owners. In addition, they will get rid of the gambling den, and they must handle everything today. He asks, any objections? The faction leader, stammering, replies, He thinks it will be a bit difficult to sort all this out today. The guy looks at him with an unfriendly gaze. The man immediately gets embarrassed and adds, although it doesn't matter. The guy says, he thinks the faction leader is mistaken about something. Looking at the men kneeling, Mukvi explains, the reason he did not kill them all is not mercy. He is even disgusted to dirty his hands with such trash. Moreover, if they all die, who will those harmed by their hands direct their anger at? The guy says, let them not think they can atone for this with death. Their sins are worse. He adds that the only right thing for them is to live making amends to those they troubled. Mukvi asks, is everything clear to them? The frightened faction leader answers affirmatively. The guy orders the leader to stay. He commands everyone else to start carrying out his orders. He doesn't know how, but they must finish everything today. He asks the Huashan sect disciples to make sure everything is done correctly and the money returned. Mukva asks, does the senior disciple have any plans? The guy replies that there is still something else to do. The girl asks, he is not going to get drunk like last time, is he? Mukvi asks, does he look like someone who drinks at every opportunity? And hears in response, yes. Watching Mukvi walk away, the guy says, let him not take his eyes off them. The girl asks him not to worry, everything will be fine, and wishes Mukvi good luck. The guy thinks that Mukva catches on quickly. The faction leader tries to remind him of his presence by coughing. Mukvi, closing his eyes, thinks that this time it is not about drinking. The man dares to ask the guy why he told him to stay. Mukvi asks him not to pretend to be a fool. He says that a man cannot deceive his sense of smell and orders him to take him there. After pausing, he finishes the phrase, where is Foti, Hishu, a multicolored mountain herb, a Chinese herbal medicine. In his past life, to become stronger, he sought any opportunities. He had no sect that would support him. And to get elixirs, a lot of money was needed. Since he had no means, he had to find them on his own. But of course, they are considered rare, not without reason. If you search for them deliberately, nothing will come of it. When one day he sat down to rest after training, he accidentally discovered Foti. It happened 7 years ago. Descending into the basement room for the faction leader, the guy thinks the photo he found then had a bitter smell of dirt. Such things are not forgotten. Descending the steps after the man holding a lantern, the young man thinks that the aroma of Foti, which he sensed earlier, is becoming stronger. He says the smell is quite strong, and the faction leader replies that it is 200-year-old Foti, which they got by chance and had completely forgotten about due to what happened. But just think, the young man recognized it by its smell. The young gentleman is completely different. Letting the guy into the room ahead of him, the man says that the Red Wolf's sword wanted to take him, but he believes a more worthy contender has now appeared. Mu Hui replies that the leader did well, and now he should go and get to work. The guy entering the room locks the door behind him with a bolt. He thinks that most organizations have specially designated places for practicing energy circulation. The walls and doors here are quite thick. At least because of this, he won't have to worry. His hands descend onto a small chest. When the guy opens its lid, he even starts to salivate in anticipation. He says, that does not negate the fact that it is priceless. Mu Hui says, all right, time to enjoy the 200-year-old. He falls silent, his eyes widen in surprise. What? Inside the chest lies a shining root with several leaves. The guy is amazed. Why is the 200-year-old Foti so huge? The guy is surprised that the 200-year-old Foti is much bigger than the one he ate in his past life. He thinks it is about 400 years old. Taking the root in his hand, he says that the Foti he managed to get in his past life was not easy to find. But this one almost fell into his hands by itself. He brings the root to his lips, thinking that probably eating it all alone is not quite right, but next time he will definitely share what he finds. The faction leader flinches upon hearing a noise. He lifts his head from the book he is studying, sitting at the desk in his office. The man approaches the window, and something in the yard catches his attention. Meanwhile, Mu Hui, walking through the yard surrounded by clouds of dust, says, wow, how refreshing. He stops and turns around when he hears the cry of the faction leader running towards him. The man says he heard a noise. The guy is surprised. Noise? No, nothing serious. Mu Hui asks, and in general, does he even have free time? He asks, has the man already checked the accounting book? He answers, yes, of course. He was just recently working on it. Continuing on his way, Mu Hui says, all right, he will check later if the money returned to the true owners. The faction leader bows, wishing him a good journey. The man mutters under his breath that this impudent fellow has no manners at all. Looking back, he says, although on the other hand, straightening up, the faction leader says, for yes, nothing serious this building looks. He peers intently into the swirling dust, then says, well, it would have been demolished any day now anyway, so what difference does it make? Looking at the ruins, he wonders, what did the Foti do to the guy? The faction men bustle in the yard. Mucheol approaches one of them and looks at what he is doing. The young man says the sun will rise soon and asks, is he sure he has time to rest? The man quickly gets up and says, not at all. At the other end of the yard, Manhwa urges another person. Let him hurry, because the sun is about to rise. Looking at the box with ingots, the person asks, are they really returning them to him? The man bows deeply before this person, saying that this money was unfairly taken from him, and now they ask him to accept it. He asks for their forgiveness. From around the corner of the building, some person is watching everything happening in the yard. It turns out to be So Jinge. The man thinks, who would have thought that the guy could handle the sword of the Red Wolf and deal with the cruel blood faction? Only 2 days have passed since he provided him with the information. So Jinge, inspecting the yard, of course immediately understood that the person who requested information about the sword of the Red Wolf was unusual. But the man believes that the guy is not just unusual. He thinks that the Huashan sect was hiding a dragon. Behind him appears Manhwa with the words, so that's where he is. So Jinge hurriedly turns around, asking, who is here? The guy says that he wanted to eat and drink, but drinking alone is somehow not very fun. He reports that the alcohol and snacks are ready. Then he asks, what does So Jinge think about this? The man asks confusedly, alcohol from early morning? Then adds, well, the young master knows how to drink and asks to show the way. On the table is a dish with a roasted chicken carcass, with one leg broken off. A question sounds. So what is he interested in? Manhwa tells So Jinge, who is enthusiastically gnawing on the chicken drumstick, that he has already seen everything himself, so he knows that the sword of the Red Wolf and the Blood Trail faction are being dealt with. All the money in the faction is being returned to the owners, but the problem is that the faction belongs to the underworld. The guy says that they joined the underworld because they had no way to survive or earn a living. If there is a way to fix them, he would gladly use them to reconstruct Posung. Therefore, he is interested. Does the man know anyone who could give them a job? Manhwa adds, although they understand martial arts, he doesn't think it's worth worrying about. He plans to cut off their dantian within about 3 days. So Jinge says, the dantian is not easy to break. The guy surprises him more and more. The man says he knows several merchants. Manhwa shouldn't worry about the residents of the underworld. He promises to visit them from time to make sure they are okay. The guy thanks him. The man replies that they should be grateful to him for being able to provide them with such help. Filling the cups, So Jinge asks, how long does the young master plan to stay in Posung? Manhwa says he needs to visit 2 external sects. He must be there within the set time, about 3 days. The man replies, oh, about that. Judging by what he has heard, there are several fortresses near Posung. He asks, does the guy plan to deal with them? There are still quite a few passers-by on the city's night streets. Grabbing the neck of the bottle, the guy says they did well. Manhwa, Mujin, and Muchiol look at the vessel in surprise, then ask, what is this? Manhwa says he prepared this liquor from bamboo leaves to congratulate them on the successful completion of their first real task. Mujin objects, but they don't drink. The guy agrees. That's true. Drinking alcohol is forbidden in their sect, but at some events, or at the end of the year, as well as during celebrations, it is allowed. Sitting on the mat in front of the bottle and cups arranged before him, he says, however, they knew that newcomers who find themselves in Jianghu for the first time most often die during the first real incident. He is sure they could feel that themselves. He tells the students sitting opposite him that the martial arts of the inhabitants of the underworld are not very good, but they had clear intentions. They attacked with the desire to kill, while the students did not intend to harm them. He explains to them, this is what the real world looks like. Their martial arts are much better than those of the inhabitants of the lower world. In Jianghu, the difference between life and death is determined by the level of martial arts mastery. Manhwa says that most newcomers to Jianghu overlook this fact and meet a terrible end. However, they manage to remain unharmed. Smirking crookedly, he adds that this is exactly the reason to celebrate, and now that they have a reason, they simply must drink. Mujin asks, isn't this his first case after all? The guy realizes, oh, right. 4 hands with shot glasses reach out to each other. A voice sounds, well, congratulations to all of us on the safe conclusion of the first incident in Jianghu. Manhwa says that this liqueur made from bamboo leaves is simply delightful. Mujin agrees with him, that's for sure. It seems alcoholic, but there is no bitterness. Manhwa says, now it's clear why the senior student likes alcohol so much. If all drinks were that tasty, she would also get drunk to the point of losing her pulse every day. Mujin stops her. What is she talking about? Muchiol recalls the battle of Manhwa with the sword of the Red Wolf. The young man thinks that the swordsmanship technique was not like the Huashan technique he knows. So what kind of technique was it then? He just can't get it out of his head. He believes he must find out. Muchiol addresses the senior disciple. He would like to ask something after seeing his battle with the sword of the Red Wolf. The young man is curious. The technique he used definitely belongs to the Huashan sect, but at the moment he deflected the Red Wolf sword strike. His swordsmanship turned into something he had never seen before. Mu Cheol says, "The power is concentrated, and the curves are not smooth. He would like to learn more about this technique." The guy thought they were busy fighting the criminal world. He did not think they would start watching him. He recalls the fiery wolf rushing at him and thinks, without a doubt, this swordsmanship contained the principle of weight. Weight and strength, the principles of the Tao swordsmanship technique he created and used in his past life. He says he applied the principle of weight in the basic moves of the sixfold combined swordsmanship technique. The guy can hardly believe that Mu Cheol noticed this. However, the young man said that this does not resemble the Huashan sword art. He adds that Mu Cheol's eye is a diamond. He promises to tell more about it later, but not now. The guy says they need to do something first. He was waiting for the right moment, and it has come. Mu Hui asks the interlocutors, before he starts speaking, let them say if they have finished drinking. If not, then it's time to stop. The guy reports, as soon as they hear what he wants to tell them, they will not be able to drink for 3 days. Night, Forest Road. A young man sits on the wagon shafts, driving the horses. A man calls out to him from the forest, telling him to wait and stop here. The young man, stopping the wagon, asks, "What is it?" The man, clutching a blade in his hands, approaches closer with the words, "Nothing special." He adds, "Let him just give everything he has. If of course he doesn't want to die." Mu Hui and his companions watch what is happening from behind the bushes. The young man begs for mercy. Mu Hua says, "Bandits." The guy agrees. Yeah. They hide in the forest until someone passes by and then rob him. He says that they look like they could just be part of the underworld, but technically, they differ from each other. Meanwhile, the bandit explains to the coachman that he is not asking for much. Mu Hui adds, "The biggest difference is that they studied martial arts and practiced them more systematically." Mu Hui says, "Of course, the guys they encountered knew martial arts, but that was because of the Red Wolf sword, which pursued a certain goal, so you can't say these scoundrels are ordinary underworld dwellers." The guy explains that they have everything much better organized, so you have to remember that if you meet bandits, there is a base nearby. He managed to find out that there are about 5 of them in the vicinity of Posung. However, he does not know their exact location, but he is sure that they are stronger than those scoundrels who fought alongside the Red Wolf sword. Mu Hua says a little confused, "I see," and then asks, "Why do they need to know about this?" The guy explains, in the next 3 days, they will have to destroy all these bases. Mu Hui adds, 1 base per person and the rest will watch. 3 of his companions look at him in surprise. Mu Hua says, "Wait a minute. Why did the senior disciple make such a decision? Did they do something wrong?" The guy answers, "What do you mean, why? They almost died because they couldn't even defeat the underworld dwellers." He adds, "And it's all because they were not ready to harm others. This mission is about dealing with that." Mu Cheol agrees with him. He is right. They could have died if not for the senior disciple. He thinks it's a good idea. Mu Jin asks, "How was he able to overcome himself?" The guy doesn't understand what he means and asks, "In what sense?" He thinks that, in theory, he has truly fought more than once already, although he cannot tell them about it. He recalls his first real battle. It was so long ago, but it's not something easily forgotten. One eye of Doko Han is closed due to a fresh cut crossing his face. He, still a child, presses his back against the wall, while the bodies of his loved ones lie on the floor in the room. The guy thinks it's all because of fear. He understood. If he doesn't kill, he will be killed. Mu Hui says he was afraid to die and he feared that they would suffer. He says he killed the enemy standing before him so that his fears would not become reality. That's all. The guy adds, "But that doesn't mean such a thing will help them. Everyone can have their own way." He tells Mu Cheol that he will teach him the sword technique he saw, depending on how he handles the point. Standing up straight, Mu Hui declares, "And since this is their first encounter with bandits, he will show how it's done. Let them watch and learn." Soon the bandit meets the same fate as the faction leader. His head is pierced through the surface of the ground. The young man bows deeply before the guy. Mu Kvi lifts the bandit by the scruff of the neck. He disgustedly slaps him on the cheek, bringing him to his senses. The man feels his face with his hand. His eyes are so swollen that it is hard for him to see. Armed men lined up in front of the guy, wooden buildings visible behind their backs. One of these people, opening his mouth, looks at Mu Hui. Soon the body of this man lies at the feet of the guy. Mu Kvi casually brushes off his clothes. Behind him on the ground lie many bandit bodies. Thus began 3 days of special training. During the daytime, they observed the Blood Trail faction, and at night, the Huashan disciples dealt with their strongholds. The training was effective, although at first everyone hesitated. Mu Hua leans back, avoiding the opponent's blade, a rather strong man. Horror is red in her eyes, but the disciples clearly learned something, because they became more confident earlier than Mu Hui expected. The disciples managed the task well. Mu Hua quickly dealt with the opponents, but Mu Jin is different from his companions. It is not easy for him. The guy thinks the young man needs more time. Watching Mu Jin, he thinks, it's not that he lags in skill. Honestly, he is better than Manhwa and Manchul in terms of skills. But he is still tormented by doubts about whether to kill or not, even though he himself faces death at this time. The guy understands. This means he fears causing pain to others more than dying himself. Manhwa will be able to say why this is so after observing him, but somehow correcting it is beyond his power. Looking at the hunched Mujin, the guy thinks he must overcome this himself. Gathering the Huashan disciples at the edge of the forest, Manhwa says they have finished with all the fortifications. He expected 3 days, but 2 were enough. He praises the disciples. They are all great. Then he announces they are heading to Wainan as planned, so they should rest until tomorrow. Manhwa asks, "What will they do tomorrow?" The guy says, he promised Manchul to teach him a new technique. The young man asks, "Them too?" The guy answers, "Of course, it won't hurt them either." Manhwa looks upset. She was already happy. She bets that Manhwa will make them work to exhaustion again. The guy demonstrates a new technique to the students. He stops. In front of him on the ground, a fairly large depression is visible. The students look at what is happening in amazement. Slightly turning his head towards them, the guy says, as they have just seen for themselves, the technique, which according to Manchul he saw for the first time, is actually the 6-fold combination of the Huashan sword. He just slightly modified it, adding more weight. Manchul asks again, "Wait?" Manhwa, holding a sword in his hand, explains, "The Huashan swordsmanship technique allows moving to the next step, even if the sword's path is blocked or destroyed. This is partly because there is quite a lot of variation in the movements, and also because in the 6-fold combination of the sword, there is no difference between defense and attack." Sticking the sword into the ground, the guy explains, in other words, they can link the 6-fold combined swordsmanship technique with any other skill. Manhwa states that from this moment he will demonstrate his personal interpretation. But, he asks, what if he adds elements of illusion and moves to the 6-fold combined swordsmanship technique? Manchul says, "The senior student means," Manhwa says, "Yes, he is sure they all know about it. The holy Huashan sword. Of course, teacher Henzhou was not the first to ever do this," the guy states, but as far as he knows, he did it better than anyone else. The guy continues explaining, and this also shows that he had a very deep understanding of martial arts. The teacher thought a lot about the 6-fold sword combination technique and came to the conclusion, perhaps bright changes and even plum blossom still represent the 6-fold combination. It is just a different branch of the 6-fold sword combination. The teacher was secretly developing a new technique. It uses the weight of the sword, which he had just demonstrated. Then he explains, in the Huashan sect, there is no technique that carefully studies the weight of the sword. The guy says that studying a new technique that is unfinished, while already having decent basic techniques, can be either foolish or even wrong. He explains to the students standing before him that Master Henzhou had a reason not to talk about it. He knew that an imperfect technique could lead to chaos, so he asks again. He asks Manchul, does he really want to engage with it? For some time, the young man, lowering his head, reflects. Then, looking into the guy's eyes, he asks to be taught this technique. Manchul, despite everything, asks to be taught the new technique. The young man's training began that very night. The day came. Manhwa continues Manchul's training. The other students watch them. Manhwa thinks discontentedly, how much longer do they have to watch this? She calls out to Mujin standing next to her. He slightly glances in her direction. When Manhwa suggests to him to leave together, the young man looks at her in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Manhwa tells Manchul, no, not that. He just keeps waving the sword, thinking about the essence of the illusion. Looking at the young man holding the sword in front of him, he adds, let him forget her, and imagine what the essence of neutrality is. He asks him to think about the difference in their sword movements. Manchul, with drops of sweat running down his face, confirms his readiness to listen to him. Manchul continues training, while Manhwa and Mujin leave. The girl suggests watching what the thugs of the Blood Trail faction are doing, and then taking a break. The young man thinks it's a good idea. Another day also begins in the mansion. In the yard stands a displeased man, hurrying someone along, not holding back in his expressions. Looking at the man bowed before him, he asks, and how does he intend to work? The other excuses himself. Yesterday he just overstrained his back very much, so today he can't straighten up. Manhwa, standing in the crowd and looking around, thinks, it seems everything is calm. She agrees with the senior student's words that those who were forced to join the Blood Trail will work diligently if given a chance, and she thought they were just trash. Continuing to observe, she wonders, or maybe they behave like that because they know they are being watched. But even if they know, they still can't use martial arts anymore, so everything is fine. The girl assumes that Mujin must also be watching somewhere. She thinks it's enough already. It's time for them to rest. Manhwa is proud of herself. She worked hard and well. The girl decides that she has worked hard the last few days, so today she can relax. Something makes her stop and become alert. With one motion, she draws the blade from the sheath and turns back with a question. Who is there? In front of her stands a poorly dressed woman holding a child's hand. In Mukvi's eyes, surprise and confusion appear. Looking at the woman's swollen eye, the girl says that she was part of the Blood Trail faction. She asks for forgiveness, saying she did not mean to scare her. The child looks at Manhwa with wide-open, surprised eyes. The woman says that this child is her younger sister Yen Yen, and tells the girl to greet Manhwa. Manhwa, hiding her sword, laughs artificially, pretending nothing happened. She asks how her wounds are, then explains that she hasn't rested for a long time, which is why she reacted that way. She apologizes if she scared the girl. The girl looks confused when she hears words of gratitude from her for saving her sister. Tears well up in her eyes as she thinks, is the woman thanking her for the little sister? So this is what it means to be a hero? It's worth fighting for this. Wiping her eye with her hand, she thinks she is about to cry. The woman says that the wounds healed quite quickly. Thanks to her, they were able to hold their father's funeral earlier. Still wiping her tears, Manhwa asks in surprise, their father? Then she remembers the bloodied man and woman lying in the middle of the yard. Bowing her head in a bow, she apologizes for not being able to help earlier. She expresses hope that their father has found peace. The woman replies that it is she who should not apologize. She said this not for the girl to apologize. On the contrary, she should thank her for NN not being left alone. The girl, gathering courage, says that she is also grateful, and then adds that when she grows up, she wants to become a great hero. Manhwa is surprised by her words. The little girl touches her even more, and tears appear in her eyes again. The woman is puzzled. Why is she crying? Manhwa asks. The girl's name is NN, right? She tells her that she can become one of them. NN asks, really? Sniffling and trying hard not to cry, Manhwa answers, yes, of course. She can become an even greater hero than they are. The woman asks worriedly, what's wrong with her? Does she hurt somewhere? The girl answers, no, that's not it. Night. The central streets of the city are brightly lit by lanterns. People hurry about their business. Mujin sits on the floor in a dark room, lost in thought. He is replaying the events of the last few days in his mind. Manhwa looks very tired. Manhwa walks along the forest path, followed by Manhwa. Manhwa has fallen behind them. She exclaims discontentedly, why is the senior disciple in such a hurry? At this rate, they will die before reaching Weinan. Behind her walks Mujin. Looking back, Manhwa replies, it is not him who is rushing, it is they who are slow. Has she already wilted after one day of rest? The guy thinks she neglected her training and says it needs to be fixed. The girl, swearing, replies that if they had to go so far, maybe they should have left earlier, and questions why they needed to set aside a day for rest. Manhwa turns his head toward her in surprise. Realizing, she covers her mouth with her palm. Mujin, walking behind, sighs. He says, it's interesting how the former members of the Bloody Trail undergoing rehabilitation in Posung are doing. While they were observing their actions, it seemed that everything was more or less fine. The young man thinks that Manhwa's facial expression is very displeased, and he wants to change the subject. In response, he hears, there is no need to worry. The Beggars' Union will be watching over them. Manhwa says, what you should really worry about is their weak thinking. He believes they urgently need to bring back training. Mujin sighs mentally. Changing the subject didn't work. The young man thinks this is the end for him in this life. Manhwa says he misses Yen Yen. Manhwa is surprised. NN? Then he remembers that this is the younger sister of the woman they saved when they dealt with the Blood Trail faction. The girl says she met her while watching people from the Blood Trail, and she said she wanted to become a great hero like her when she grew up. The guy answers, clear, and adds that he is worried about the child's future for the first time. Manhwa calls out to him, and turning to him, Manhwa asks him to behave more quietly. The young man says that they have already arrived in Weinan. Manhwa is happy, finally. They stand on a hill, looking at the city stretching at their feet. The guy says, fortunately, they arrived before sunset. Mujin explains that in Weinan there is one of the branches of Huashan, the Songhua Gate. Manhwa confirms his words, that's right. He decides that having dinner with them would be a good idea. The girl shouts, let's go quickly. The guy wonders, didn't she just say she can't keep up with them? They arrived at the Songhua Gate when the sun was already setting. A dark-haired boy punches a light-haired guy in the face. He orders his friends to hold him tighter. His fist hits the guy's solar plexus and he gasps in pain. The boy raises his fist for another blow. But his fist does not reach the target, meeting someone's hand on its way. He looks up at the person who stopped him. That one, chuckling, says that he put a lot of internal energy into his strikes. The boy squints behind his back. He sees that several more people are watching them. The blonde boy recognizes the attire of these people. He understands that in front of them stand the students of Huashan Middle School. Manhwa, holding the boy's hand, says, at this level, if they had no knowledge of martial arts, they could have died. Then, looking the boy in the eyes, he emphatically says, And he must be delivering these strikes deliberately, right? Mu Hui looks at the boy with suspicion, accusing him of deliberately delivering life-threatening strikes. The boy glares at the guy with hatred. Mu Hui thinks that his eyes are full of arrogance, to behave like that at such a young age, but he understands that in such cases, the problem is usually with the parents. Looking at the frowning boy, he thinks that the child is merely a reflection of the influence of father and mother. The children themselves are not to blame. Mu Hui continues to hold the boy's hand, who does not take his hateful gaze off him. His behavior amazes the boy. Mu Hui thinks, wow, how that guy stared at him. He says the boy himself perfectly understands that he is wrong, so if that guy keeps looking at him with that expression, he risks getting a slap. He adds that judging by the energy emanating from him, he belongs to a traditional sect. Could it be that he was taught such behavior there? He feels someone tugging at his sleeve. Lowering his eyes, he sees a blond boy standing nearby. He gestures to show that he is fine. The guy sees that the child is unharmed. He lets go of the boy's hand and tells him to get lost with his friends as far away as possible before they get their first beating. Soon only the disciples of the Huashan sect and the blond boy remain at the edge of the forest. The boy folds his hands in a traditional greeting. He says his name is Im Sonhwa. He is from the gates of Sonhwa. He thanks them for their help. The guy also introduces himself, saying that he is Mu Hui, a second-generation disciple of the Huashan sect. Mu Hua leans towards the boy, asking, "How is he?" He answers that everything is fine. Mu Kvi asks, "Who are these children?" Im Sonhwa says, "Young Master Vrat Daijon, Gase In, along with other kids who study martial arts at the Vrat's Daejeon." Mu Hua asks, "Why are they mocking him?" Lowering his head, the boy admits that the Sonhwa gate and the Daejeon gate never got along. He says that recently people from the gates of Daejeon realize they have become weaker, so these guys behave like that. The guy thinks that the young master is apparently that arrogant brat. Mu Jin asks the boy, "Does the leader of his sect know about this?" Im Sonhwa answers, "Yes." He says that he used to resist and even fought back against the guys from Daejeon. After that, gate leader Sonhwa personally went to the Daejeon gate, but the head of the gate's Daejeon replied to him, "Does he really think their children would do such a thing without reason?" Most likely, the son of the leader of the gate's Sonhwa himself provoked their guys. The boy says that the head called him the culprit of what happened. He even tried to spark a conflict between the sects on this basis. But they, of course, did not want this. Their sect would have been in a difficult position. Therefore, their leader had to retreat. Im Sonhwa adds, "If the weakened Sonhwa gates encounter the Daejeon gates, they will have to cease to exist." Mu Hui says the best solution for the Sonhwa gates was not to confront the Daejeon gates. That is why the boy tugged his sleeve, asking to let them go. The guy thinks the boy was worried that this could escalate into a conflict between sects. Therefore, instead of resisting, he endured. Sonhwa confirms this. Yes, that's correct. Mu Hua is angry. The outer Huashan sect is treated in this way. Mu Kvi says, "It is not surprising that the leader of the sect sent them to check the branched families. He believes that the whole story should be heard from the leader of the Sonhwa gates." People from the gates of Sonhwa look at the guests with surprise. They are recognized. These are the direct disciples of the Huashan sect. Leading the procession is the happily smiling Im Sonhwa. The guy thinks that the sect's disciples are called plum blossoms, and the disciples of the external sects are white blossoms. Judging by the white flower embroidered on the clothes of the people meeting them, they must be from the Sonhwa gates. They are greeted with the words, they had heard the news and were waiting for them. The Huashan disciples bow their heads in a traditional greeting. Mu Hui introduces himself and thanks them for the warm reception. The man greeting them replies that his name is Im Muguk, and he is the leader of the Sonhwa gates. He says he heard that they destroyed the Bloody Trail faction in one night. The guy replies that rumors are usually always exaggerated. They did not manage it in one night. Im Muguk laughs, indeed. In any case, the important thing is that the rumors about this conflict are true. The man tells the boy that he has brought honorable guests. The boy, calling him father, replies that this is so. Im Muguk praises him, well done. The man invites the guests to enter the house. Mu Hui raises a cup with a drink to his lips. In the room at the table, at the head of which sits the leader of the Sonhwa gates, the Huashan disciples are seated. There is a teapot on the table, and a cup stands before each person. Muchiol says that this tea has a stronger aroma than the plum blossom tea of Huashan. Mu Jin adds, "The taste of the tea unfolds so pleasantly when freshly brewed." The host replies, "Their tea may have a strong aroma, but it still cannot compare to the plum blossoms grown on Huashan Mountain." Im Muguk says that he still remembers the plum blossom tea he drank when he was on Huashan Mountain. Someday he will go there again. He adds that now he should focus on restoring their strength, so it is not worth making plans. The guy asks him not to worry. He reports that they were sent just to find out how things are with the external sects, so they are doing what they must. Mu Hui asks, "How have the Sonhwa gates been lately?" After a brief hesitation, the man admits that they are in a difficult situation. The young man asks. Because of the Daejeon gates? The man replies. It must be admitted that they have never had a good relationship, but in the past their powers were equal, so they only had minor conflicts. Mu Hui says that the Sonhwa gates must have weakened after what happened in Shanxi. The man confirms. That's right, it is so. He explains that as soon as the Daejeon gates learned about the sect's losses, they began to act more cruelly. They managed to find their weak spots and pressure them. They openly invade their interests and provoke them. Imuguk adds that now the young master of the Daejeon gates openly mocks his son. And judging by the tattered clothes, the boy got beaten again today, Mujin says, so he knows about it. The leader replies. His son seems to have tried to hide it, but how could a father not notice? If it depended only on him, he would immediately draw his sword. But if he starts acting now, he will fall right into the Daejeon gates' trap. Clenching the cup with his hand, he adds, they will try to capture the Sonhwa gates using all sorts of unfounded excuses and petty schemes. Muguk says that his son returned after being beaten, and he can do nothing about it. The man believes he is unworthy to be either a father or the leader of the Sonhwa gates. Mujin asks, why didn't he seek help from the Huashan sect? The leader replies that he knows the current situation in the main sect. How could he add more problems? He wanted to ask for help as soon as the situation on Mount Huashan improves. The man says that now he feels relief, because disciples of the main Huashan sect have arrived. He adds that he feels their noble spirit and unwavering will just by being in their presence. The very fact that the Huashan sect disciples visited the Sonhwa gates will make the Daejeon gates worry and stop the bullying. Mu Hui believes that the man does not trust them. Mu Jin supports him, exactly. The heavy gaze of the senior disciple makes him fall silent. Mu Hui continues. Let Imuguk say that he trusts them. But then why did he react so to his son's actions? Mu Hua and Mu Chiu look at him in bewilderment. What do you mean reacted like that? Imuguk says. Mu Hui probably saw something in this pathetic father. Not trusting the disciples of Mount Huashan is the same as not trusting Mount Huashan itself. The man asks, how could the leader of the Mount Huashan sect have such thoughts? He says he would like to continue this conversation, but the sun has already set. It would be proper to have dinner. He thinks it's time for them to go. Mu Hui thinks, how unpleasant. They offer him help, but he refuses. To some extent, he understands the man. They endured, believing that the main sect would eventually send help. When they heard that the disciples of Mount Huashan destroyed the bloody trail in Posung, they had great hopes. But when the envoys came, they turned out to be only 4 fledgling chicks. Only 4 children. The leader thought that they would not be able to resist the entire sect. In his opinion, they are still too young. If they recklessly try to help, the Sonhwa gates could face serious trouble. He decided just to meet the disciples properly, show them respect, and send them back. He can only ask for forgiveness from the people of the Sonhwa gates. Rising from the table, Imuguk reflects. He thought that this was exactly what he thought. But deep down he hoped that these young disciples of Mount Huashan would help the Sonhwa gates. He couldn't even hide the expression on his face. The man thinks he behaves like a small child. Looking at Mu Hui, the sect leader thinks. But to read the expression on his face in an instant, he believes the guy is not an ordinary person, as expected from a disciple of Mount Huashan. Mu Hui, also standing up from the chair, says that they appreciate his hospitality. The young man adds that they will take care of their own dinner. Mu Hua is surprised. What kind of rudeness is this? The guy thinks, rudeness? If she asks such questions, then she must have been rude first. He asks them, Muguk, if he can find out why they insist on refusal. Mu Hui believes that arguing with him is just a waste of time, but politely replies aloud that they did not help them, so they cannot accept their kindness. That would be wrong. The leader of the Sonhwa gates is silently surprised, not knowing what to say. Mu Hua asks again, what? Could these words really have come from the elder brother's lips? Then what is right? She recalls the lessons that Mu Hui conducted with them. His decisiveness in battle. His words that when attacking another sect, breaking through the main gates is the path of military peace. Looking at the guy, she wonders, is this really the elder brother she knows? Why is he behaving like this today? The sky is painted with the colors of sunset. Mu Hui freezes in thought. Companions stand at some distance behind him. Mu Hua says that he is acting strangely today. Usually, he did not care what was right or wrong. So what is the reason? She believes that definitely something is happening here. The girl asks. Or maybe he cannot tell them for some reason. She asks him to answer at least something already. Mu Hua, Mu Chiu, and Mu Jin froze waiting for an answer. The guy thinks that they have already moved far enough. He turns to them and says, okay, now he will tell them everything. He says that the leader of the Sonhwa gates does not trust them. Mu Hua asks, what? But the leader said that the Daejeon gates. Mu Hui interrupts her, saying, he said that the Daejeon gates will retreat. Don't they find that strange? What about those children from the Daejeon gates, their young master? How did he behave towards them? The guy adds, they can of course argue that he is still too young, but even if that is so, he still remains the son of the sect leader. He should be even more careful in his words and actions. He says, for this little young master to behave the way he did towards them, there must be a respectful reason. But should they retreat? Yes, that's right. ManhWa believes that the leader of the Manhwa gates knows how complicated things are now on Mount Huashan. Mount Huashan sent direct disciples to check the outer sect, but there are only 4 of them. If they ultimately face the Daejeon gates and cannot resolve the problem, they will suffer great losses. He says that then the Manhwa gates will not only be absorbed by the Daejeon gates, but rumors will spread that the Huashan sect could not handle the outer sect. That would be the worst possible outcome. ManhWa asks, so what should be done then? ManhWa replies, in what sense? He just said, if they can't resolve it, the results will be disastrous. He believes that therefore they have no other option but to solve this problem. ManhWa looks at him puzzled. She says that this is exactly what she is asking. How are they going to solve it? She is sure that the senior disciple has a plan. Chopsticks pick up a dumpling from the dish. A man with a sullen expression sends it into his mouth. Nearby at the table sit disciples of the Huashan sect. ManhWa says, as expected, this should be the business district of the Manhwa gates, but they walk around here as if this place belongs to them. And they fill their bellies without any shame. Looking at the man devouring dumplings, the guy adds that these people don't even try to hide their arrogance. They are full of discontent. They are looking for a reason to show off and demonstrate their power. They don't even need to interfere. Something will definitely happen on its own. A person passes by the sullen man, and he glances at him with displeasure. A man, smiling, casts a fleeting glance at him. He says, oh, how awkward. Walking further and shaking the hem of his kaftan, he complains that they raised the protection fee, and now they look as if they are about to start hunting commoners. He adds a few words that sound like curses in his mouth. Daejeon gates, a traditional sect. The guy who heard his words thinks, protection fee? Isn't this the business district of Manhwa gates? ManhWa thinks something is about to start. The man at the next table says, look how they squeeze all the juice out of the commoners and eat for free. Shame seems to be unknown to them. The person sitting nearby pulls him back. Let him watch his tongue. What if they hear? But the man does not calm down. They paid them to drive out the scoundrels from the untraditional sect, but who would have thought they themselves would become untraditional? The neighbor asks him to behave more quietly. ManhWa understands that this district has already fallen into the hands of the Daejeon gates, and they raised the protection fee after seizing power. That is why people's dissatisfaction has increased. The man continues to complain. What? Even if they hear, what will they do? The guy thinks that the one who speaks so loudly is definitely up to something. He says that everything is going just fine. He warns his companions, if something happens, let them not interfere. ManhWa is surprised. What, not interfere? What does he mean? The man with a frowning face gets up from his seat saying, enough, I've had it. His hand falls on the shoulder of the commoner. The man asks, what did he just say? He wants them to hear it, right? Silence falls in the tavern, all eyes fixed on their table. The commoner calmly replies, of course. The man clearly did not expect that. He asks again, what? The person sitting at the table asks, and what will he do now? Kill him? His neighbor says not to pay attention to him. He has drunk too much, and asks him to stop all this. But he does not fall silent. He asks, stop? What? Did he say something wrong? He is right. The commoner says, when those scoundrels from the Black Skies, or whatever they are called, went mad, they locked themselves in their sect and turned a blind eye to everything, and now they strut around proudly. They threw out of this district those who actually protected them, and now they claim they will protect instead of them, and raise the fee? He continues to protest. Traditional sect, they call it. Even a non-traditional sect would not have gone this far. They are no different from a demonic cult. The man with a sullen face sharply grabs the commoner by the collar when he says that if he were in his place, he would be ashamed even to show his face. Together with the chair, he throws him to the floor, threateningly saying, it seems he thinks he dares to say such things. Approaching the man lying on the floor with a sword in his hands, the man says, let everyone watch closely what happens to those who insult the Daejeon gate. He swings the sword, but immediately 2 needles pierce his shoulder, precisely thrown by the strong hand of ManhWa. Everyone looks in the direction from which the needles flew. The companion of the man with the sullen face, who had silently followed him until now, shouts, who is he? With a kick, the boy throws him far back. He falls backward onto the table with a loud scream. The sullen man continues to stand, gripping the sword in his hand. He asks the boy, who is standing with his back to him, what does he think he is doing? What is wrong with him? Why can't he move? Taking his sword, the boy replies that he wanted to ask the same question. Standing opposite the man with the blade in his hands, Mu Hui admits that the commoner's words were harsh, but to draw his sword against someone who is not even familiar with martial arts. What does the man think he is doing? The boy says he always felt that traditional and non-traditional sects are not that different from each other. But this? Fear appears on the man's face when he realizes that before him is a representative of the main Huashan sect. Approaching him, the boy asks, what exactly did he plan to do with that sword? The man says he just wanted to scare, that's all. Mu Hui asks again, scare? He pulls the sword out of the immobilized representative of the Daejeon Gates. The boy declares that he is confiscating his sword. The man exclaims, what? Mu Hui says that he used it to threaten the weak. If he is going to use the weapon like that, he better do without it. The boy says, let him take the needles out of his hand, and then he will be able to move again. As soon as his friend wakes up, let him ask him to do it. The man is too angry to say a coherent word. Mu Hui adds, if he wants to get his sword back, let him go to the Manhwa gates. The guy grips the hilt of the blade in his hand. The man shouts indignantly, how dare he interfere in the affairs of the Daejeon Gates and start a fight? The guy throws a contemptuous glance at him, and deliberately calmly asks, how dare he? He says that even the leader of the Daejeon Gates would not dare to say such a thing. He apparently thinks that Mount Huashan is some kind of joke. The man stammering says, it just slipped out. Mu Hui replies, really? He said it quite confidently. The guy says he did not plan to go that far, but the man is hopeless. He has only one way to apologize. The guy declares that the leader of the Daejeon Gates must personally visit the Manhwa Gate, bow his head and ask for forgiveness, and in a more threatening tone adds, if he does not appear by tomorrow before sunrise, then the Daejeon Gates will be erased from history. He expresses hope that the man understood him. The guy demands that he respond. The man, stammering, obediently says, yes, sir. The companions sitting at the table with the guy watch what is happening. Mu Hua says that the elder brother's methods seem to be becoming more and more reckless. She thinks that maybe it would be easier just to attack the Daejeon Gates. Mu Jin agrees with her. That's true. Thrice. That is how many times in his entire life Muguk felt as if a giant boulder was placed on his chest. It became hard to breathe. He began to lose consciousness. The first time it happened was when members of the Huashan sect died during the bloody battle with the Black Knight Palace. The second time, the death of his eldest son. The third, when he learned that his youngest son was being bullied. And now even the fourth. People from the Daejeon Gate sect together with the head stand before the gates of the Manhwa Gate sect. They are greeted by Mu Hui, with Muguk standing behind him. Slightly smiling, the young man says, judging by the head's expression, he does not intend to apologize. The man, stretching his lips into a reciprocal smile, says, so, he is the very youngest one who sent for him. Although he seems to have studied martial arts in the Huashan sect, he is not familiar with etiquette. Lowering his eyes, Mu Hui replies, well, since this is the first thing the head says upon their meeting, his actions must have greatly worried the elder. He declares to the people standing before him, it is true that he lacks knowledge of etiquette, but can he compare to the etiquette of the Daejeon Gate sect, or as it is also called, the Great Truth? Everyone is showing their intention to kill, as if they can no longer wait for a bloody battle. He has the feeling that he is seeing more of an unorthodox sect than a traditional one. Perhaps one could even say demonic. The head of the Daejeon Gate insults the young man. Mu Hui replies that there is no need to start here, and suggests they go inside the house to talk. The young man explains that someone might see their conversation and misunderstand. They are standing as if ready to draw swords at any second. The man's hand, pulling the blade from its sheath, stops. Mu Hui adds, he is not saying they are a demonic sect. The name is quite traditional. Therefore, misunderstandings would not benefit them. The head of the sect stands there, half drawing his sword from the sheath and appraising the young man. He says that Mu Hui is quite the talker, thinking that the young man is just stalling for time. He believes that these young scoundrels from the Huashan sect will soon leave, and decides to play along. The man agrees. All right, let's go inside and talk. Mu Hui thinks that he was going to break his wrist and drag him by force if he did not comply. But apparently, not this time. Muguk invites the guest to come in. The leader of the Manhwa Gate sect thinks that so far everything is going as Mu Hui said. He recalls their conversation that took place the day before. Muguk shouts, how can this be? He asked not to create unnecessary conflict with the Daejeon Gate sect. Mu Hui calmly replies, of course. The man asks, if so, how could they have done such a thing? The young man asks him to calm down and let him explain everything in detail. Mu Hui says, he knows that Muguk does not trust them. The young man explains, when the sect leader sent them to check the outer sect, he did not give them any specific instructions. This means that during the inspection of the outer sects of Mount Huashan, he trusted their judgments and actions. Already calmly sitting at the table, they continued the conversation. Mu Hui says, The leader told them which regions to visit: Posung, Huainan, and Lushan. These are quite extensive regions for them, 4 second-generation disciples. Mu Hui explains. He did not tell Im Muguk about this because there was no need. But, honestly, the Posung Blood Trail faction is connected to a martial arts master from the 9 Circles of Hell Sword sect. And to deal with the Blood Trail faction, conflict could not be avoided. Moreover, they did this secretly to avoid any unnecessary friction with the 9 Circles of Hell Sword sect. Im Muguk asks, did they detain the martial arts master of the 9 Circles of Hell Sword sect without any injuries? Even if there were 4 of them. Mu Hui says, there were not 4 of them. He alone dealt with the martial arts master from the 9 Circles of Hell Sword sect. The leader asks again, alone? The young man says there is a reason why he himself raises this issue. Just as the Huashan sect leader trusted them, he wants Im Muguk to trust them. Mu Hui asks him to say if he needs anything confirmed. He can draw his sword and challenge him to a duel. The man thinks, then says, he asks, if the guy had to fight the entire Daejin Gate sect, would he be able to handle them? Mu Hui answers, let that not happen. But if the battle does break out, then let him not worry. The guy assures that he can handle them. On the face of the leader of the Daejin Gate sect is a skeptical expression. He sits at the table opposite Im Muguk, to whose right Mu Hui is seated. Behind the man stand 2 of his warriors. The leader of the Manhwa Gate sect thinks, that is what the guy said, but there is nothing more fickle than a person. Now that the Daejin Gate sect is right here, everything is different. Mu Hui says, let them be here because of the incident that happened between him and the Daejin Gate sect. But he heard that there is a rather serious conflict between them and the Manhwa Gate sect. He is a disciple of the Huashan sect, and since Manhwa Gate is an outer sect of Huashan, he tends to believe that it would be better to settle everything. Since both sects seem unwilling to reconcile and maintain good relations within Huainan, he suggests going straight to the point. The guy asks the guest, what does he think about choosing representatives from each sect and holding a duel? The leader of the Daejin Gate sect is surprised by his proposal. A duel? The man bursts out laughing loudly. Then, without much respect, he says to Im Muguk. As he looks, he apparently was not aware of the plans of this boy from Huashan. He adds that he was guessing what tricks he had prepared for them when they entered, but it turned out to be just a duel. If Im Muguk's mind was all right, the word duel would not have come to this young man's mind. The sect leader asks, or has he already forgotten about the death of his eldest son? Although he agrees, the situation is different now. Mu Hui looks questioningly at Im Muguk. The man continues to speak. He is sure that the leader of the Manhwa Gate did not tell the guy because he thought he could solve everything for him, but the one he trusted accidentally hit him in a sore spot. Using the sound transmission technique, which allows secret message transmission, the guy asks, Im Muguk, did his son die in a duel with someone from the Daejin Gate sect? Still secretly, Mu Hui transmits. It seems he touched the leader deeply and asks him to forgive. Using the same technique, he replies, no, he himself is to blame for not telling. No need to worry. He adds that he trusts the guy and asks him to continue. Thanking the man, Mu Hui says aloud, it seems a situation has arisen that he did not suspect. Considering what was said, what happened, and now he will continue. The guy states that 3 people from each side will participate in the duel. The sect leader, his deputy, and a strong man from the sect. He adds that from the Manhwa Gate sect, he will participate as the strong man. The duel will take place in 5 days. He asks the guest, do they agree? He replies that they would agree to a duel right now. But it would be great if the guy treated them with understanding. Mu Hui asks, what is he talking about? The man says that they barely survived the last duel because they were accused of intentional murder. He believes that the one to blame is the one who was so weak that he allowed himself to be killed. He is just worried that he will be called a murderer again. That's all. Mu Hui replies, so, the leader does not know how this dispute between him and a member of the Daejin Gate sect started. It seems the farmers have already labeled their sect demonic, so he does not think they should worry about it. The man says, yes, his speech has annoyed him from the first minute of their meeting. Let him watch what he says. They could attack the Manhwa Gate sect right now, but they will refrain because the guy made an interesting proposal. Mu Hui says, so that angered them. He just informed him because he apparently was not aware. The warrior standing behind the head of the sect says, doesn't he understand that they are so easy only because they hold back? Hasn't he heard? Mu Hui looks at him with ill intent. It seems that even the air around him has thickened. The warrior falls silent and wonders mentally, where does this young man get so much strength? The head of the Daejin Gate sect rises from the chair, saying that they will return in 5 days. He expresses with emphasis in his voice the hope that it will be an honest duel in which no one will die. For a moment, silence reigns in the room. The guests leave. The leader of the Manhwa Gate sect snickers mockingly, although there is not a trace of amusement on his face. Clutching a cup of tea in his hand, he says, The young leader of the Daejeon Gate sect, Ga Se-in, was much weaker than his son in martial arts. They used to be equals with the head of the Daejeon Gate sect, but now, most likely, the latter is stronger than him. Addressing Mu Hui, the man adds that the one he will face is most likely a hired assassin, whom they will pass off as a guest of the Daejeon Gate sect. The young man replies calmly, "All right." Im Muguk says, although his faith in Mu Hui has not changed, he asks permission to ask one question. Will everything be all right? Mu Hui answers, "Not just all right. The duels will be quite simple if it comes to that." The man asks, "Really?" He says he will trust the young man completely. Mu Hui suggests to him to go to the training hall. The sect leader is clearly surprised by his words. The guy says he doesn't know if it will help, but for the next 4 days the man should consider himself dead. The interlocutor looks at him in surprise. Mujin, Muhua, and Muchol are tensely watching something. The girl asks Mujin if everything is okay. He answers that this question is not for him. He himself doesn't know. Drops of sweat run down in Muguk's face. The man is hung by his legs from a tree. Throwing his hands behind his head, he bends at a right angle, holding his torso horizontal to the ground. Mu Hui sits beneath him, holding a sword with the tip up, to prevent Im Muguk from relaxing and straightening up. The guy says they still have plenty of time. It's too early to get tired. Let him imagine that the Manhwa Gate sect will come to an end if he doesn't succeed. Let him use this as motivation. He adds that it will be dangerous if he lowers himself, and asks the man to return to the starting position. Mu Hua thinks that calling the senior disciple a monster would be a compliment. How can he be human? He is a demon. At sunset, Mu Chiol replaced Mu Hui. Holding the sword tip up, the young man warns the man that if he lowers himself further, he will impale himself on the sword. He asks him to just hold on a little longer. Today's training will end soon. Let him be strong. He thinks that even he feels sorry for the sect leader watching all this. Mu Hui asked him to take responsibility for training the man, but where has he himself gone? Im Sonhwa sits in the yard, thoughtfully resting his head on his hand. He thinks about the duel in 5 days. Kicking a small stone, the boy aloud reflects that Master Mu Hui will personally train him until the duel. But he knows that simple training in just 4 days will not make him stronger. A pebble falls at someone's feet. Im Sonhwa raises his eyes. A boy stands before him smiling. The boy exhales, "Master Mu Hui." The boy says, "That's right." Im Sonhwa does not understand what he is talking about. Picking up the pebble, Mu Hui says, exactly as he said, "Martial arts are not something you can master by training hard for a short time, unless it happens thanks to a lucky encounter. It takes many years." The boy adds, "However, this only applies to the perfection of martial arts. Experience is somewhat different. In short, how the boy uses his martial arts is a separate matter." Playing with the pebble, the boy asks Im Sonhwa for permission to ask him something. He wonders, does he use the martial arts he possesses correctly? The boy answers, yes, of course. He knows his own body best. Mu Hui says, "Good. Then let him watch carefully and repeat." He thinks the pebble should be suitable for this case. Im Sonhwa asks, what should he repeat? Mu Hui, without even swinging, forcefully throws the pebble, saying, like this. The pebble flies up and hits the tree trunk, causing quite significant damage. Surprise is visible in the boy's eyes. The boy says he put in slightly less energy than usual for children his age and threw the stone. The internal energy the boy possesses is much stronger than this. Im Sonhwa told him he knows how to use his martial arts correctly, so he should be able to control his energy at this level, right? Mu Hui suggests to the boy to see how he manages his inner energy. He tells Im Sonhwa, if he succeeds, today's training is over. If not, they will continue until he achieves it. He now suggests him to throw a pebble. It is already quite dark, but the boy is still throwing stones. Finally, his strength has reached the point where the pebble can damage the bark. Mu Hui says, not exactly what he wanted, but it has become significantly better. The guy standing with his hands behind his back suggests finishing for today and continuing the training tomorrow. He says the boy worked hard, let him rest a little. Im Sonhwa, sitting on the ground, shrugs his shoulders, watching Mu Hui walk away. He shifts his gaze to his strained hand and says, "Demon." Sun rays fall on the boy, who does not take his eyes off his trembling wrist. Im Sonhwa says again, he is a demon. Continuing to sit on the ground, the boy says, the sun is already rising. Rest? When? Mu Hui says, so today is the 2nd day of training. Since there is little time, from today they will train together. In the clearing in front of the guy sit Im Sonhwa and Im Muguk. The guy continues speaking. Yesterday they learned to use their bodies, right? They answer in unison, yes. Mu Hui says, he must note that the physical condition of the sect leader is simply magnificent. Probably because he trained hard, his tense body quickly returned to its former state. Drawing the blade from the sheath, the guy tells the surprised father and son that today's training will be based on yesterday's. Clenching the blade in his hand, He explains that today they will devote time to gaining self-control. Instead of listening to explanations 10 times, it is better to see once. He suggests the instructors take their positions. He repeats the command, "Take positions." The disciples of the Huashan sect standing nearby draw their blades and assume a fighting stance. The boy thinks. All the instructors of the Huashan mountain sect stand face to face with Master Mu Hui. His father wonders, will they all fight against him? Fight? Mu Hua says that she will go first. Mu Jin orders her to follow him. The young man attacks Mu Hui, but he casually blocks the strike with the scabbard. Mu Jin's palm reaches for the guy's neck. He avoids the strike by slightly tilting his head to the side. With a kick, he throws Mu Hu backward. Mu Jin and the girl attack again. Mu Kvi swings the blade, parrying the youth's sword. Then the guy goes on the offensive, pushing Mu Jin back a considerable distance in several moves. Sonhwa asks her father, "Will everything be all right? It looks quite dangerous." The man replies, "Indeed," but suggests continuing the observation. The sect leader mentally asks the guy a question. What does he want to show them? The boy's sheath presses against Mu Jin's solar plexus. Mu Cheol, ordering Mu Jin and Mu Hui to bow their heads, attacks the boy with a swing of his blade. Blocking his strike, Mu Hui says that his sword seems heavier than before. With one movement, he frees his blade and says that it is still not enough. Sliding his blade along Mu Cheol's sword, he places the edge against the youth's neck. Mu Cheol admits that he has lost. The boy explains to the students that Mu Hui's attacks are predictable, so they are easy to counter. Mu Jin is still too passive. Mu Cheol has not yet gotten used to his new sword. These are their biggest weaknesses. Of course, there are other problems, but first let them focus on improving this. Mu Hui returns to the sect leader and his son. He says that today's training will proceed exactly like this. Imuguk asks, "Is that so? What kind of training is this?" He said today's goal was to gain self-control. Mu Hui replies, "Correct." Then he asks, "Did they notice anything strange during the duel?" The man repeats in surprise, "Strange? Is it just too intense?" Then Imuguk says, "It can't be." The boy says that one of the best ways to improve quickly is to gain experience. Once they accumulate experience while on the brink of death, they will be able to dodge most attacks from ordinary fighters. Mu Hui orders the father and son to take swords. He says that from now on their goal is to kill him. They will train as if it were a real fight. The boy carefully gathers a handful of earth. He throws the earth in the guy's face. The father is shocked by his actions. Sonhwa throws earth in Mu Hui's face. The boy attacks the guy, thinking, if he has to do it anyway, he will give it his all. Running up to Mu Hui, the boy draws the sword from its sheath. The face of the guy who removed his hand from his face, which he used to shield his eyes, shows no expression. With a kick, he throws the boy away. The worried Imuguk turns back to check if his son is okay. Something makes him look back at the guy, and he barely manages to dodge the blade that whistled literally over his head. The man jumps over the head and lands on his feet a little further away. The boy, already sitting on the ground, calls out to his father. The man asks if he is okay. Sonhwa replies, "It hurts, but it's bearable." The father tries to calm him down, saying that it's good. The guy, already standing behind their backs, asks the sect leader, is he going to communicate with his son like this even during a duel? Mu Hui reminds, he's said to treat their training like a real fight. At the same time, the man swings his blade. Raising the sword above his head, the guy tells him, let him fight as if his life depends on it. Only then can he and his son survive. Mu Hui easily blocks the blade strike. His face shows a bored expression. The man intensifies the attack, forcing Mu Hui to retreat. The sect leader immediately gets punched in the face and reflexively covers his eyes. The guy presses his sword to the man's throat and says, 314. Without lowering the sword, he says, that is how many times the sect leader should have died. The guy reminds, he repeatedly said that blocking attacks with closed eyes is much harder. The man objects that even with closed eyes, he can sense movement using his internal energy. Mu Hui replies, of course, if he uses internal energy correctly, he can perceive things as if he sees them. This level of energy control is the most basic. It should not be difficult for him. The guy asks, then why can't he deflect the attack? The man explains that Mu Hui's attacks are too fast. The guy clarifies, does he mean that he couldn't dodge because his attacks are too fast? Slightly moving the blade away from the man's neck, Mu Hui says, the leader speaks as if he filled his sword with energy. If he hadn't closed his eyes, he could have easily dodged. Even with closed eyes, the use of internal energy should be enough. Sheathing the sword, he adds, let the man not try to blame someone else for his mistakes. If someone dies because of a mistake, they do not come back. Kicking Imuguk backward, the guy commands, once more! The sect leader clenches his teeth tighter. He is determined. The man jumps, raising his sword above his head, attacking the guy. His son lies nearby on the ground with closed eyes. Sparks fly from the contact of their swords. Night. On the dark sky, the lunar disk shines. The guy stands, gripping a sword in his hand. Behind him, Imuguk lies motionless on the ground. Hui, turning around, commands, "Again!" Sonhwa rushes forward, holding a small sword in his hand. The command sounds, "Again!" and the man swings the blade. The guy places his sword under the blade approaching him. Hui pushes the man away, and he loses his balance. The guy's sword passes a few centimeters from his face. The command sounds, "Again!" By dawn, the demanding "again" has been shouted many times over the glade. The guy is attacked from both sides by father and son, but he remains completely calm. In the lit room, a man sits at the table. He brings a cup with a drink to his lips. Opposite him sits the head of the Dagon Gate sect. Lowering the cup onto the table, the man says, "If he is a second-generation disciple of the Huashan Mountain sect, then the Sword of Gileon should be enough." Calling his interlocutor, the Swordmaster Yonho, the head says, "He seems to be asking whether he really needs to intervene. He admits that he just wants to humiliate them properly." The head of the sect says, "If they are going to put the youngsters from Huashan Mountain in their place, wouldn't it be better to do it with a crushing blow?" The interlocutor laughs. The gentleman is quite mischievous. He knows his skill level, yet still calls it crushing. Swordmaster Yonho, smiling and bringing the cup to his lips, says, "One way or another, he will be lucky if he doesn't end up crippled." He asks, "Is the head sure? If someone gets injured or dies in the duel, it will cause problems." The head of the sect waves off his words. "What difference does it make? Rumors always exist, have existed, and will exist." The interlocutor replies, "If that were so, would the head be so worried? If something goes wrong, not only Huashan Mountain, but all others might start keeping them in check." Chuckling, the head of the sect says, "There is already a faction in Jianghu that attracts such attention." He reassures his interlocutor, asking him not to worry. He can handle something like that. Swordmaster Yonho thinks that he is very overconfident. Mentally, he asks the leader, "Isn't he worried that the sects keep him in check? What is he hoping for?" The martial arts of the leader of the Dagon Gate sect are not bad, but he is still several levels below him. The Blade Master continues to ponder. To act without worrying about the restraining rein, one needs enough strength. Has he, blinded by greed, gone too far, or was he always that foolish? As soon as all this ends, a new place must be sought. Night, Mucheol trains with a sword in his hands in the yard. The guy watching him from the roof of the house thinks, "Not bad." Mukvi thinks the sword moves well, although in fact it is not heavy. It would be nice to switch to a more serious sword, maybe something like a two-handed one. He remembers the sect gate of Daejeon. Mukvi thought they would send mercenaries, but so far everything is quiet. They must be underestimating Mount Huashan and the Sonhua Gate that much. The guy thinks these people are the most cowardly in the world, and yet, what a disgrace. If they had sent mercenaries, he would have used it as an excuse to destroy them. Mukvi becomes alert upon hearing someone's footsteps. He sees that Immuguk is coming out into the yard. The man stops and looks around. The guy watches him for a while, but the sect leader did not stay in the yard for too long. He just looked at the moon and left. Mukwi recalls that the elder son of Immuguk died in a duel with the Daejeon Gate sect. He believes that in some sense this could be considered revenge. He wonders, it's interesting, what it feels like to be like that. To feel that your child will be avenged. The day of the duel has come. The warriors are surprised. One of them says, "What did he do that his face looks like this even before the duel begins?" Everyone around sighs. What a horror. In the square, Sonhwa and Gase-in stand facing each other. One eye of the son of the gate leader Sonhwa is completely swollen, and there is a scratch visible on his cheek. Gase-in, leaning on his sword, laughs and asks, "What's with his face?" He even feels a bit sorry for him. Now he doesn't know if he can raise his sword against him. Sonhwa is unpleasantly surprised to find that the sword in his hand is not real. Gase-in asks again, "A real sword?" He should be glad it's not real. Otherwise, he definitely would have killed him. Sonhwa does not respond to his verbal attack, and his opponent wonders, what is this? He would have gone mad even from a small provocation before, but now he is too calm. A grimace of anger appears on the boy's face when he realizes that Sonhwa is ignoring him. A curse slips from his lips. A man standing nearby says, "Good, since they are ready, we can start." He introduces himself. His name is Hen Honwon. Today he will be the observer and judge. He adds that a duel is a way to compare the martial arts skills of the participants. Injuries are inevitable, but if things go too far, he will stop the fight. He explains to everyone present that they will conduct 3 rounds regardless of the outcome of the first. Mukvi, with a melancholic expression on his face, awaits the start of the duel. Young opponents stand facing each other, gripping blades in their hands. Attention Muhui attracts the Blade Master Enho sitting on the chair. The guy is staring at the face of this man. He wonders why that one is here. Meanwhile, Hen Honwon continues to say that wooden swords will be used during the first duel and real ones in the rest. The man adds that he got carried away talking but needed to say it, so he asks for understanding. His face becomes serious. Almost solemnly he announces, "Now, without wasting any more time, Then he shouts very loudly, almost furiously. The first duel begins. Gassian immediately attacks Imsonwu in a leap, promising to destroy him. Young master of the Sonhwa Gate sect, looking at the opponent, thinks that his movements seem way too contrived. The boy believes that Gassian is putting on a big show. The weaker the opponent, the more he tries to show his strength. He wonders, why do weaklings try to appear stronger? He recalls the words of Mu Hui, who answered him on this question. They want to look intimidating. They want the opponent to run away in fear. During training in the clearing, the guy told him that with those who have not studied martial arts or do not master them perfectly, such a trick would work. However, if a person has at least somewhat delved into martial arts, such intimidation will not work. Gasse-in, meanwhile, is already very close. His sword is about to strike the boy. Imsonwa raises his blade and rushes at the opponent. With a wooden sword, he strikes Gasse-in in the chest. A groan escapes from the boy's mouth. A fist whistles through the air. Imsonwa decides that he cannot stop the opponent's attack with the blade alone. He delivers a crushing blow. Gasse-in flies far back, not having time to do anything. The spectators talk among themselves. Oh, just as expected from the young master. A shout is heard, assuring that the people of Sonhwa Gate believe in Imsonwa. Gasse-in, lying on the ground, tries to catch his breath. He attempts to get on all fours. In his head, there is only one thought. It hurts. How much it hurts. Looking over his shoulder at the opponent, he thinks that this boy has changed. He is not the same as before. Meanwhile, Imsonwa, through the clouds of dust raised by Gasse-in's fall, rushes toward the fallen enemy. The latter tries to understand what has changed in the boy. Outwardly, he looks no different. Did he also drink some kind of elixir? Determination is written on Imsonwa's face. He thinks that the days he spent fighting Master Mu Hui were like hell, but having gone through that, he now understands. Approaching the opponent trying to get up, he finishes his thought. How weak a person like Gasse-in is. The young lord of the Daijin Gate sect, leaning on his sword, throws over his shoulder. What kind of trick did he pull? He asks. How did this boy manage to change so much in such a short time? Imsonwa, without wasting time on talk, strikes the opponent, who has already managed to stand with his foot. The latter loses balance and falls to the ground again, dropping his sword from his hands. Standing over the fallen opponent, Imsonwa says that he rises slowly, although the duel is not over yet, and he is still trying to talk. Swinging his blade, the boy adds, if this were a real fight, he would already be dead. Raising his head and looking at the sword ready to strike him, Gasse-in, with tears in his eyes, screams, begging him to stop. Imsonwa, ignoring him, delivers an incredibly strong blow. Gasse-in blinks in surprise. The tip of the sword entered the tile covering the square near his head. Imsonwa, leaning over him, says, "Ha! They called him the greatest genius. But now he will be called differently. The biggest coward of Wainanya." The boy continues to stand with the blade in his hands. The opponent lies at his feet. A voice sounds. The first duel. Sonhwa Gate 1. A fist forcefully slams down on the armrest. The head of the Daijin Gate sect angrily says, "That little scoundrel dared to humiliate his son." To swing a sword so seriously in a children's duel, his son came fully prepared. He thinks about the fact that he even gave him an elixir just in case. He could not have thought that he would lose. The man decides that it does not matter. In the other two fights, the victory will be theirs. Let them enjoy it for now. Meanwhile, Hen Honwan says, "Participants of the second duel, step forward." The Sonhwa Gate leader and the head of the Daijin Gate sect enter the arena. The men measure each other with angry looks. Im-Muguk recalls that a few months ago he heard rumors that his opponent had taken a rare elixir. Looking at the man, Im-Muguk thinks that having met him, he can now confidently say that it was not a rumor. Raising the blade to chest level, he decides that he has done everything possible to prepare for today's day. Taking a fighting stance, he thinks that he must not think about anything else right now. He decides to face this fight with dignity, as if he were fighting Master Mu Hui. The head of the Daijin Gate sect believes that the opponent knows that he has taken the elixir, yet he looks calm and composed. Looking condescendingly at the opponent, he thinks, well, they will see how long he lasts. The voice of Hen Honwan sounds, the second duel. Begin. Im-Muguk grips the sword hilt tighter. Determination and cold-bloodedness can be read in his gaze. The head of the Daijin Gate sect makes a sword thrust, and Im-Muguk slips under it, avoiding the strike. He intercepts the opponent's hand holding the sword by the wrist. Then he twists it, trying to disarm the opponent. The head of the sect realizes that he will not achieve an easy victory. The man kicks Im-Muguk in the chest area but hits the sword held up by him. He manages to push the opponent back, increasing the distance between them. He says that he wanted to restrain himself so that another accident would not happen. He intended to control himself. Looking into the eyes of the opponent, he finishes the phrase, but it seems unnecessary. Heading towards Im-Muguk, he promises to give his all today. To increase the power of the strike, he grips the sword handle with both hands. But the leader of the Sonhwa Gate sect parries the blow, holding the blade with one hand. He pushes the opponent away and launches an attack himself. The spectators, holding their breath, watch the fight. Muguk, watching the opponent, thinks that he opens up when combining techniques. During the upward sword swing, his right thigh becomes unprotected. Approaching the head of the Daejeon Gate sect and raising the sword for a strike, the man thinks, if this were Master Mu Hui, he would have fixed the flaws long ago. A thought flashes through his mind. It seemed he wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent without luck or an elixir. But now, noticing this, he realizes he can take advantage of it. Muguk's eyes flare with inner energy. He believes that Master Mu Hui taught him something valuable. In a moment, he already leaves the opponent behind. Blood spurts from the wound on the side of the head of the Daejeon Gate sect. Muguk wounds the head of the Daejeon Gate sect. For a moment he loses his balance. The ground at the man's feet is soaked with blood. But he pulls himself together and regains his balance, stepping right into a small puddle of his own blood. His face distorts into an evil grimace. Sharply turning back, he swings his blade, trying to reach his opponent. But Muguk also quickly turns to face the opponent and blocks his strike. They cross blades again and again. Muguk strikes and the opponent barely manages to lean back. The sword passes over his head. The head of the Daejeon Gate sect, bent so that his hand touches the ground, performs a backward somersault, increasing the distance. Now he rushes into attack. The man clenches his teeth tighter, preparing to strike. His face shows an evil determination to deal with the opponent right now. Every person has a danjon, main energy point, in the center of the body. And through this danjon flows weak chi. This chi, which flows inside the body, is called internal energy, naegi. If you cleanse and sharpen this energy, and then concentrate it inside the body, you can gain even greater energy power. Giryuk. This is what is called internal energy, Nayun, the foundation of all martial arts. But many martial arts masters concentrate internal energy and internal strength. The opponent's blades cross again, blood visible on the edge of one of them. If we speak only about the quantity and strength of internal energy, this is called internal strength, Narek. So how do internal strength and internal energy differ? Internal energy includes internal strength, which comes through mental training and meditation, and relates to the level of enlightenment that can be achieved with their help. If internal strength is great, it does not mean that internal energy is also. The opponents continue the battle, not yielding to each other in strength. Muguk prepares to attack the head of the Daejeon Gate. The opponents approach again, raising their blades to strike. The leader of the Manhwa Gate sect grabs the opponent's hand holding the weapon and pushes it away. Muguk wounds the head of the Daejeon Gate sect again. Blood spurts from the man's mouth. Blood wets Muguk's hand holding the sword, but he only grips the hilt more firmly. He sharply turns toward the opponent standing with his back to him. The head of the Daejeon sect is seriously wounded. He can barely stand. The spectators anxiously await the further development of events. Blade Master Yonho looks at what is happening with impassive eyes. A scream bursts from the lips of Henhonwon. Behind, a bloodied sword relentlessly approaches the neck of the head of the Daejeon Gate sect. Suddenly, the sword is stopped by the hand of Mu Hui. He holds the weapon of Muguk, not allowing him to deal with the opponent. With his unprotected hand, he holds the bloodied blade. The young man asks, "Isn't that enough?" Deliberately calmly, he says, "Leader of the Manhwa Gate." The man closes his eyes. Tears roll down his cheeks. He cannot hold them back, and the treacherous moisture flows down his face. The young man releases his blade, withdrawing his bloodied hand. The leader of the Daejeon Gate sect falls to his knees. Muguk and Mu Hui stand behind him. The voice of Henhonwon is heard. Manhwa Gate has won. Sonhwa and the people from the Manhwa Gate sect shout joyfully, "Hooray! Victory! Now they don't have to leave Wainan." The leader of the Daejeon Gate sect, hunched over, continues to sit motionless on the ground. He cannot believe that this could have happened. Blade Master Yonho, sitting with his arms crossed over his chest, thinks with slight contempt. If he had remained calm, he could have won. Well, this is how it ended, since that's the case. Looking at Mu Hui, he wonders, does he really have to fight this youngster? If he loses as soon as the fight begins? Henhonwon announces that Manhwa Gate has won twice. They have shown decent mastery of the art. The result is already clear. But they will still hold the final fight, as previously agreed. He orders the next participants to step forward. Muguk apologizes to Mu Hui. He laments that he lost control and injured his dojo the day before the next match. He asks, since Manhwa Gate has won, maybe it would be easier to surrender and end this. Looking at his palm, the boy exclaims, "Ah, so that's what he means." Wiping his hand on the inside of his kaftan, he says that it is not his blood. The sword was heavily bloodied, so it got on his hand when he grabbed it. He adds, "Probably this is the blood of the head of the Daejeon Gate sect." Muguk looks at him with surprised eyes. Wait a minute. He swung with all his might, and the guy blocked the blow with bare hands, and didn't get a single scratch? Mu Hui says that the blood has already dried and is easy to wipe off. The man continues to be puzzled. He knew the guy was an amazing martial arts master, but still. He couldn't even imagine that his internal energy was at such a level.
A shout is heard. Wait!
The Daijin Gate sect head kneeling says that he admits defeat, but he has a request. He asks, could the leader of the Manhwa Gate show some understanding towards their sect? Of course, since they lost the fight, they will transfer all their rights and privileges to them. Imuguk wonders, did they really try so hard to drive them out of Weinan just to show this touching scene? He asks not to make him laugh. Daijin Gate would never make exceptions for the Manhwa Gate sect. Using a technique, the guy mentally addresses him, asking the leader to leave it to him. The man doesn't like it very much and looks intently at Mu Hui. The guy says aloud, addressing the head of Daijin Gate. He has seen enough of his shameless and pathetic act. Even someone as young as him feels embarrassed for him. He adds, but if his sect wins the last fight, then they will be able to stay in Weinan. The guy says, if the victory goes to the Manhwa Gate, then Daijin Gate must leave Weinan and also give them something. That way the final duel will have at least some meaning. The man agrees to his condition. Mu Kvi asks, so besides leaving Wainanya, what can they offer? Slightly hesitating, he answers, the rights of the sect. The guy replies, let him not play with him. When they leave Weinan, the rights will already belong to them. He needs to offer something that the Manhwa Gate will not get from victory. But if he has nothing to give them, he suggests simply forgetting about this deal. The sect leader of this Daijin Gate curses mentally, but he understands that at the moment he has no choice. He blurts out, 5 vials of advantage elixir, that's what he can give. Grinning, the guy says it should have been offered from the very beginning. Henhon 1 announces that the Manhwa Gate accepts the offer. If their sect, the Daijin Gate, wins the fight, they will be able to stay in Weinan. But if they lose again, they must give up 5 advantage elixirs and leave Weinan. Behind Mu Hui sounds the voice of the Blade Master Yenho. In such a case, he cannot afford to lose. Approaching Mu Hui, the man says, let him say this. His swordsmanship is not something a young monk can handle. If he wants to surrender, he has a chance now. Smiling, Mu Hui replies that in this world, there is no such thing as an easy martial art. He draws his sword from its sheath and awaits the approach of his opponent. Swordmaster who scares tigers. A nickname given to Yenho because even tigers fear him. Once he had already challenged Dokohon, so it can be said that they are acquainted. At that time, he seemed to him a worthy master from Shanxi. If he remembered everything correctly, then the man held himself better than he expected. Then 3 movements were enough for him. Looking at the opponent, the guy thinks, if his sword hadn't broken, he could have endured 10 more. He is curious about how much the man has improved his skills. Henhon-one's voice reaches them. Since both sides seem ready, there is no need to delay. Over the platform flies. Let's start the duel. Enho immediately disappears from the spot where he just stood. The spectators are amazed. He is much faster than the head of the Daijin Gate set. The guy stands still. Imuguk thinks. He knew that the swordmaster who scares tigers was strong, but did not expect to be unable to follow his movements with his eyes. He believes that even for Master Mu Hui this might be a bit difficult. The hand grips the blade tighter, preparing to strike. Suddenly turning, Mu Hui parries the opponent's sword with his blade. Enho is impressed that the guy managed to block his strike. Mu Hui uses the falling plum blossom technique. His palm touches the opponent's chest. The blow knocks the air out of the man's lungs. With force, the guy pushes the opponent away, and he flies back several steps. Now Mu Hui moves so fast that only a blurred dark spot flickers in the air. Enko is focused, trying to anticipate the opponent's actions. The guy attacks lightning fast. It seems like he's attacking from all sides at once. The spectators only see fiery flashes. One of them asks, "Is this really a duel?" The person standing nearby answers, "It doesn't look like they are just fighting. It seems like they are emitting light." The leader of the Manhwa Gate sect realizes that it is not light, but sparks arising from the clashing of swords. With a grim expression, the man thinks, as expected, the swordmaster who scares away tigers is quite good. Manhwa looks upset. She wonders, what is this? He is much weaker than she expected from a senior disciple. Why is he holding back? Enko parries the guy's attacks. Mu Hui injures his leg, then a wound appears on the man's hand gripping the sword. Enko realizes that this newcomer is not so simple. He shouldn't have underestimated him. But his surprise is only because he did not expect this from the guy. He believes Mu Hui lacks the skills to defeat him. The man is confident he will destroy the opponent in no time. Enko uses the technique 4 Sons of Fierce Fangs. His energy rushes toward the guy. He defends himself with the blade, putting his energy into it. The guy remembers that Enho used this technique when he attacked him in a past life. Then Dokohan's sword shattered Enho's blade with one strike. He decides to try again. The guy's scarlet energy moves to meet the cold energy flow controlled by Enho. Mu Hui seems to recognize this technique. Falling plum? Returning in a circle? Mu Jin objects. No, this is not the falling plum returning in a circle that they know. Watching the confrontation of energies, he chooses his words, how to put it. He says this version is more aggressive. A cloud of energy resembling a flower, emitting red light, approaches Enho. The spectators watch the events spellbound. The Blade Master is amazed by the guy's abilities. The energy mercilessly crashes down on him. The man defends himself, covering his face with the sword. Enho kneels, clutching the sword in his hand, his shoulders and arms covered in blood. Behind him stands Mu Hui. Swaying, the man falls to the ground. Looking back at him over his shoulder, Mu Hui says, "This man is too weak to compete." Above the platform where the wounded Yenho lies, the voice of Hen Honwan sounds, proclaiming the master from the Huashan sect the winner. Victory in the sect duel goes to the Sonhwa Gates. At these words, the head of the Daejeon Gates darkens his face. He thinks this should not have happened and wonders, what should they do now? Meanwhile, Hen Honwan hands Mu Hui 5 advantage pills, according to the agreement. Passing the box from hand to hand, the man says, "As expected, the Huashan sect is really on another level." He asks, "What is the name of the master of the Huashan sect?" The boy stands holding the box. Conversations heard around. An experienced sword master, scaring off tigers, fell so easily. Who is this young man, this young? Mu Hui smiles cheerfully. Looking at the head of the Daejeon Gates sect, he thinks, losing the received advantage pills. The man must feel terrible. His patrons will not like this. Is someone curious where he learned this? Isn't it obvious? Could such a small sect have obtained something so valuable? No matter how much money they have, it's impossible. He says to the head, "Since they supply such precious elixirs, these people must be quite influential. Well, now they belong to him." He advises the head of the Daejeon Gates sect to be careful. In the dense forest, where moonlight barely penetrates, behind a tree trunk stands a man in a cloak with a hood. He cautiously peeks out from behind the tree. In the brightly lit hall, people who celebrated the victory are sleeping at the set tables. At one of the tables, tightly holding a bottle, the leader of the Sonhwa Gate sect is also sleeping. He is sleeping so soundly that a trickle of saliva flows from his slightly open mouth onto the table. The guy walking through the night forest stops and turns around, hearing the question. Why did he hold back for so long from the very beginning? He clarifies. Is she talking about the sword master who scares away tigers? The girl confirms. Exactly. Mu Hui explains that he wanted to see his combat skills. So he decided to pretend that he was easy to deal with. Mu Hua replies. Understood. They continue walking. The guy is in front, his companions behind him. Mu Cheol says that he used the falling plum, returning in a circle. But it is different from the one they studied. Mu Jin asks, is there a reason why they are moving at night? Mu Hui answers that otherwise. It's too troublesome. Recalling the feast, he explains that listening to the whining of the leader of the Sonhwa Gate was exhausting. If they decided to go out tomorrow, they would have to deal with people again. And since they got the advantage pills, it's better to go now. Mu Jin agrees. That makes sense. Mu Hua asks, the next place is Mount Yo, right? The guy answers, right. He thinks that the reason he voiced is not the only one. He also partly hoped that maybe he would encounter them. Either they have already figured everything out, or someone was sent to deal with it. He doesn't know what to think. What could those people have needed? Why did they support the head of the Daejeon Gate sect? A hand lies in a pool of blood. Standing over the dead Yonho, a man with a sword says that he has a bad feeling. Continuing to grip the sword in his hand, he turns to the head of the Daejeon Gate sect sitting on the ground. The man addresses the head of the Daejeon Gate sect. He says that they did not interfere in the lawlessness he had been causing until now. The head of the sect, trembling with fear, tries to say something. But the man continues speaking. Days passed. His arrogance crossed all conceivable boundaries. But they turned a blind eye as long as he fulfilled his duties. However, he crossed the line. Approaching closer to the head of the sect, he adds, they gave him pills to seize Weinen, but he managed to ruin everything and now he decided to escape? The head of the sect begs for forgiveness. The man replies that there is no sense in his words. His son will bear responsibility for his actions. The head of the sect does not immediately understand what he means. He asks, what does he mean? But before he can finish the sentence, the man's sword severs his head. Slightly turning his head back, the man addresses the person standing behind him, calling him the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion. He orders to throw the offspring of the head of the sect into the slaughter cave. Confirming his agreement to carry out the order, the man asks, what about the Sonhwa Gate sect? They dared to interfere with them. The man answers nothing. He explains, even if they kill them, it will be useless without puppets in Weinen. Looking at the beheaded body of the head of the Daejeon Gate sect lying at his feet, he adds, as sad as it is, for now, we have to leave this place. He shifts his gaze to the body of the Blade Master Yonho, and thoughtfully says, as he said, Mu Hui? He orders the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion to watch over him. The man believes that the young lord might find the boy interesting. The person bows slightly, replying that he understands. The man says that it is time for him. If he is late again, he will be in trouble. The owner of the Dark Flame Pavilion respectfully replies that they will see each other later. The man immediately disappears as if dissolving into the darkness. The owner of the pavilion, without looking back, says, "They all heard. The youth, into the cave, and do not take your eyes off the Huashan sect." People in cloaks with hoods, standing among the trees, and some even climbed onto them, respond affirmatively. The sun brightly illuminates the streets of Lushan. Stalls with goods stand in the square, past which passers-by hurry on their business. A question is heard. What is Lushan known for? The sign says the name blacksmith. The answer sounds, hot springs. The girl says she was excited because the guy mentioned some place they should visit first when they arrive here. After all, they had been on the road without rest for quite a long time. Manhwa looks disappointed. The girl says, but the place they were supposed to check, the forge. Mujin, Mucheol, and Manhwa stand at the threshold of a room full of weapons, with armor displayed against the wall. Manhwa, looking at the guy standing in the middle of the smithy, says so. Looking at the huge sword that Manhwa casually threw over his shoulder, the girl asks, "What kind of sword is this?" The guy explains, "A two-handed sword. It is much bigger and heavier than those they use." Manhwa adds, "He thought that he suits Mucheol well." The young man is surprised. Him? Handing him the sword, Manhwa says, "Yes. From now on, let him use it for training. With its help, Mucheol should gain more strength in swordsmanship technique." While the young man examines the sword handed to him by the senior disciple, Manhwa says that Mujin and Manhwa took blades suitable for them. Their blades are well sharpened, so until they receive their plum blossom swords, let them use these. They thank him. Manhwa addresses the guy. She says she does not want to spoil the moment, but will the Huashan sect leader allow the use of two-handed swords? Manhwa replies that everything will depend on Mucheol. The young man must prove that such a weapon can also be a Huashan sword. Meanwhile, the one they are talking about cannot take his eyes off his new sword. Finally, Mucheol says that the senior disciple is right. Walking down the street, the guy says, "Well, now they are heading to the Radiant Splendor sect." A question sounds, "What about the springs?" The answer comes, "They will be able to visit them later." Above the gate hangs a sign with the inscription, "Radiant Splendor sect." Words are spoken. Welcome. A man with a scar crossing his nose says that he is the leader of the Radiant Splendor sect, Kangbo Yum. He was eagerly waiting for them after hearing what they did in Posung and Weinan. He adds, "Truly, those who dwell on Mount Huashan are special." Manhwa and his companions standing behind him listen to the greeting. The guy bows his head and folds his hands in a traditional greeting, saying that he is Manhwa, a second-generation disciple of the Huashan sect. The disciples follow his example. With a traditional gesture, they greet the man and state their names. Kangbo Yum, meeting them as he stepped out of the gates, bows his head again in greeting. The man says he lost his right hand during the massacre in Shanxi. He hopes they understand why he cannot greet as is customary. He invites them into the mansion, adding that he would gladly have lunch with them in a more comfortable setting. They respond, "Sounds good." A cup of tea stands on the table. A voice sounds. They dealt with the Bloody Trail faction and even with the Daegjin Gate sect. 4 Huashan disciples sit at the table, cups in hand, with the host of the house at its head. The man says, he doesn't even know if anyone would believe that all this was achieved by the second-generation disciples of the Huashan sect. Simply astonishing. Manhwa replies that he is too kind to them. Kangbo Yum objects. Not at all. He would never have hidden, even if he had 2 hands again. Mujin says the man made a more significant contribution by helping Shanxi. Manhwa supports him. True. They are here only thanks to Kangbo Yum. So, let him consider that he helped them deal with everyone. Chuckling, the man objects. It's them. Perhaps his contribution seems more significant because of the lost hand. But in reality, he hindered more than helped. He admits that he was saved by the Phantom Swordmaster. The young man is surprised by his words. He saved him? The leader of the Radiant Splendor sect answers affirmatively. Yes. When he lost his hand and nearly died, he destroyed the demonic martial arts master. The man believes the Phantom Swordmaster saved not only him but many others. Manhwa replies, he thinks that's just a coincidence. Kangbo Yum disagrees with him. He says the Phantom Swordmaster seemed mad on the battlefield, but he saw absolutely everything that happened. He struck very precisely at the enemy's weak points. The man insists he owes him his life and will never forget it. He adds, of course, they are not personally acquainted. So, he thinks the Phantom Swordmaster saved him simply to ensure as many allies survived as possible. Kangbo Yum adds, he feels very embarrassed by all the gratitude they expressed when he survived only thanks to the Phantom Swordmaster. He says that he is very grateful to them. If the Holy Sword of Mount Huashan and the Phantom Swordmaster saw them, he is sure they would be proud of them. The man adds that they should continue to try so hard. The disciples thank him. The guy, raising the cup to his lips, thinks, what nonsense. The leader of the sect of Radiant Splendor says, all right, enough memories. Posung, Wainan, and now Lushan. He believes they are here to watch over the external sects of Mount Huashan. The guy raises a surprised look at him when the man apologizes. Kanbo Yum says that everything is fine with the sect of Radiant Splendor. He does not allow problems to grow. Therefore, he offers his apologies. Mu Hui replies, everything is fine. He is glad that they have no problems. There is no need to apologize for that. The man thanks him in response and adds, he can be open. He would also be disappointed if, after making this whole journey, he found out he came here in vain. Surprised, Manhwa says, excuse me? The man answers, no need to be surprised. After all, he is also human and understands everything. Taking another sip from the cup, the guy thinks, Kanbo Yum did not become the sect leader for nothing. He saw right through him. Manhwa says, that's true. That's even for the better. Lushan is known for its hot springs, so they will be able to try their wonderful effect on themselves and wash away fatigue. In response, she hears an apology. That is impossible. Mu Hui immediately perked up. Why is that? The leader of the sect of Radiant Splendor explains. He would gladly accompany them to the springs, but now a killer is roaming free. He does not doubt their skills in any way, but they should not expose themselves to danger without urgent necessity. Raising his hand in a warning gesture to stop their objections, the man explains. Moreover, the first-generation disciples of the Zhuangnan sect are already tracking the killer, so it is only a matter of time before the criminal is caught. They should not interfere in this. Continuing to drink tea, the young man listens as the man says, if the violator is caught before their departure from Lushan, he will definitely escort them to the springs. Rising from the table, the leader of the sect of Radiant Splendor adds, he asks them to rest. If they get bored, they should show the sect's disciples the sword of Mount Huashan. The guests rise from the table after him, and bowing their heads in a traditional bow, thank him. The young man thinks, it seems the killer has been free for some time. He believes that the sect leader is behaving somewhat too carelessly, as if it doesn't matter at all. The disciples continue to stand by the table. Mu Hui thinks, it's strange that at first he said he was dealing with problems before they accumulated, but here, he is doing absolutely nothing. For some reason, the young man feels that the man is trying to detain them here. Looking after the departing leader of the sect of Radiant Splendor, he thinks that he is definitely hiding something, but what? He decides it's better to keep an ear out with this person. In the morning, stepping into the courtyard, Mu Hui immerses himself in thought. He does not know what the sect leader might be hiding, only waiting to get at least some hint. There's no point in rushing, especially since the Zhuangnan sect has taken up the killer's case. He believes there are more important matters now. Standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at the Huashan disciples standing before him, he decides that at this stage training these guys is more important. He apologizes for not having monitored their training at all recently. The moved Manhwa replies, it's okay, no need. They felt so good, it seemed like a dream. Looking at the smiling girl, Mu Hui says, good. The main thing is that they liked it. And then, in a completely different, sinister tone, he adds, and now he will skin them alive. Mu Xiol, gritting his teeth, swings the sword. The guy is forced to retreat before such an onslaught. He covers his face with the blade, defending against the youth. Looking over the sword's blade, Mu Hui thinks, now that Mu Xiol has a two-handed sword, his movements have more weight and power. However, the guy increases his speed and disappears from Mu Xiol's sight. The guy's blade touches the surprised youth's throat. Mu Hui says, let the two-handed sword have given him strength, but because of that he lost speed. A nimble opponent would not miss such a chance. Let him remember that the smallest mistake can cost him his life, even if he is armed with a two-handed sword. For some time he looks at Mu Xiol, trying to understand if the youth has learned the lesson. Mu Hui's sword rushes at the guy, but he only slightly dodges to the side, avoiding the strike. But as it turned out, the girl used the scabbard for the attack, holding the weapon in the other hand. The guy realizes that she is trying to deceive him with a false thrust, and then strike with the real sword. But assessing how she holds the blade, he mentally adds, or just pretend to. Mu Hui justifies his expectations. Instead of striking with the sword, she kicks. In the girl's eyes, there is bewilderment. The guy admits, although her tactic is quite clever. But with him, this trick won't work. The girl's leg meets his sword, which he covered himself with, placing it flat. An energetic fire flashes in his eyes. He thinks, although the trick is quite obvious. Mu Hui strikes with the sword, and the girl barely manages to dodge. He admits that fighting her is harder than expected. He believes that her feelings are more developed than others. Manhwa, glancing over her shoulder at the guy, thinks that this is not a human, this is a demon. Mu Hui reflects. It's interesting that she was born with such a talent. He thinks the girl can achieve a lot if helped to use this advantage, but before that, Manhwa calls out to him, "Senior student!" The girl says that she really just almost died. She doesn't finish speaking. The touch of Mu Hui's sword to her throat makes her fall silent. She looks with surprised eyes at the tip of the sword lying on her shoulder. The guy says she needs to calm down. How does she plan to kill enemies if there is always such chaos inside her? Turning away from the girl, he says, "Next." Mu Hui heads to Mujin waiting for him, thinking that this will take years. Upset, Muhua wraps her hand around her neck where she still feels the cold touch of metal. The guy stops opposite Mujin, who has taken a fighting stance. Looking at the young man, he thinks that his feelings are not as sharp as Mu Hui's, but still not bad, and he has the calmness that is present in Mu Chiol. It is rare to meet someone like him at his age. Mu Hui believes that when it comes to dueling, the young man performs better than Mu Hua and Mu Chiol. But he has one weakness that makes all his advantages meaningless. The guy attacks Mujin, who deflects his strike with the blade. After delivering the blow, Mu Hui leaves the opponent behind his back. The young man instantly turns around and makes a sword thrust towards Mu Hui. He restrains his sword, which almost wounds the senior student. His sword passes near the young man's back. Mujin mentally curses, thinking that he does not turn quickly enough. He fears that he will suffer because of him. Mu Hui, slightly turning his head, looks at the tip of the sword, which is a few centimeters from his face. He asks the young man, why is he worried about him? With one hand, the guy grabs the blade of the sword. With the elbow of the other, he strikes Mujin in the solar plexus. Mujin's eyes roll back in pain. Mu Hua says that it even hurts her to watch. Mu Chiol says, it seems he got it worse from the older brother than they did. Mu Kvi stands, clutching a sword in his hand. At his feet, Mujin groans, curled up in pain. Looking at him, the boy thinks that he is not afraid of his own death. He is afraid of causing pain to others. That is his problem. Looking at the student who had turned pale from pain, he thinks that now this may not seem so important. But what if he encounters someone who will not stop? If Mujin had to face a strong enemy, he would probably fight side by side with his friends. This weakness of his would put not only him but also his friends at risk. Mu Kvi believes that if nothing changes, he will have no choice but to exclude the young man from this group in the future. Most likely, Mujin himself realizes this. The guy announces that that's all for today. They already know who has what problem without him. Passing by Mujin, he adds that there is no shortcut to skill improvement. Proper training is the right solution. Leaving the students, he thinks that solving the problem without doing anything is impossible. He tells them, if everything is clear, then let them train as if today is their last day. From behind, their united shout flies to him. Yes, senior student. He believes that actions must be taken to achieve results. Mujin, already recovered, continues to sit with a gloomy expression. Night. Stabbing the sword into the ground, the boy, leaning only on it with one hand, stands in a headstand, holding his other hand behind his back. Sweat streams down his face. Mu Hui raises his head when he hears the question. Does he study at such a late hour? The leader of the Shining Splendor sect, approaching him, says he expected no less from him. The guy jumps to the ground, greeting the man. Kanbo Yum says that many neglect strength training. He is impressed. Mu Hui replies that it is as important as practicing the art of swordsmanship. The sect leader admits that the guy reminded him of the Iron Mountain Fist King. Mu Kvi says he can leave if Kanbo Yum planned to train. The man replies, no need. This is not the only training ground the sect has. The guy asks, then why is he here? Kanbo Yum answers that he would like to ask Mu Hui for a favor. He asks the question, can the guy kill him now? Mu Kvi is puzzled by such a request. Raising the sword, he says it will not be difficult. The sect leader, not expecting such a reaction, says, what? And asks the guy to wait. Mu Kvi is curious. Didn't he just ask him to kill him? The sect leader replies, of course not. Most people would first ask, why? He didn't think the guy was so straightforward, although he thinks it's even better that way, and decides to get straight to the point. Kanbo Yum says he wants to challenge him to a duel. The guy replies, ah, I see. All right. Meanwhile, he thinks, maybe I can find out what he is hiding. The cult leader adds, but on one condition. He asks the guy to fight as if he really wants to kill him. Mu Hui thinks, wait a minute, this is what he is hiding. Putting his hand on the sword hilt, the man says he sees no point in training if there is no real threat. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he adds that he will do everything to take Mu Hui's life. The leader of the Shining Splendor sect attacks the guy with a jump. Mu Hui defends himself, holding the sword with both hands in front of him, point down. He is a little puzzled by such a sharp transition from words to actions. He ducks, and the opponent's sword flies over his head. Mu Hui raises the sword with both hands and points it at the man. The sect leader almost knocks the blade out of his hands with an upward strike. Taking advantage of the opponent being open, the guy punches him in the stomach. The man emits a muffled groan. The guy raises his hand with the blade for a strike. The sect leader manages to slip under the sword descending on him. The man who ended up behind Mu Hui attacks again. His face shows determination. Without turning around, the guy places his blade against the man's sword. Opponents move with incredible speed. In the darkness of night, only sparks flash, arising at the moment their blades cross. Kanbo Yum rushes toward the guy waiting for his approach. Muhui's sword flatly descends onto the opponent's hand, gripping the sword. The leader of the sect of Shining Splendor freezes. The guy's hand reaches toward the man's face. Continuing to hold Kanbo Yum's hand with his blade, the guy touches his mouth with his fingers. When he withdraws his hand, the man says, "Astonishing." He says that the guy not only took advantage of the fact that he can only use his left hand, but also figured out his habits. The sect leader asks, "May I know how he managed that?" Removing his sword from the man's hand, the guy answers, "Kanbo Yum put a lot of strength into the sword but did not take any drastic actions." Muhui, hiding the blade in its sheath, adds, "It seemed the man was hiding the fact that he was not used to fighting with his left hand, so he took advantage of that." The sect leader admits, "That's right." Waving his blade, Kanbo Yum admits that now he has only half the strength he had before. He, of course, started practicing with his left hand, but it is not easy for him. Muhui thinks that is expected. Roughly speaking, the man needs to learn from scratch. He is surprised that he can fight at all. The guy says, if the sect leader allows him to speak, he must note that the man puts too much strength into the sword. More precisely, this strength is unbalanced. He believes that Kanbo Yum is rushing too much. In his view, he does not yet need great strength. Therefore, instead of putting so much strength into the sword, it seems to him that he should pay attention to the accuracy of the strikes. The man's face brightened. "Ah, precision." Mukvi says, honestly, he understands that Kanbo Yum did not show him all his capabilities. The leader looks somewhat confused. Stammering, he replies, "Huh? Well, yes." He says, these were not all his abilities, but that does not mean he gave in. It seemed to him that the guy did not use even half of his abilities. Mukvi admits that he did not want to harm him. Lowering his head, the cult leader replies, "Clear. He felt it during the duel." He thanks the guy and apologizes for taking so much of his time. He thanks him once again for expressing his opinion. Muhui says he was glad to help him. The cult leader decides it's time for him to leave. The guy watches him go, thinking that Kanbo Yum pretended to challenge him to a duel because of his left hand. But Muhui understands that this was not the main reason. The guy thinks that this person put so much effort into the sword for it to be noticed, not just like that. He did it to make sure of something. Mukvi believes that the man wanted to test whether he had enough experience to fight alongside him if the killer came here. The guy continues to stand motionless in the clearing, thinking. But after all, the leader of the sect himself said that the capture of the criminal was undertaken by the Zhuangnan sect. So what is all this for? Why did he arrange all this? Mukvi thinks that Kanbo Yum does not consider this criminal an ordinary killer. If the man knows who he is, then his actions are understandable. Doko Han met him long ago, an ancient demon with 100 faces. It was this crazy old man who made people come up with the term Demon Slayer. He was excellent at disguising himself, so only a few knew what he really looked like. Since he used his skills for evil, this demon was notoriously known in Jianghu. He killed the leaders of small sects and pretended to be them. Moreover, he often incited conflicts between these sects, taking part sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other. A known story occurred between two branches of the sect of the Seven Devilish Heavens, who fought each other because of this scoundrel. Moreover, he committed horrifying acts against those close to him. Therefore, the ancient demon with 100 faces was so notorious, despite not being supported by any major organization. Once he pretended to be Henjo and approached Doko Han. They fought, and the Phantom Swordmaster managed to wound him badly, but he still managed to escape. He never saw him again. There were rumors that he had returned, but they were not confirmed. Standing in the clearing, the young man thinks. After all, the ancient demon with 100 faces has not appeared, and no one has caught him. He thinks. But calling this criminal a murderer gives rise to completely different feelings. That worries him. He is trying to understand, why would the leader of the sect of the Shining Splendor be so worried about some rumors? After all, he himself said that he cuts problems off at the root. Perhaps he managed to obtain some information unknown to him. The guy believes that today's killer simply cannot be an ancient demon with 100 faces. After all, even such a great swordmaster cannot live that long. It is much more likely that it could be his follower. But the main problem lies in the strengths of this killer. From the facts known to him, the guy draws several conclusions. Since the Zhuangnan sect is tracking him, the guy needs to find out which member of this sect is searching for him. If it turns out to be an elder, Muhui must be able to handle him. Of course, it would be much better if the Zhuangnan sect could catch the criminal without his involvement. A foot steps on the ground near a deep furrow. A voice sounds, calling the senior apprentice to look at a rather deep sword mark. The senior student, with a sheath attached to his side from which a magnificently decorated sword hilt is visible, says, "The killer is definitely somewhere here. Let them not lose vigilance." A girl accompanied by 2 warriors adds, "You never know when and from where a strike may come. Such is the nature of such scoundrels." She says that she smells the vile scent of a killer. They do not notice that someone is watching them from the roof. Mu Hui, sitting on the roof, thinks, before him are first-generation disciples. He believes that since 3 first-generation disciples have arrived here, it says a lot. For example, about the level of the killer. The guy thinks he has messed up. First-generation disciples. One of them will become the next leader. They are the leading force of the sect. One of the first-generation disciples of the Huashan sect was Henzhou, who holds the status of the Holy Sword of Huashan. The Zhuangnan sect is one of the most famous sects located in Shanxi, similar to the Huashan sect. If the Huashan sect had Henzhou, then who is the senior first-generation disciple of the Zhuangnan sect? The current first disciple of Zhuangnan belongs to the Il generation. He is considered the best disciple. A girl from the Zhuangnan sect, holding the title of senior disciple, says, "Here they have encountered such a promising young man. What luck." Then she adds that she is glad to meet him. The girl sitting at the table with a cup in her hands introduces herself. Her name is Ilmu. She is from the Zhuangnan sect. One of her companions, sitting next to her, says that it is an honor for him to meet a disciple of the great Huashan sect. He gives his name, Ilson, and adds that he is the first disciple of the Zhuangnan sect. The second young man says his name is Ilhun. The guy, bowing his head in a traditional bow, also introduces himself in response, saying that his name is Mu Hui, and he is a second-generation disciple of the Huashan sect. He adds that he is still very far from them, but he is grateful to them for such kind words. The guy thinks he understands why Ilson and Ilhun ended up here, but he does not yet know what Ilmu's role is. The leader of the Shining Splendor sect, Kanbo Yum, says that they are probably surprised by the appearance of the disciples of the Zhuangnan sect here, but he could not warn about this in advance for some reasons. He asks to understand him correctly. He suggests sitting down and talking. The guy approaches the table to take his seat. Meanwhile, the girl says, "Actually, they were talking about the killer, but the sect leader decided it would be better to wait for Mu Hui so that he would also be informed." The guy asks, "Will it be okay if someone like him participates in the discussion?" Ilmu answers, "If he can help in this way, it will be a great support for them." The girl suggests continuing their conversation. She says that actually there were 5 of them. They managed to kill 2 of them, but things are not so rosy with the others. She explains that those managed to escape in different directions. They have not yet made much progress in catching them. She believes that everyone knows that they are masters of disguise, so they are very difficult to track down. Ilmu says that thanks to the drug created by the leader of their sect, they are able to sense the killers. That is how they managed to identify 2 out of 5. She explains, it was not so much the smell of the killer as the smell of blood. But, as everywhere, there is a problem with this tracking method. Even though they have a keen sense of smell, it is difficult to accurately determine the source of the smell within a certain range. The sect leader says, "So, they want to say," Ilmu, without a shadow of doubt, answers, "Yes." She says that there is currently at least 1 killer present in the Shining Splendor sect. Ilmu adds, but as she already said, they cannot precisely point to him. That is why they are asking the leader of the Shining Splendor sect for help. Kanbo Yum answers. He does not even know how someone one-armed like him can help them. The man asks, what should he do? The girl says, first, they need to identify this person. Ilson explains that they studied the places where the murders recently occurred, and in all of them, alcohol completely disappeared. From this, it can be concluded that the killer is a lover of drinking, and most likely, he is a very self-satisfied person. Mu Kvi clarifies, that is, the killer knows he is being tracked and at the same time does not particularly hide it. Well, apparently he is overly confident. Ilson confirms, exactly, this is what they should focus on. The young man says that their plan is to hold a celebration with a large amount of alcohol. Ilkun adds, and if the killer is so confident, he will definitely show up. The girl says, of course, a large crowd benefits the killer, but they must take such a risk. From a hidden pocket, she takes out a small round object and, showing it to those present, explains, a sleeping bomb. The smoke released when this ball explodes has a soporific effect on people. Ilmu explains his plan. As soon as they identify who the killer is, it will be easier to put the students to sleep to avoid causing unnecessary noise. The cult leader says, this is how it is, understood. Since the killer has already infiltrated the ranks of the cult, there is no time to delay. The man decisively declares, there will be a celebration tonight. In the evening, the tables are bursting with food and drinks. A hand holding a glass rises, a toast sounds, to the heroes of the Huashan sect and their glorious deeds, as well as to the righteous masters of the arts of the Zhuangnan sect. The cult leader finishes the toast, let's drink. The people sitting at the tables cheerfully support him. The attendees empty their shot glasses. People are talking to each other. A joyful exclamation sounds, oh, here is another bottle. In front of Mu Hui on the table there is fried chicken and many other dishes. He is simply drooling when he looks at this abundance. He thinks that it would be sinful not to show up for such a holiday. Watching others drink straight from the bottles, he decides to be more careful so that no one thinks badly of him. Mu Hua, breaking away from the bottle, exclaims, "Damn, how good it is!" The guy looks around, hoping to expose the killer. His attention is drawn to the first-generation disciples of the Zhuangnan sect sitting nearby. Ilmu also casts sideways glances around. Noticing the guy's attention, she slyly smiles at him. Mu Hui thinks it doesn't seem like they suspect them. Opposite the guy sits the displeased Mu Jin. Mu Hui thinks that pressure must have been put on him. A movement behind him makes the guy turn around. The leader of the sect rises from the table. Saying that he needs to step away for training and that they should continue resting, he leaves the celebration. Ilhun also glances toward the man who is leaving the hall. Ilmu thinks that now they can track down the killer. She uses a sleeping bomb. A hot drink pours into a shot glass. People continue to have fun, not limiting themselves in drinking. Resting their heads on the table, Mu Hua, Mu Cheol, and Mu Jin sleep soundly. The first-generation disciples of the Zhuangnan sect continue to sit at their table. Looking around, they realize that everyone is unconscious. Except for them, only Mu Hui remains awake. They understand that either the killer is not here, or he is pretending to be asleep because he has figured out their plan. Mu Hui glances at the Zhuangnan disciples. It works. They give him understanding looks, agreeing with him. Mu Hui, like them, comes to the conclusion that the killer is the leader of the Shining Splendor sect. Resorting to the technique of silent communication, the girl says, "One cannot be absolutely sure that he is the only killer here." She decides to stay in the hall just in case. She orders her companions to deal with the one pretending to be the leader of the sect. Mu Kvi, glancing at the sleeping people, asks her to take care of his disciples and the disciples of the sect of Radiant Splendor. He says he will fight side by side with Ilson and Ilhun, and asks her to stay vigilant. She in response asks them to be careful. Deciding it was time to act, the guys vanished from the hall in the blink of an eye. The girl continued to sit alone at the table. The door to the room opens, in the center of which stands Kanbo Yum. Looking back, the man asks, "Have they already figured out the killer?" The gaze of the cult leader is wary. Ilson and Ilhun with raised swords advance on him. Mu Hui with a blade in his hand stands behind them. The guy says, "Astonishing." He was almost completely fooled. Ilson asks, "How did the man like the game he started?" Ilhun adds, "They know who he is, and he better surrender." The man silently gazes at the guys. Mu Kvi asks, "Isn't he going to show them his true face?" He asks, "What should he do then?" Ilson tells him to do nothing. They will manage themselves, so he should stay away. He does not finish speaking as Mu Hui's sword pierces Ilhun's body. The boy's blade passes through Ilhun's body and bursts out of his chest with splashes of blood. Drops of blood fall on Ilson's face, who has turned towards him. A shout sounds, "Don't get distracted and look ahead!" The sect leader, grabbing the blade, rushes into attack. A strong blow throws the young man out the window. Mu Hui kicks Ilhun's body, sending him after his friend and freeing his sword. The boy and Kanbo Yum stand by the window, looking at the boys fallen on the ground. Mu Hui says, "No! Has he ever heard anything like that? Tracking a killer by scent? What nonsense! If it were that simple, the monster with 100 faces would have been dead long ago." In the yard, both boys kneel. On the back of one of them, a bloody spot is visible. They turn their heads to Mu Hui and the sect leader. Red energetic sparks blaze in their eyes, and their lips stretch into cheerful smiles. They say the boy quickly understood everything. Mu Hui, followed by Kanbo Yum, jumps from the window into the yard. Il-san asks his friend, "Is he okay?" Getting up, he answers, "Yeah, nothing serious." A bloody wound is visible on his chest. A red fire blazes in his eyes. Mu Hui is glad that he survived. At least he can now try out his new skills. The sect leader says that the guy was right. These three are to blame for everything. But he notes that there is no girl here. The guy asks him not to worry about it. He warned his companions about the danger. Meanwhile, Ilmu approaches the table where Mu Hua, Mu Cheol, and Mu Jin are sleeping. She leans over the girl sitting closest to her. An anticipatory smile plays on her lips, but she does not see that Mu Hua has opened one eye slightly, continuing to pretend to be asleep. A rustle catches Ilmu's attention and she glances sideways. Mu Cheol, gripping a two-handed sword, attacks her. Ilmu flies out of the window into the courtyard. After tumbling several times on the ground, she gets back on her feet. She asks in surprise, "Did they not take the sleeping gas?" The Huashan sect disciples climb out of the window into the courtyard. Mu Jin, grabbing the hilt of his blade to pull it out of the sheath, says, "They were ready for this. Their senior disciple deserves thanks for that." Mu Hua, clearing her nose with a sharp exhale, indignantly says, trying to reach them with sleeping gas, "How cowardly and disgusting." Ilmu wonders, did the girl blow something out of her nostrils? She understands everything. They wet pieces of cloth and shoved them into their noses to neutralize the gas. Pretended to fall asleep and waited for her actions, right? Not bad. She didn't even suspect anything wrong. She asks, but what now? Are the three of them going to fight her? Ilmu says that judging by the attack of the guy with the two-handed sword, she can say that if they attack simultaneously, they won't be able to entertain her. And she can't stand boredom. She is sure their lives are dear to them, so she has a proposal. She suggests they leave only Muhu with her, and the rest can get lost. Red sparks of deadly energy light up in Ilmu's eyes. She says she will spare the young men, then asks, do they agree? The sect leader swings his blade. Ilson intercepts his hand gripping the weapon. Smiling, the young man says, predictable. The man kicks his opponent in the chest, increasing the distance between them and freeing his hand. A bloody cough bursts from Ilson's chest. Kanbo Yum delivers a crushing blow. The young man slips away. In front of the leader of the sect stands Ilson, blood spurting from the cult stump in place of his left hand. The young man swings the stump, and red strips of energy flash between him and the man. Kanbo Yum blocks it with his blade. Blood splashes onto Ilhun's hand. The young man fights, his eyes flashing maliciously, showing red bursts of deadly energy. Blood-red strips of energy rush toward Mu Hui, but he deflects them with a blade swing. The guy, without losing speed, attacks Ilhun. Mu Hui's fist crashes into the wound on the opponent's chest. His strike makes the young man gasp in pain, and the guy, wasting no time, lunges forward. Understanding appears on Ilhun's face that he cannot withstand Mu Hui. The guy strikes him with a knee to the torso, knocking him off his feet. Ilhun flies far backward, but still stays on his feet. But then his knees buckle, and he coughs as he falls to the ground. Mukvi, looking at him, says that he is worse than he thought, and it doesn't seem like he is hiding his true skills. He doesn't understand. The guy, looking at the opponent, continues reasoning. The technique of facial mimicry and the art of contracting bones that change appearance. To use them correctly, you need to look directly at the target. So, he was able to change his appearance because he will meet Zhuangnan's students. Mukvi says he doesn't understand how that guy survived after a clash with such modest skills. Although his fighting tactics are straightforward, like the students of Zhuangnan, who also beat around the bush. Maybe they are supported by some organization? The young man replies that he suspiciously knows them well. Ilkun says the guy is right about something. They came across several first-generation Zhuangnan students. 2 of them gave their lives in that battle. He continues to say that they did not lose that battle. In fact, Zhuangnan students are killed. Mu Hui replies, he just saw the 2 of them fighting. What a ridiculous lie. Ilkun, pressing his hand to the wound on his chest, says that he is too arrogant. Demonstrating the handle of his weapon to the guy, he invites him to look at his sword. He asks, what can he say about it? Mukavi wonders, do students of Zhuangnan use such swords? Examining the sword closely, he realizes that it is not just a well-made replica. Ilkun says, he is sure. The guy already knows that not many blacksmiths can make swords for such a great sect as Zhuangnan. Even making a fake would take a lot of time. He adds, so, this is really the sword of the Zhuangnan sect, and this in turn means Mu Hui understands that they have truly seized the swords of Zhuangnan. He is puzzled, but how? Did they really kill the students with such skills? Ilhun, by the expression on his face, understands. He failed to convince the guy, who still believes that this could not have happened. He asks for permission to ask him something. He asks Mu Hui a question. Are his skills at the same level as the skills of the other sect disciples? The guy does not understand what he is getting at. Ilhun explains, the thing is, just like in their group, where he is the strongest in swordsmanship, they also have different skill levels. He adds that their senior disciple is a vivid example of this. Even their teacher admitted that he was stronger than him when he was his age. The guy now doubts that Ilimu is a girl. He assumes that he simply took a female form. Ilhun says that it was the senior disciple who killed everyone. But he does not finish his sentence. The guy's sword cuts off his head. Fighting the sect leader Ilson, seeing the death of his friend, he shouts, no! He cannot believe what happened. How could this be? In the next moment, Ilson's beheaded body falls to the ground. The man says, I can't believe my eyes. What kind of technique was that? That even the killer couldn't react in time. The sect leader calls Mu Hui, but he has vanished without a trace. The guy runs at full speed across the roof, making an incredible jump from the roof of one building to the roof of another. He thinks that he did not have time to test his combat skills on them. He must hurry. The others are in great danger. In the middle of the yard stands Ilmu, holding Mu Jin's body in one hand and gripping Mu Hua's collapsed body by the hair with the other. Nearby behind her back lies bloodied Mu Chiul. Next to him, his two-handed sword protrudes from the ground. Mu Il's eyes blaze with red flames as she says to leave her the girl and get lost themselves. Then she will spare their lives. She asks, well, what? Well, the disciples of the Huashan sect stand silently, looking at her. Mu Hua, drawing his blade, says, since she caught her eye, she will go first. Mu Jin says, be careful. Mu Chiul reaches for his sword, sheathed behind his back. They are attacking the motionless Mu Il. The red lights in her eyes flare up stronger. The same scarlet energy blazes in the trail left in the air by the swing of her sword. Blood spurts from the body of the first attacker. With a kick, she throws the body away from herself. Manhwa tries to stand on his feet after the blow. Mu-il, whose face did not twitch a single muscle, awaits the next opponent. Mu-chiol attacks her in a jump, raising a two-handed sword above his head. Mu-il easily jumps aside. The sword strike hits the tile paving the courtyard. The young man raises his sword for a new attack. He swings the sword, but the opponent slips under it. A satisfied smirk appears on Mu-il's face as she raises her hand, enveloped in a cloud of internal energy for a strike. She swiftly approaches Mu-chiol, and blood splatters in all directions. Blood also lands on Mu-il as she swings for another strike. Mu-chiol, still gripping the sword, is blown backward like a feather. Mu-jin exclaims, "Mu-chiol!" then rushes toward Mu-il. Waves of power simply emanate from her. Without looking, she senses the approach of the enemy. Her eyes are flooded with the ruby fire of deadly energy. Her entire body radiates the energy of blood and the thirst to kill. Mu-jin loses confidence and determination. The young man sees how the killer deals with the motionless body lying on the ground. He mercilessly slashes with the blade the person lying on the ground. The lifeless eyes of the man no longer express anything. He feels neither pain nor fear. The killer's lips stretch into a satisfied smile. Little Mu-jin hides under the bed. He covers his mouth with his palm to avoid screaming. He cannot take his eyes off the bloody puddle on the floor. Mu-il's fist strikes the young man's cheekbone. His body is thrown far backward. He falls on his back at a great distance from the opponent. She looks at him expectantly. Will he dare to attack again? Mu-jin struggles to get up. The wounded Manhwa rushes forward. Mu-jin continues to sit on the ground, regaining consciousness. Mu-il grabs the girl's blade with his bare hand. She tries to hit him with her fist, but Manhwa ducks, avoiding the blow. The girl covers her head with her hand, trying to understand the opponent's next moves. Mu-il's knee crashes into Manhwa's stomach, forcing her to bend over in pain. A stream of blood bursts from the girl's mouth. Manhwa falls to her knees, but Mu-il's hand holding her hair tightly prevents her from falling completely. With the other hand, the assassin takes her sword away. Mu-chiol appears behind Mu-il. He raises a two-handed sword above her head. But Mu-il suddenly crouches, and his sword flies over her head. Without looking back, she strikes several blows with the blade. Each hits the target, inflicting damage on Mu-chiol. Blood spurts from the young man's wounds. Mu-il steps aside, away from the two-handed sword ready to fall on her. Mu-chiol's eyes turn white. Blood flows not only from the wounds, but bloody drops also burst from his mouth. Mu-jin freezes in a half-bent position, trying to get up from the ground. He cannot take his eyes off the terrible sight. From his lips escapes, "No." A small hand rests on his hand holding the sword. A voice sounds in his head. "No." Little Mu-jin holds his hand tightly, saying, "If he attacks, he will die. He knows it himself." The boy asks, does he really think they can handle such a monster? Even Mu-hui and Mu-chiol couldn't inflict a single scratch. He suggests to him to just run. After all, they have no choice. Just as an ant cannot stop a human step, so they, even with swords drawn, can do nothing. They will simply be crushed like bugs. That is exactly why they look the other way, isn't that so? Mu-jin thinks that the reason he hesitates and doesn't feel strong enough is that he hasn't trained enough. He thinks that first he must survive, and then continue training, as it was before. Yes, he hesitates because he is not trained enough. It's all because he hasn't practiced enough, and he lacks composure. It's scary, but he can't do anything about it. It's his own fault for not preparing. He tells himself, no need to act foolish, and some movement happens nearby. Mu-jin turns his head and says with surprise, "Mu-chiol?" Next to him stands a wounded and bloodied young man pressing his hand to his chest. Mu-chiol barely says, "Older brother, this man. He seems even stronger than their senior disciple." The young man says that at least he must survive. They cannot all die here. He asks him to return to the main sect and report what happened, and he will try to buy time. Standing a little away, Mu-il says that he is resilient. The child inside Mu-jin continues to whisper, "Does he see?" Even Mu-chiol says that they need to run. That is rational. So, the voice tells him that running away is normal. But when he thinks about such an option, he feels strange. Blood. It is everywhere. How then could the disciples have shed so much blood and still pursue the monster? Looking after Mu-chiol, who is rushing into attack, Mu-jin wonders, was it because they were not prepared enough? Splashes of blood reach Mu-jin. He thinks, why does he feel relief, not anger at Mu-chiol's words? A child's hand touches the pool of blood spread across the tiles. The young man continues to wonder, why? He remembers a conversation with the senior disciple. Mu-hui, looking back at him walking behind, asks, does he say he does not know why he continues to hesitate? Well, if he himself does not know, then how could he know? The guy adds, he does not know if it will help him, but maybe he is lying to himself. Mu-hui explains, since what happened was so terrible, he buried it deep in his subconscious. Time passed. Maybe he himself forgot why he was so scared, or even what happened then. The guy explains to the confused Mu-jin, if that is so, then maybe a memory of why he first took a sword in his hands will help him. After all, there is no such thing as an action without a reason. He must think for himself. And he would like Mujin to stop interfering with his training right now. The young man remembers the reason why he first took a sword in his life. In his memories, all the horror that he had to endure arises. Little Mujin hides under the bed, covering his mouth with his hand to keep from screaming. Blood flows like a river before his eyes. The killer strikes again and again with the blade on the long, motionless body. The murderous energy emanating from him is so powerful that his appearance is lost in bloody red colors, and in Mujin's eyes he appears simply as a dark silhouette, with burning red flame eyes and a mouth stretched in a smile on his face. It was a terrible attack. All they could do was grab their legs when they swung their swords. Their desperate resistance was useless. Wrists holding pant legs, hands, chest, stomach, necks. Mujin saw his family cut into pieces by their blades. Despite this, his anger was suppressed by fear. It was not just pitiful, but miserable. If he had mastered martial arts and become stronger, he would have bravely confronted the killers. He wielded a sword and trained in martial arts. When he held the sword in his hands, his worries and fears disappeared. What he lacked was training, and he honed his cowardice and fear in the blade. He, who was once a coward, became someone else. He was able to overcome himself. He overcame his own heart. The reason why he continues to hesitate. The reason is that he lacked preparation. Because of this lack, Mujin believes he also lacks courage. Because of the lack of preparation, he is sure of it. Mujin is surprised, but how was Manhwa able? How was Muchiol able to attack that monster without warning? Mujin wonders. Why did he feel relief when Muchiol said he needed to run? A child's hand lowers into a pool of blood. Mujin's thoughts become fragmented and confused. He asks himself, why? Isn't this the same feeling as back then? Overcome? What did he overcome? He ruthlessly analyzes his behavior. Even when his loved one dies before his eyes, he freezes in fear, not anger, attributing his fear to lack of preparation. The young man honestly admits to himself that he is trying to save himself by fleeing without shedding a drop of blood. He asks himself again, what did he overcome? Was this why he took up the sword? Mujin grits his teeth, thinking, was the sword just a tool to run away from his pathetic self? Clenching the hilt of the blade in his hand, he thinks, despite the fact that this is a gesture of despair and futile resistance, like those who still fought against injustice, even if their bodies were torn apart, like those who do not retreat or yield to injustice. This was a sword raised to bravely oppose injustice. With his other hand, the young man grabs the ankle of Muchiol, slipping from his grasp, but he fails to hold him. Clenching the blade in his hand, Mujin makes a decision. He rises to his feet, deciding to accept the fight. The young man realizes that he no longer wants to run. In Mu'il's eyes, unfriendly red sparks flare up as she turns her gaze to him. Mujin attacks Mu'il in a leap, who holds Muhwa's hair in one hand, not letting her fall, and with the other hand squeezes Muchiol's throat. Looking at him, she asks, has he really decided to stay? Carelessly throwing Muchiol's body aside, she says, how annoying this is. Mujin's sword leaves a cut on her cheek, but ignoring it, Mu'il rushes at him. The nails on her hand lengthen, turning into claw-like shapes. She strikes directly at the young man's chest, and his body is tossed into the air like a feather. A stream of blood bursts from Mujin's mouth. From the weakened hand, a sword falls to the ground. Mu'il stands, holding Mujin's body in one hand. With the other, she continues to hold Mu Hui's hair. Muchiol's body lies behind her. Next to him, his sword sticks out of the ground. Blood is visible everywhere. On the tiles paving the courtyard, on the clothes of the Huashan disciples and Mu'il. Mu Hui touches Muchiol's neck, checking his pulse. Mu'il slowly turns her head towards him. A scarlet flame blazes in her eyes. She looks at the boy crouching near Muchiol. Mu Hui asks the young man to forgive him for coming too late. Mu'il thinks about her companions who went to deal with the leader of the sect of Radiant Splendor, realizing that the boy did not appear here by chance. The senior disciple says to Muchiol, too late, but let him endure a little longer. His aura flares red as he says that he will finish everything quickly now and return. He approaches Mu'il, who continues to hold the bodies of the Huashan sect disciples. Looking at Mu Hui, she says that he is a very interesting kid. She throws Mujin away from herself, saying, sometimes there are still such daredevils like him. The young man's body falls quite far from Mu'il, who continues to say that such guys are actually not to her taste, but the body of Manhwa, thrown back by a strong hand, hits the back against the tree trunk. Mu'il adds that he still has a weakness for such fearless ones. Stretching his lips into a smile, the assassin, who took the form of a girl, asks the guy not to disappoint him when he is so intrigued. Taking a fighting stance, the guy thinks that he will not underestimate the opponent. His thoughts are only about how to kill the enemy standing before him as soon as possible. Short, fast, minimal movements, delivering strikes using swordsmanship techniques focused solely on attack. The smile slips off Mu'il's face. The guy resorts to the secret technique of poisonous faith, His strike is so strong that it knocks the opponent off his feet and, on the follow-through, cuts the tree trunk under which Manhwa lies. The assassin manages to stay on his feet, but blood spurts in all directions from a wound just above the abdomen. Bent over, the criminal looks at the blood flowing from his body. Transforming his body, he closes the wound. Raising his head and smiling, he says, "Chi sword? Unexpected. How good the guy is. He is not just brave, but truly excellent." He fails to finish the sentence, as another attack from the guy forces him to bend sharply to avoid losing his head. Manhwa continues the assault, not giving the opponent a chance to recover. A curse slips from the lips of the killer. The guy uses the falling plum blossom technique, and the opponent falls to the ground. He tries to strike the killer with a sword, but the latter stops his weapon with bare hands. The criminal rolls onto his side, continuing to hold the sword with his hands. The guy intensifies the attack. The opponent's energy strikes Manhwa. The killer performs a somersault, kicking the guy backward while continuing to grip his sword with his hands. Disarmed, Manhwa is thrown backward, but he manages to stay on his feet. Staggering, he regains his balance. His gaze follows the opponent's actions without distraction. Having completed the somersault, he freezes, clutching the guy's sword in his hand. The killer covers his mouth with his palm, realizing he has made a mistake. The guy rushes toward the opponent. Between them, a two-handed sword of Muchil protrudes from the ground. Manhwa grabs the bloodied sword on the go. A smirk appears again on the killer's face, and red sparks continue to dance in his eyes. Their movements become so fast that only blurred silhouettes are visible. The smiling criminal, who took the form of Mu-il, holds back the two-handed sword that Manhwa brought down on him with both hands. The opponent's hands reach out to each other. The guy blocks a kick that the killer tries to deliver to him. The person in Mu-il's body manages to push the guy away, increasing the distance between them. Manhwa grips the sword hilt tighter in his hand. With one hand, he strikes the opponent's face, while with the other he swings the heavy two-handed sword. Manhwa's gaze is focused and full of determination. The sword strike hits the ground. The opponent manages to slip away at the last moment, stepping aside. Taking advantage of the moment, the killer punches the guy in the face. Manhwa staggered from the blow, blood spurting from his mouth. The guy casts a sidelong glance at the opponent. He swings the sword and delivers a crushing blow, literally sweeping away the criminal's body. The killer's body soars high into the air. The guy makes a giant leap, catching up to him. Kanbo Yum watches them from the roof of the house. The man kept wondering where Manhwa had gone so quickly. As it turned out, he went to fight the killer. The sect leader thinks he would have helped the guy if his right-hand man were with him. If he tries to do anything in this state, he can only cause harm. And now he will be more useful if he takes care of the other disciples. The killer thrusts his hand forward, using the 100 palm forms technique. Red streams of energy rush toward the guy pursuing him in the forest. Manhwa swings his sword, deflecting the energy streams. The killer's energy weakens and dissipates. The guy relentlessly approaches him. The criminal is surprised. Did he destroy his attack with just one sword swing? In his eyes, although the deadly sparks continue to shine, he already looks confused. Scarlet energy swirls around the killer, carrying petals of the same color to him. It twirls around him, causing him to feel apprehensive. Manhwa uses the technique plum blossoms in full bloom. Briefly touching the trees, his power inflicts irreparable damage on them. The criminal covers himself with his hands, trying to protect himself from the flying petals. His energy has completely faded. Continuing to smile, he says, "Not bad." His hand is enveloped by a scarlet aura. A blood-red stream bursts from it. The killer uses the technique Whip, Form Destroyer. The guy literally soars above the energy stream and rushes toward the opponent. He flips in midair to avoid the strike. Manhwa reaches the place where the killer stands. He strikes with a sword, but it hits the ground. The criminal manages to slip away. A cheerful smile plays on the lips of the murderer. The opponent's hand reaches for the guy, but he deflects it with his own hand. He swings the sword again, and the killer jumps aside. His severed hand flies through the air with splashes of blood. The guy kicks him in the wound on the stomach. The weakened opponent is thrown quite far back from him. Stopping, he bends over in pain. A moan escapes his lips. Blood flows from the stump left in place of the right hand. The killer raises his eyes glowing with red energy at the guy and speaks, calling him dear. After this, let him excuse her, but she will not be sweet. Not be. Manhwa attacks Mu-il in a jump, raising a two-handed sword above his head. The killer, avoiding the blade, crashes into the guy. Thrown back by Manhwa's strike, he flies backward, hitting his back against the tree trunk. His wary gaze is fixed on the opponent. The latter, not giving him time to recover, tries to knock him down. The guy dodges and swings the sword again. The assassin, currently standing with his back to him and regaining balance, looks around. Manhwa puts his energy into the sword and strikes. The opponent saturates the surviving limb with energy and deflects it. The guy stands with the sword raised high. The sleeve of his kaftan is torn to shreds. Manhwa directs a testing gaze at the assassin. He rejoices, saying that the guy could not handle his internal energy. Manhwa's internal energy collided with his, and his energy easily won. The assassin says that the guy cannot even move because of the pain. It's annoying, of course, but he will still be able to have plenty of fun. The guy grabs the sword hilt with his other hand. Now, gripping the weapon with both hands, he swings to strike. The criminal tries to avoid the blow, but he is standing too close and cannot increase the distance between them in time. The boy's sword pierces the killer's body through and through. The killer, tearing the sword from the boy's hands, jumps back several steps. Staggering, he sinks to the ground. A fairly large amount of blood gushes from his mouth. Bloody splashes sprinkle the ground at his feet. Hanging his head on his chest, the killer sits on the ground in a puddle of his own blood, pierced through by a two-handed sword. From his throat, a hoarse laugh, abruptly cut off, barely escapes. He says, "Strange. He just wanted to have some fun with him, and then kill him. So why did it all turn out this way? Both combat skills and inner energy. He is much stronger than this boy." Meanwhile, Mu Hui, tearing off the remnants of his sleeve, examines his hand. Looking at him, the criminal notes that there is not a drop of panic in him. What the hell is this? He says that the ability to remain calm and look for opportunities to attack is an important skill. The killer admits that he lost. Mu Hui asks, "Are there any other disciples of the ancient demon with 100 faces besides him?" The defeated opponent answers negatively. "No, they are all dead. He and those two boys, they are the last." Mu Hui says, "I see. So the atrocities will end here." The killer, bowing his head to his chest, remains silent. Then he quietly says, "If the disciples of the ancient demon with 100 faces die, will the killing stop?" It seems the guy doesn't understand something. Raising his head, he asks, "Does he really think that one is dead?" Mu Hui asks, "Isn't he?" The killer says, "If that one hasn't been seen by anyone after disappearing, it doesn't mean he's dead yet." He says that he trained in solitude and became much stronger than he was. The guy grabs the sword's hilt. He twists it and the criminal screams in pain. Mu Hui orders him to say everything he knows. He asks, "Where is the ancient demon with 100 faces?" A trickle of blood flows from the corner of the killer's lips. He answers that he sees no need for that. "The teacher is in a place the guy can't reach." Mu Hui says, "Can't reach? What nonsense is that if he's just stalling now?" The reply is, "No." The killer says he still won't say anything. The guy makes a decision. He drives the sword even deeper into the criminal's body, and then he pulls it out. Blood from the killer's wounds gushes like a fountain. The sun shines brightly in the sky. Its rays fall through the open window onto the person lying in bed. Mujin, having come to himself, opens his eyes. He suddenly sits up in bed. His chest and torso are tightly bandaged. The sudden movement causes him pain and a moan escapes from his lips. Mu Hui, standing with his back to him and pouring a drink from a teapot into a cup, says that he has not yet recovered, so he should be more careful. Confused, Mujin says, "Senior disciple?" He bombards the guy with questions. The killers. What about them? He remembers how he fought. Handing him a cup, Mu Hui says he should not worry. He killed them all. The guy, handing him the cup, says that he sent a message to the Zhuangnan sect. They should arrive in a couple of days. Manhwa and Mu Chiul are already training. They got off lightly. He tells the young man to drink the drink. It is tea made from plum blossoms. Mujin thanks him. The young man drinks the drink brewed by the guy. He lifts his eyes from the cup when the voice of Mu Hui sounds. "Sorry." Mujin asks, "What?" The boy, looking out the window without turning around, adds, "He did not expect her to be so strong." Continuing to look out the window, Mu Hui says, he is very glad that the youth only got a scratch, though he could have died. Mu Hui, holding a cup with the same drink as Mujin, slightly turns his head towards him and says, "By the way, he knows that he made his own decisions. He did not even think that he would dare to give his life carrying out his order. Not all is lost." The boy adds that, as the senior disciple, he will take all responsibility upon himself. As soon as he returns to the Huashan sect, he will leave the position of senior disciple. He adds that the others are already aware. Mujin says confusedly, "Senior disciple." Continuing to look out the window, the boy says, "Mu Chiul said that Mujin is the only one who managed to scratch the killer." The youth again asks confusedly, "Him?" Mu Hui replies that he himself came late, so he does not know the details. But Mu Chiul. Mujin jumps to attack Mu Il, who is holding Mu Hui's hair in one hand and gripping Mu Chiul's throat with the other. His sword slices the killer's cheek. The opponent's hand, strengthened by internal energy, pierces Mujin's chest. Blood spurts from the youth's mouth. The sword falls to the ground with a clang from the weakened hand. Mu Chiul, lying on the ground, raises his head and watches the battle. He lies behind the killer, thrown away by a strong hand. The criminal holds Mujin's limp body in his hand. Mu Hui, turning to the young man, says, "All right, forget it." Mujin thinks, is the senior student mocking him? And he had thought he would hear a kind word from him. The guy says that the size of the wound doesn't matter. He explains, what matters more is that the young man has changed. Mujin looks cautiously at Mu Hui. The guy says, When you face an obstacle, you don't always need some great insight to deal with it. Sometimes a small action is enough. It breaks down the barricade. This time he only slightly scratched the enemy. That's because he was too strong, but Mu Hui is sure Mu Jin will understand everything next time he finds himself in a similar situation. Turning again to the window, the guy adds, he has overcome his past. A smile appears on the guy's lips as he says, I've been talking too much. He suggests to the young man, let's go. The young man is surprised. What, where? He hopes that he is not inviting him to training. The guy replies that it is a kind of training. The young man tries to object, saying that it hurts. The senior student insists, all the more reason he needs to go. Everyone is waiting only for him, so let him get dressed. Mu Jin smiles earnestly, but tears stream down his cheeks. Mu Hui, Mu Chiol, and Mu Jin sit in a hot spring resembling a huge pool lined with stones. The guy, closing his eyes, says, there is nothing more important than a good rest. He believes that hot springs are best suited for this. Mu Chiol adds that water from hot springs promotes recovery. Mu Jin thinks, and this is training? Mu Kvi blissfully says, he did not expect that the sect leader would prepare for them the best of the local springs. Mu Kwa tearfully begged to come here. They should have visited the springs earlier. He is sure that the girl is happy now. Mu Hua, sitting in the hot spring with closed eyes, enjoys the moment. The question forces the guy to open his eyes. How did he manage to deal with the killer? Looking at the clouds, he thoughtfully says, how? He answers that he was just lucky. Mu Cheol says, she was very strong after all. He even thought she was stronger than the senior student. The latter replies, possibly. The guy adds, after all, she dealt with the first generation of disciples of the Zhuangnan sect. Mu Cheol is surprised by his words. Mu Kvi, continuing to look at the clouds, explains, most likely if the fight had been fair, he probably would have defeated her. She just lacked experience. But it must be admitted, she is strong, since she managed to destroy the first-generation students. In some ways, she was better than him. He remembers the moment when the killer stopped his sword with bare hands. And then, performing an absolutely incredible somersault, he managed to disarm him. When he deliberately dislocated his own bone to counterattack, it was unexpected. He thinks this is no longer skill. With such fighter instincts, one can only be born. The guy believes that if the criminal who took Mu Il's form had not died, he would have become more dangerous than the ancient demon with 100 faces. Mu Hui says, so, the reason he was able to kill her. After a short pause, he finishes the phrase, is that she lost vigilance. On the guy's hand there is a huge bruise. He continues speaking. At one moment their swords clashed, and he couldn't handle her inner energy, which caused his hand to get injured. And then she decided that the fight was over. Demonstrating how he did it, Mu Hui explains that holding his hand with the other, he pierced her with the blade. He adds, if her goal was to kill him, she could have struck him on the head with the sword. Just like if his goal was simply victory, he would have decided it was over when he cut off her right hand. Mu Hui says, maybe that sounded too stupid. After all, she dealt with the entire first generation, but that's exactly why he said he was lucky. If not for her arrogance, he wouldn't be here now. Now Mu Jin understands what happened to the senior student's hand. Mu Hui says that they better think about themselves and their behavior. Strength means nothing if a person is dead. One should not forget that people can die at any moment. He urges them to be more restrained. Mentally, the guy adds that he himself has learned this. Mu Hui thinks that his current self is too weak. Mentally, he returns again to the battle. It's true that he didn't use his usual sword and applied these techniques in combat for the first time. But even so, his conclusion that he was lucky remains the same. On top of that, he tried to test his martial arts on someone like a killer. Both were arrogant. He understands that he has a long way to go. But with this injury, he won't be able to train. This makes him very sad. His thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of strangers. A bearded man tells his young companion that it seems these guys got here before them. A mighty man whose body and face are crossed by old scars asks, do the guys mind if they join? His face looks quite friendly. Mu Hui reluctantly answers no, while wondering, what is this old man doing here? The man sits in the spring, enjoying its warmth. His companion settles down next to him. The man and the youth close their eyes, blissfully enjoying the warm waters. Silence reigns for a while. The boy studies the strangers with his gaze. The man says that judging by their muscles, they are probably Huashan disciples. The boy confirms his guess. Yes, he is Mu Hui. Meanwhile, he thinks, did he understand just like that? Looking at them, yes, probably he is on another level. The disciples following his example also say their names. The man says that today's youth often neglect strength training, but it seems this does not apply to them. Then, as if suddenly remembering, he says, addressing the boy, so he is Mu Hui? If he remembers correctly, he was a disciple of Henzhou. He adds, but for some reason, staring intently at the guy, he finishes the phrase. His gaze more resembles the Phantom Swordmaster. Mu Jin thinks in surprise. This man speaks as if he knew them both well. Who is he? Mu Hui replies that he gave him a couple of training tips. Apparently, he took them too literally. Maybe that's the reason. The man is surprised. The Phantom Swordmaster gave him a couple of tips? He bursts out laughing loudly, causing his companions bewilderment. The man says, when he scolded him, he acted as if he didn't care at all. But it turns out he cared about the students of other swordmasters? Well, what a selfish one. He laughs again, realizing he apologizes for such a sudden reaction and asks not to pay attention to it. He explains. Simply, he taught the Phantom Swordmaster using various methods. Mu Jin and Mu Chiul look at him in surprise. He taught the Phantom Swordmaster, the best in all unconventional Murim? Mu Jin thinks, if he taught someone so experienced, then this person is probably a famous martial arts master. But who is he? Mu Hui stands up. Mu Jin looks at him in surprise, folding his hands in the traditional greeting gesture. The young man apologizes for not recognizing him. Under the astonished gazes of his comrades, he greets the Iron Mountain Fist King. Distrust can be read in Mu Chiul's eyes. Mu Jin also looks surprised. They cannot believe that the Iron Mountain Fist King is standing before them. This man has the heaviest fist in all of Murim. He is the most powerful martial arts master in fist combat. While other martial arts masters meditated or swung swords and hands to achieve enlightenment, the Iron Mountain Fist King simply focused on building muscle. Mu Chiul and Mu Jin follow Mu Hui's example and greet the man. They utter words of greeting. The man responds, wow, they know about him? He is flattered. He says his name is Ma Eunho. He admits that he is a bit embarrassed when called the Iron Mountain Fist King in Jianghu. He did not want to put them in an awkward position, so he asks them to relax and enjoy the spring waters. Realizing, he points to his companion and says that this is his disciple. The disciple stands up and greets the young men, saying he is glad to meet them. He introduces himself, giving his name, Wu Taikan. Mu Hui, studying the young man with his gaze, reflects that he knew nothing about the Iron Mountain Fist King's disciple. The young man, looking at Wu Taikan, thinks that he looks strong. Stronger than most martial arts masters. Ma Enko says they travel to train the youth. He lacks experience because he trained in the mountains. Mu Jin replies, understood. He asks the youth, can he learn how their journey is progressing? Wu Taikan says that he fought with 43 people and defeated them all. Mu Jin says, clear, amazing. Mu Hui thinks, considering who his mentor is, that is quite possible. The young man adds, honestly, the last fight was serious. If the opponent's sword had not broken, he would have lost. The guy stops him, saying that the sword is a reflection of the owner's hand. Mu Hui believes that the broken sword only proves that its owner lacks sufficient skills. No martial arts sword master in Jianghu would regret a broken sword. Mu Jin agrees with him. That's right. The responsibility for a broken sword lies with the one who poorly cared for it. The young man adds that, in any case, Wu Taikan must be really strong since he won all the fights. If the last fight was on the edge, then the opponent he told him about was probably serious. He asks, who was it? Wu Taikan answers, he thinks it is faster to just describe him than to call him by name. He claims that he was a student of the Phantom Swordmaster. The guy is surprised by such a turn of events. Ma Enko says thoughtfully, if he remembers correctly, his name was Doko Yul. Sounds similar to the name Phantom Swordmaster. The man is sure. If the opponent's sword had not broken, his student would have lost. But as these guys said, a martial arts master must take care of his sword. Mu Kvi says, it is the duty of a sword master, so don't think of it as an unfair victory. Wu Taikan replies, understood. The guy adds, it seems he wanted a perfect victory. He says he is interested in the details of the duel and asks, can he tell about them? Wu Taikan answers, of course. The fight between the apprentice of the Phantom Sword Master Doko Yul and the apprentice of the Iron Mountain Fist King Wu Taikan was simple. 100 turns. Doko Yul's sword could not withstand the blow of Wu Taikan's fist. It broke. That's all. He simply lost. Mu Hui stretches his lips into a smile. But inside he boils. What a bastard. He broke the sword and admitted defeat? And in front of that old man's apprentice? The guy thinks he doesn't know when they will meet, but he will skin him alive. Ma Eunho says that on this note, he said to those two, he then said that they must train their students and create conditions for the fight. The Phantom Swordmaster once said that the world of his students surpasses theirs. The man wonders what kind of face he would have if he found out about this. He laughs heartily. Mu Jin suggests that the man means Henjo and the Phantom Swordmaster. Both Mu Chiul and Mu Jin think of only one thing. The apprentice of the Phantom Swordmaster lost. They glare at the senior apprentice, near whom, it seems, even the air has thickened. Meanwhile, Ma Eunho says, what a disgrace. He can't even laugh at them. He regrets that they are no longer here. The man says, in any case, what he wants to say. What he thinks about this. He asks Mu Hui, what about fighting his student? He feels that fate itself brought them together. The guy, without a second's hesitation, answers, of course. He adds, let them name the time and place. He suggests, it can be right here and now if they want. The man exclaims, wow, how confident! Here and now! He asks the student, what will he say? The young man answers, always ready. Maenko says, well fine, let them prepare. The man finds a spot. He says, it seems okay here, but still not quite perfect for a fight. The guy standing in the clearing opposite him answers, he thinks this place is just right. Maenko says he's glad to hear that. The man thanks for the understanding, but he warns that he wants to ask for something else. The response is, of course. The man asks if he can analyze his skills. He's just curious. Maenko says he can refuse if he doesn't want to. The guy replies, no, everything is fine. But what does analyze mean? The man answers, it's simple. He just needs to hit his palm with all his strength. Raising his hand in front of him, he says, let him do it when he is ready. Mu Jin is a little worried about what is happening. The young man thinks about the fact that Mu Hui's hand has not yet recovered. Why is he exhausting himself like that? The guy thinks, who cares if Wu Taikan is strong or not? This arrogant old man drives him crazy. Moving forward, he thinks, what? To fight? To analyze his skills? Of course. His body may not have recovered yet, but he has enough strength to wipe that smirk off his face. The palms of the Iron Mountain Fist King and Mu Hui touch. The surge of power is felt even by those present. For several minutes, silence reigns in the clearing. Ma Yunho's face becomes puzzled. The man says, he is definitely a student of the Phantom Swordmaster. He finds this surprising, but that's enough. He says the guy can rest. Ma Eunho announces that they will continue as soon as his breathing evens out. He tells the student to be ready. Mu Hui is amazed and a little upset. What, that's all? The guy thought the man would be surprised or something like that. He decides that he has a stupid reaction, which is unlike him. He curses mentally. The king of the Iron Mountain Fist, standing with his back to him, darkens. What the hell? Taking a step forward, he mentally addresses Henjo. How could he hide such a student? He understands that this duel will be spectacular. He mentally warns Henjon. He must know that his student is also strong. Wutakan froze, waiting for the signal to fight. He is determined. Furrowing his brows, he waits for Mu Hui to be ready for battle. Looking at him, the young man slowly draws the blade from its sheath, thinking that he is strong in spirit and has a pair of remarkable eyes. A joyful spark lights up in the young man's eyes at the thought that he has a chance to destroy the opponent's eyes. Raising the blade, he announces that he is ready. Wutakan responds, good. The young man, dropping to one knee and leaning on tightly bandaged hands, says, then it's time to start. Mu Hui thinks, what an interesting pose. The onlookers do not even manage to notice the lightning-fast approach of the rivals. They are struck by the speed of the young men. Wu Taikan resorts to the heavenly iron fist technique. Mu Hui feels as if a huge boulder is flying at him. The youth is definitely a student of this old man. The guy is sure that the young man still has a long way to go. Wu Taikan is relentlessly approaching Mu Hui, who is ready to confront him. The youth radiates strength and confidence. Wu Taikan stops. He is puzzled and wonders, where did the opponent go? Mu Hui appears behind his back. The guy strikes the opponent with a sword, but his blade bounces off the young man's iron muscles, leaving the guy bewildered. Mu Jin is surprised. Wu Taikan deflected the senior student's sword strike. The young man, ready to attack at any moment, looks back. The youth's fist aimed at Mu Hui meets his blade on its path. The guy thinks, a good attack but not enough to win. But then his thoughts are cut off, and he looks at his blade in confusion. Mu Hui is clearly excited about what is happening. The guy is preparing to repel another attack from the enemy. When Wu Taikan is already ready to strike with his fist, he simply dodges to the side. At the same time, Mu Hui thinks. He wanted to repel all attacks to humiliate this old man, but the arm injury is much worse than he thought. Of course, it would be better to repel these attacks head-on. Wu Taikan notices the guy's maneuver. He wonders. He unexpectedly withdrew his left hand and let his attack pass. Could it be that his arm is causing him discomfort? He realizes, this is where he needs to strike. Mu Hui slips under the opponent's arm. The guy grips the sword tighter. Wu Taikan joins his hands to strengthen the blow. Mu Hui, taking advantage of the moment, strikes him in the chest. The young man chokes on blood. He forcefully lowers his hands, joined into one fist, onto the guy's back. For a moment, the youth freezes, trying to comprehend what is happening. In the clouds of dust behind him, Mu Hui appears. Determination can be read in the boy's eyes. Mu Hui's sword rushes towards the opponent, ready to parry the strike. The boy's blade passes a few millimeters from the youth's head. Wu Taikan, slipping under the blade, strikes him on the left, injured arm. Such a blow causes painful sensations, unpleasant for the boy. Mu Hui realizes that the opponent deliberately aimed at his left arm. He wonders, could it be that he understood in just a few strikes that he was trying not to expose it? Delivering a kick, Mu Hui thinks that he must admit, the youth is not bad. Wu Taikan is thrown several steps back. The boy, who initially just wanted to play along, thinks that this will probably be impossible, considering the young man's skill level and the condition of his arm. Mentally, the boy promises the opponent instead to show him something else. He raises the sword above his head. His strike is about to cleave the youth in two. Wutakan's face pales. Death relentlessly approaches him, and he feels his powerlessness before its visage. In his mind flashes. This looks like a simple attack, but something is wrong here. He feels the danger relentlessly closing in. The young man thinks, neither dodge nor block. It seems to him as if a huge wall is crashing down on him. Mujin and Muchil watch the duel tensely. Wutakan falls to his knees at Muhui's feet, admitting that he lost. Like an inexorable fate above him stands a young man with a sword raised above his head. A man watches the outcome of the battle from afar. He is surprised that at the last moment the Huashan disciple did not finish the attack. He just threatened with his actions. Ma Yanho understands that his disciple was scared and lost fighting spirit. This means the Huashan disciple is skilled enough to make the opponent lose confidence. The man says, "Not bad for a first defeat." He thinks the young man needed to learn to fall in order to rise. He is sure the disciple will think a lot after this. Mentally, he addresses Henjo. "Did you see? His disciple won the fight, a perfect victory. He showed his disciple what defeat means. Therefore, as his teacher, he must do something." Wutakan, respectfully bowing in a traditional bow, says, "It was a good fight. He learned a lot." The young man, bowing with no less respect, replies, he agrees the fight was good. He hopes the opponent is not injured. The latter assures that everything is fine, and thanks him. Manhwa says, "But the guy is wounded." The man asks, "Can he examine his hand?" The sky is painted with the colors of sunset. Manhwa, standing at the gate of the Shining Splendor sect, says, "So, there was a duel after they left the hot springs, and now they have returned to the sect, and all this happened within 4 hours?" She protests, "Why didn't they call her?" Muchil admits that they didn't think about it. Mujin shyly adds, "The duel was so fierce that they..." Manhwa asks, "How could they leave without saying anything? Do they even realize how worried she was?" Muchil asks them to forgive, but because of this duel, everything slipped their minds. The girl wonders, how intense must the duel have been? Muchil answers that the opponent of the senior disciple was a disciple of the Iron Mountain Fist King. They went on a journey and ran into them. On the roof of a tall building, Wutakan, balancing on one finger, stands in a handstand. His silhouette is clearly visible against the backdrop of the sunset sky. This has been going on for quite some time. The sun is setting, and the young man still continues to stand in a very uncomfortable position. His teacher says that it's much worse than he thought. He defeated his student in such a state. Where did he get this injury? He squeezes Muhui's hand, and the boy's body bends in pain. The man says, "It seems he really is in pain." Continuing to squeeze his hand, Ma Enho says that he must endure it. There is no other option. If he had waited a little longer, he might have lost his hand altogether. So he should be glad that he feels pain. Continuing to affect the guy's hand, the man asks, "So what happened?" It's quite difficult to meet someone capable of creating something like that. Muhui, lying on the table in front of him, admits that it was a serial killer. Ma Enho clarifies, "Does he mean the ancient demon with 100 faces?" Muhui answers, "No, he is talking about his disciples." The man says, he thought that one was dead. He says, it turns out that not only was he hiding himself, but he was also hiding his disciples. So, they were strong? Grimacing in pain, the guy replies, "They quite easily dealt with the first-generation disciples of the Zhuangnan sect." The man does not hide his surprise. Ma Enho says, "It turns out he is strong enough to deal with the one who killed the first-generation disciples of the Zhuangnan sect." Muhui answers that he was just lucky. He managed to kill the criminal when he lost vigilance. The man says that this is only possible with sufficient experience and skills. He was really lucky that only his hand was injured. Ma Enho says, and despite this, he agreed to fight his disciple. He says he wants to somehow help the guy. What does he think about this? He asks, will Muhui allow him to train him a little? Knowledge alone is not enough to achieve much in martial arts. It is necessary to train until they firmly settle in the body and mind, until experience appears. As for experience, it will be much more effective if it is experience on the edge of life and death. Standing in the clearing and gripping a sword in his hand, the boy thinks about how he managed to improve quickly in this life, thanks to the experience from his past life. But he understands that strength has no limits. Swinging the sword, the boy reflects that he must be careful not to become arrogant. Also, he still hasn't gotten used to the Huashan sword. He realizes that he needs not new martial arts, but experience. The fastest way to get it is to fight someone and overcome the threat of death. And that is why Ma Yanho is a suitable opportunity. The Iron Mountain Fist King, towering over the boy since his head is at the man's shoulder level, asks if he is sure. He says that the Phantom Swordmaster also asked for such training but lost consciousness in one move. Ma Yanho says this is the last chance to refuse the fight. The boy replies that everything is fine. The man thinks that Mu Hui must believe he will gain more from the fight than from the lesson. The Iron Mountain Fist King says, well, since that is exactly what he wants, he will no longer try to dissuade him. Taking a fighting stance, he says he will use martial arts of his level. Ma Yanho suggests Mu Hui to start. The boy, raising his sword, rushes at the opponent. His blade descends on the man's muscular, bumpy arm. With his other hand, Ma Yanho grabs Mu Hui's wrist, holding the sword. He lifts the guy into the air and makes a throw from left to right along the trajectory. Mu Hui painfully hits the ground, falling to the right side of the giant. The man raises his fist to strike. His mighty hand crashes down on the guy lying on the ground, but he slips out from under his fist and jumps back, increasing the distance between them. With one jerk, the man catches up to Mu Hui, and his fist rushes toward the guy. Mu Hui raises his hand, palm facing the opponent. His palm radiates inner energy, which he directs at the opponent. The huge fist of Ma Yanho meets the guy's palm, and an energy ring appears around their hands. Mu Hui manages to stop the opponent's hand. The man's fist deflects to the side, which causes him confusion. Puzzled, Ma Yanho mentally wonders, could the guy have changed the trajectory of his fist? The sword Mu Hui whistled past the man's ear. Inner energy flares in Ma Yanho's eyes. The king of the Iron Mountain Fist dodges Mu Hui's sword. In an instant, the man significantly increases the distance between them. The boy raises his sword in front of him, covering his face. The reflection of the king of the Iron Mountain Fist, already prepared to attack, is visible on the blade. A determined expression appears on the boy's face. He slightly raises the sword so that the hilt is at the top and the tip is at the bottom. He moves so fast that it is impossible to follow him. Ma Yanho's fist easily throws the boy aside. Mu Hui mentally scolds his opponent. He himself said he would control his strength, but somehow it is not noticeable that he is doing so. The boy comes to his senses with the thought, could it be that he died? He lies in bed. The sun illuminates part of his bed, but his head is still in the shadow. Mu Hui sits up in bed, not understanding what is happening. He turns his head toward the open window nearby. His face expresses confusion. The guy's gaze falls on the edge of the bed, where sheets of paper covered in writing lie. He takes them in his hands and begins to read the message. In the very first line, a request for forgiveness. He reads a letter from Ma Yanho. He writes that it has been a long time since he felt such excitement during a fight, so he could not sufficiently control his internal energy. He asks to be forgiven for this mistake. The man reports that after what happened, he treated his internal wounds. The Iron Mountain Fist King wanted to stay until his awakening, but he had to leave to find a new opponent for his student. He hopes for his understanding. The man writes that while he was waiting for his awakening, he replayed their fight in his head. The method the guy used to change the trajectory of his strike. The technique that brought to mind a shapeless flower causing any attack to scatter like petals. He does not know its name, but he is sure it is connected to Mount Huashan. He never managed to learn the name of the technique, so he asks the guy to tell him about it at their next meeting. The man writes that it is an excellent skill, but it has its drawbacks. He wants to tell him about them, and about what he thinks on the matter. Also about a new training method he invented. At the end of the letter, a figure of a person is drawn, squatting to lift some kind of barbell-like object. After finishing reading, the guy thoughtfully says, only 1 page about the drawbacks, and 9 about the training method. He thinks the man's thoughts on the drawbacks are quite interesting. He thinks that Ma Yanho really liked him. The guy knows that the Iron Mountain Fist King is not the kind of person who would be shy to teach juniors. But he is also not the kind who gives many explanations. Perhaps he does all this for him not just because he is Henjo's student, but also because he saw talent in him. He thinks about how hard it is to contact Ma Yanho because no one ever knows where he might be. So it is a blessing of fate that they met like this, and he received such help from the man. Nevertheless, the guy is still going to talk about training methods. Manhwa appears in this doorway. She asks, when did the senior disciple wake up? He answers, just now. The girl says, understood, and she was about to wake him up. Now there is no need. Mu Hui asks, wake him up? Did something happen? Manhwa answers, no, but there are several people here from the Zhuangnan sect. A voice of the guy is heard from the window of the house. It must be because of the killer. He promises that he will come now. The king of the Iron Mountain Fist looks at the sun shining in the blue sky. A disciple sitting nearby on a stone says, it seems to him that the teacher has had many thoughts since they left the hot springs. The man, looking at him, asks, why suddenly? The young man answers that he is not himself. Ma Yanho says, I see. It seems Wutakan is thinking about Mu Hui. Is he worried about the defeat? The young man is surprised by his insight. How did he know? The man answers that he would be a fool if he did not understand this after living so many years. The teacher says not to dwell on the defeat. He has learned what he lacks, so he should just focus on training. The disciple agrees, yes, he will do so. The young man asks, what is the teacher thinking about? He, a little absent-mindedly, asks again, what is he thinking about? Then he answers, just nothing special. just about his old friends. Wutakan is surprised. He has friends? The man asks. What does he want to say by that? A hand reaches into the drawer, in which lies a sword, a kaftan. A voice sounds. On the inner side of the collar is embroidered a large Big Dipper and 3 swords. 2 young men, one crouching and the other standing, leaned over the box standing on the floor. One of them says that these items really belong to Ilmu, Ilson, and Ilhun. Sadness is written on the young man's face. He rises from the floor. The second of the Zhuangnan disciples continues to stand, lowering his eyes. Hands fold into a traditional greeting gesture, a fist covered by a palm. The disciples of the Zhuangnan sect greet the leader of the Radiant Splendor sect, Kangbo Yuma, and Mu Hui with his companions. One of the young men says, they had to endure so much because of them. He asks them for forgiveness for this. His name is Il Hen, and he does this on behalf of the leader of their sect. He thanks the disciples of the Huashan sect and Kangbo Yuma. Il Hen says that their sect will never forget what they have done for them. Mu Hui and the other Huashan disciples stand with their hands folded in a greeting gesture. The first-generation disciples of the Zhuangnan sect, after taking the belongings of their comrades, began preparing to return. As a farewell, one of them, looking back, announces that it is time for them and wishes the Huashan disciples a safe journey. Mu Hui thanks them and asks them to be careful. The young man and his companions intend to enjoy the hot springs once more before heading to their sect. However, after what the Zhuangnan disciples said, their plans changed. One of the students, realizing, says that a competition in 6-fold sword combination will soon take place. He expresses hope that their second-generation students will learn a lot from them, and adds that they will be eagerly waiting for them. Mu Kavi is pondering. A competition in 6-fold sword combination. Mu Hua, standing behind him, exclaims, now that they have left, it turns out they have finished all the business. The girl suggests enjoying the hot springs. Mu Hui, not listening to her, states that preparations for departure must be made. Mu Hua freezes with a joyful expression on her face, the same with which she spoke about the source. Coming to her senses, she asks the guy, why? He himself recently agreed. She worries about his health. Without looking back, Mu Kvi answers, yes, he agreed. But then he did not know about the upcoming competition in 6-fold sword combination. Looking back, he reports that they must prepare for him. The competition in 6-fold sword combination is held to strengthen friendly ties between the Zhuangnan and Huashan sects. This competition is called so because the main martial arts of both sects are 6-fold combined swordsmanship techniques. Martial arts are more than just technique. They embody philosophy, values, and a way of thinking. Therefore, the main martial arts of sects and clans are considered the essence of their values. So how do these two sects divide the technique of 6-fold sword combination? There were many discussions on this issue. Some said that originally these two sects were one. Others believe that these sects were founded by 2 disciples of the same master. But it is impossible to know the truth, because this information is not recorded anywhere. But there is no particular need to dig into the truth. These 2 sects are on good terms. Perhaps this happened because the world is so cruel, or because both founders were kind-hearted people, but instead of competing with each other for mastery of the same basic martial arts, they decided to cooperate. Thus began the history of competitions in 6-fold sword combination. Since the goal was cooperation and improvement, the competition in 6-fold sword combination continued for many years. As a result, both sects expanded their influence, so it does not matter who wins these competitions. Mu Hua exclaims, but why? Catching up with her comrades walking along the forest path, the girl asks, why do they need to prepare so urgently? The hot springs are waiting for them. Mu Hui, looking back, asks again, why, and then explains, because he likes to win. Mu Hua freezes with wide, surprised eyes. Continuing to trail at the end of their small squad, she says that she simply has no words. Walking along the path, she asks her companions, by the way, did they know? She overheard a conversation of the disciples of the Shining Splendor sect, and as it turned out, they gave them nicknames. The young men are surprised. Oh? What? The girl says that they were nicknamed the 4 flowers of Mount Huashan, and in Jianghu, the 4 disciples of Mount Huashan. Mu Hua adds, it's nice that they were given such a nickname on their very first outing. Mu Jin, looking back at her, says not to be too happy. This also means that they have attracted too much attention. The guy stops and freezes with his hands folded behind his back. The students call out to him, senior student! But he pays no attention to them, lost in thought. Standing on the path, he thinks, this is well trodden. He knew that too many eyes would be fixed on them because of what happened. So they took a more secluded route. But it is remarkably convenient. Mu Hui gets the impression that they were deliberately lured here. He tries to understand. From what moment did this start? Analyzing his feelings, he thinks that he did not sense anyone's presence. There are countless ways to manipulate others. However, at their core lies the logic of limited options. When a person has no choice, He is forced to follow the set route. The guy thinks there are two options. Either he is too sensitive, or this person is not qualified enough. Looking around, he reflects. Each of them almost died because of the killer. One must be more careful. Since he feels that something is wrong, it is better to listen and be more attentive. He says that they are turning back. Manhwa asks in surprise, "Right now?" The girl reminds him. He did say that they need to return as soon as possible. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Is he really feeling unwell? The answer she hears is brief. No. Mucheol says that there is not much time left until sunset. They better hurry if they want to return. Mu Hui thinks that hurrying is not what they need right now. Manhwa repeats after him, "Yeah, right, not what is needed." She thinks it would be better if he just surrenders. The disciples of the Huashan sect are walking along the path again. Night. Under a tree by the campfire, around which Mu Hua, Mu Jin, and Mu Cheol are sleeping, sits Mu Hui. The boy's eyes are closed, he's dozing. Something makes him wake up and become alert. His hand drops to the hilt of the sword lying on the ground next to him. Opposite him, at the edge of the clearing behind Mu Jin's back, stands a wild boar. The animal's eyes gleam in the dark. The boy is surprised. A boar? Appeared out of nowhere. Above Mu Hui's head appears a man in a cloak, hanging by his legs from a branch. In his hand he holds a knife. The man, hiding the lower part of his face under a mask, rushes down at the boy from above, clutching the knife in his hands. Mukvi notices his approach but does not show it. He only slightly glanced in that direction. The man is already dangerously close above his head. The guy grabs a smoldering log from the fire and strikes the opponent with a swing. Mu Hua, sleeping nearby, opens her eyes. The students wake up and sit up, not understanding what is happening. The girl asks, "What is that noise?" But she does not even finish the phrase before she sees the reason for their sudden awakening. Looking around, Mukvi orders them to wake up quickly. He says, "It seems there are mercenaries here who have business with them." Manhwa is surprised. Mercenaries? Everyone immediately jumps to their feet. Only one girl hesitates. Their attention is drawn to a human figure curled up nearby on the ground. A knife and a rope lie next to him. Looking at him, the guy mentally informs his comrades. It is probably obvious to everyone that mercenaries do not kill without a purpose. Throwing the sword over his shoulder and ready to use it at any moment, the guy approaches the mercenary. He also mentally says, "It turns out they did not just stumble upon them, but have been pursuing them with a specific intention from the very beginning." Mentally, the guy continues to broadcast to them. A considerable number of killers have already surrounded them. It seems another group is nearby. There are too many of them for him to protect them all during the fight, so they should listen to him carefully. He mentally instructs them. When fighting the mercenary, they should try to kill him in 3 moves. They have all kinds of hidden weapons with them, and if necessary, they will destroy them along with themselves. The guy says he will try to deal with the main group. The students draw their swords from their sheaths. Mujin answers aloud that they all understood. He stands, thrusting the blade forward. From the forest, needles rush towards them. A shout is heard. "They are approaching! Mucheol!" He swings his sword. The young man raises a 2-handed sword and sticks it into the ground. A cloud of dust rises against the needles. The dust clears, revealing disciples of the Huashan sect, standing in the clearing. A man hiding behind a tree in a cloak is surprised. Did he just block poisonous needles by sticking his sword into the ground? The man curses mentally, noticing that there are only 3 disciples in the clearing. Where did the 4th one go? Meanwhile, Mu Hui is already swinging his blade, standing behind him. Another mercenary hiding behind a tree trunk flinches upon hearing the characteristic sound of a blade slicing through soft tissue and bone. He looks around and sees that on a nearby tree branch, a young man with one sword swing has decapitated his colleague. The mercenary does not have time to recover, and the young man is already rushing towards him. The beheaded body and head fall to the ground. Manhwa makes a blade thrust. She steps aside, and the opponent, pierced through, staggers and falls to the ground. Manhwa freezes, looking at the star in the sky. Above Mujin's head flies a poisoned needle. He barely manages to dodge another needle that whizzes past his ear. The young man catches the next needle with his free hand, gripping a sword in the other. He forcefully throws the caught needle forward, and it hits the opponent right in the forehead. Mucheol deals with another mercenary with a sword strike. One of the attackers lies on his back with closed eyes. Manhwa says thoughtfully, "These people." At first she thought something was wrong, but in her view, they are all children. Mujin replies that he knows about this. However, it does not matter. It is irrelevant whether they are the same age or younger than them. The young man says that a mercenary is a mercenary, so it's either them or the mercenaries. He adds, "Whether you like it or not, you must realize that there is always a risk of being killed while wielding a sword." He advises the girl not to think about anything else, as this is not the end yet. 3 disciples of the Huashan sect stand in a clearing, covering each other's backs. Behind the bushes, there are several more mercenaries. Behind the man appears a person whose face is hidden under the hood of a cloak. Calling him the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion, He reports that fewer than 20 of them remain now. Should he take any action? The man asks. Already? He says that they are worse than he thought. Of course, they have not completed their preparation fully, but they still trained for quite a long time. Slightly squinting towards the interlocutor, the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion says, well, if they die here, it's no big deal. They were going to become guards anyway. But apparently, they are not capable of killing even one of the Huashan disciples. There is no longer any reason to watch them. The man orders to kill them all. The mercenaries standing behind him respond, yes, it will be done. They immediately disappear as if they were never there. The man thinks, it's hard to believe that he has to resort to first-class mercenaries to kill a few Huashan youths. He does not want to admit it, but apparently they earned their nicknames. They are very capable. However, they ruined his plans with the Daejeon Gate sect, and now there are plenty of rumors tarnishing his image. He is sure that their skill will bring them an early death. Continuing to stand in the clearing with his hands behind his back, the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion reflects that until now he has defended his position, so he will not give it up now. He believes that he still has a chance. He just needs to destroy them and save face. He needs to erase those who interfered with the Daejeon sect, as they still pose a threat in the future. These two reasons are actually quite good. A smile appears on his lips. Yes, very good. Suddenly a hand falls on his head. Mu Hui asks the surprised man, does he like being grabbed like that? What a pervert. Although, he likes perverts. The senior disciple adds, because he likes to knock the nonsense out of them. The guy uses the falling plum blossom technique. His hand forces the man to fall on all fours and hit his face on the ground. Mu Hui allows him to lift his head. A deep dent with the imprint of his face remains on the ground. People in cloaks with hoods move swiftly through the forest. One of them freezes upon hearing the sound of the impact. His companions also freeze. He looks around. Then he asks, was he the only one who heard it? They answer him, no. The sound came from the side of the master of the Dark Flame Pavilion. Someone says they are sure nothing serious happened, but it's better, of course, to make sure. One of the mercenaries suggests checking, then returning to them. The squad leader replies that there is no need. It's just a bunch of kids. Two of the mercenaries separate from the squad with the words, all right, then they return. They are confident they will finish the check soon. The art of pressure point identification is a technique where a person applies pressure to specific points on the human body to achieve various effects. The guy presses 2 fingers on the back of the man's head, activating the immobilization point. Kneeling on one knee, he holds the man by the collar so that he does not fall. Mu Hui presses the silence point, depriving the gift of speech. It is located on the throat. Now he releases the man's collar from his hand, and the man falls to the ground with a dull thud. The guy notices something strange in the sleeve of his kaftan. He extends his hand and pulls out a small rectangle from there. It says Fortress of the Lord on it. Mu Hui reads the inscription aloud, then flips the rectangle. On the back it says Master of the Dark Flame Pavilion. For a moment Mu Hui ponders. Then the guy throws the find in front of the face of the man looking at him with hatred, saying he was curious about what or who the leader of the Daejeon Gate sect depended on so much that he could behave so arrogantly. Apparently he found the answer to his question. Now he begins to understand. He turns his head to the side, listens, and then says, so, the number of mercenaries currently running toward the noise. 1, 2, about half of the total number. Sad, but somehow not enough. He should have at least taken the Dark Emperor with him. The master of the Dark Flame Pavilion continues to drill the guy with his gaze. Mu Hui says he will deal with his pawns, and then he will return to him, so let him wait a little. The man looking at the guy thinks, what? Has he completely lost his mind? Bring the Dark Emperor here? After all, he is the only mercenary in Jianghu equal in skills to martial arts masters. Arrogant scoundrel. The master of the Dark Flame Pavilion cannot believe that the guy managed to press the pressure points. He thinks these are temporary difficulties. Better this than to refuse the position of master of the pavilion. As soon as the guy is killed, he will return to the fortress. He sees the body of one of the mercenaries flying out of the forest and hitting the tree trunk with his back. A look of anxiety appears in the man's eyes. He looks at the mercenary pinned to the tree with a sword, thinking. The guy from Huashan disappears, and a first-class mercenary appears on the tree? Listening to what is happening, he becomes even more worried. Wait a minute. Why are only the mercenaries' screams heard? Hearing footsteps, he wonders, could this youth have killed them? He tries to make out the figure approaching him. When the person passes by him, he sees blood on his soul. Mu Hui drops to one knee and points his sword at him. Blood splashes wet the ground. Mu Jin hides the blade in the sheath. The Huashan disciples stand on the path, with mercenary bodies lying around them. Mu Hua, hearing footsteps, looks back and exclaims, Senior disciple! The guy hurriedly approaches them. He asks, are they all right? The girl answers, yes. They are just a little surprised. Who attacked them? Looking at the defeated opponents, she adds. First the young attacked, and then more experienced ones appeared out of nowhere. MANHWA says, well, at least we're alive. He reports that he found a tablet with the leader's name. The guy says that the attackers are from the fortress of the Lord. The disciples are surprised by his message. The girl bursts out, what? Prestigious sect usually refers to sects or clans with great influence. Relying on a long history of traditions and excellent martial arts, they value justice and unity. Such sects were the famous Sichuan sects, the Sichuan Tang clan, the Ma sect, and the Qingchen sect, at least until the fortress of the Lord appeared. These people refused to take sides with either traditional or non-traditional Marims, and dreamed instead of uniting them. They surpassed the Sichuan sects and became the Lord. The prestigious Sichuan sects united to stop the fortress of the Lord, creating the Sichuan Alliance. Now the Sichuan Alliance and the fortress of the Lord compete with each other for power. Mujin says, he thought the Sichuan Alliance was holding back the fortress of the Lord. The guy replies, it would be more accurate to say they keep each other in check. MANHWA believes that, in any case, it seems the situation between the two forces has changed. That is why the fortress of the Lord turned its attention to Shanxi. He says, the important thing is that the fortress of the Lord is very well guarded. He is sure that the attack on them was planned, as the attackers were well prepared. The guy explains, since they attacked so deliberately, conflict could not have been avoided under any circumstances. Things could have been worse if they had found out about it later. It's good that it was discovered now. MANHWA asks, then what should they do? MANHWA answers, nothing. What can they do anyway? The guy says, the only thing he can do is report to the Huashan sect. The rest is beyond their power. He announces that they are returning to Mount Huashan immediately. The girl is upset. It is night now. MANHWA replies that she can stay here until sunrise. Angry MANHWA once again ends up at the back of their small squad. They return quite quickly, and without any adventures. Seeing the guy, the students shout, senior student, he has returned. Passing by the young men, the guy casually says, yeah, long time no see, calling them Mu1 and Mu2. They exclaim offended. Their names are Musan and Muhon. Ignoring this, MANHWA says he will go to the elders right now, and they should prepare the others for training. The cup with tea is set down on the saucer. A greeting sounds. Welcome back. The leader of the cult, Baek Yu, sitting at the table, says that he received the messages they sent, as well as messages from external cults. He is proud of them. Looking closely at them, the man notices that they have changed. 4 students stand opposite him on the other side of the table. Mucheol's face is serious, even a little gloomy. Baek Yu thinks their clothes are tattered, and one of them has a 2-handed sword. He says it seems they have been through a lot. The sect leader asks if they are okay. MANHWA replies that everything is fine. The man says he is glad to hear that. Taking a sip from the cup, he asks, so there were no problems? The guy answers, honestly no. He adds that on the way back they encountered the fortress of the Overlord. His words make the leader of the sect choke on his drink. Baek Yu puts the cup of tea on the table. Drops of the drink run down his chin. The man carefully dabs his lips with a handkerchief, then slowly says, the fortress of the Lord. Removing the handkerchief from his mouth, he says, apparently this will be a difficult conversation. He asks the guy to start from the very beginning. The disciples sat down at the table, and MANHWA told the leader of the sect everything. Baek Yu, having listened carefully to his story, says, clear. So that's what happened. He is glad that the students returned safe and sound despite what happened. He says he will consider the issue regarding the fortress of the Lord so they should not worry about it. The sect leader adds that a letter has arrived from the Kuznetsovs. They are going to start making the swords of the blooming plum. The disciples are clearly surprised by his words. The man says, this means that the final flower ceremony is very soon. Baek Yu assures them they are all aware of the selection process. No one objects to him. Sword of the blooming plum. A sword awarded only to those whose skill has been recognized. He is a symbol of the warrior of the Huashan sect. The selection process is simple. During the ceremony, the best swordmaster of the Huashan sect is identified. The final flower ceremony is an event during which disciples demonstrate their achievements to the elders of the sect. Those who have succeeded receive praise, while those who have not shown themselves in the best light are given advice. The young man thinks that there is not a single second-generation disciple who has not heard about the awarding of the sword of the blooming plum at the final ceremony. Even he knew about it in his past life. He believes that if there is a difference between the ceremony now and then, it is only in the strongest swordmaster. After the death of Henzhou, that is the elder Baek's son. In any case, the reason why the sect leader spoke about this is already clear to everyone. The young man assumes that most likely Baek Yu is worried about Mucheol. The man says he knows they have their own reasons for making decisions, and he trusts them. But that does not mean he has no concerns about them. He understands that he is being overly curious, but still must say it. Baek Yu states that the Huashan sect does not use 2-handed swords. The man says that starting one's path too hastily will not be just difficult. If the youth goes down this path, he will not be able to return. Looking at Mu Chul, Baekyu adds that he must constantly ask himself whether he was too impulsive when making his decision. He asks the young man if he has really thought everything through. Mu Chul, after a few seconds of silence, answers decisively that yes, he has thought everything through. The sect leader says there is no doubt in his voice. Well, so be it. He will inform the blacksmiths about it. Baekyu addresses all the disciples, saying he is sure they are all tired after the journey and want to rest, but he asks for permission to keep them a little longer. He talks about how conversations about the 4 colors of Mount Huashan and their sect are currently very popular in Shanxi. The leader says that many children come here hoping to become Huashan disciples, and it seems he has met some of them personally. The boy, like the other disciples, listens attentively to Baekyu, who is talking about how they received many gifts. Also, other clans wanted to send their children to study under external sects to establish relations with them. Baekyu says that they should thank them for this. He is proud of them. The man expresses words of gratitude. Then Baekyu adds, he got carried away with talking, and lets the disciples rest. They thank him and leave. Already in the courtyard, Mu Hua looks back at his companions, urging them, faster, Yen Yen should be here. Mu Hui asks in surprise, Yen Yen? The girl running ahead, looking back, answers, the girl who wanted to become a swordmaster. The boy says, ah, I see. He doesn't really care, but if she wants to, let her go. Mu Hua exclaims, oh, how cruel. The boy says, looking after the girl who has significantly outpaced them. Cruel? He has never even met her, and anyway, they need to think about training. Mu Jin says he wants to rest today. Mu Hui replies, well, all right. Since they couldn't visit the hot springs, let him relax to make up for lost time. The boy continues walking, and Mu Chul stops. He turns his head back, and a question can be read in his gaze. Looking after the departing Mu Jin, the young man thinks that their dormitories are not in that direction. He wonders, where did he go? The instructor commands, align your breathing, straighten your backs, strike. Im Sonhwa and Yen Yen, among the other disciples, make a sword lunge. Mu San and Mu Hon, training young students, say that Im Sonhwa and Yen Yen are great. Let everyone look up to them, and let them pay attention to the difference between these two and them. Mu Han surveys the students with a careful gaze. Mu Chul, observing the training together with Mu Hui and Mu Huo, standing on the roof, says, it seems that Mu San and other second-generation students are responsible for teaching the new children. The young man replies that even such young children try their best, but he does not see anyone from the second-generation students training. He adds, apparently they overworked during their absence. While they were trying to save their lives, these guys did not lift a finger here. His face darkens, which slightly frightens the young man. Mu Hui continues speaking. They need to prepare for the 6-fold sword combination competition and a possible confrontation with the Lord's fortress. He orders Mu Chul to announce that the morning training will start earlier than usual. The young man replies that he will do everything. At the same time, he hopes that everyone will survive tomorrow. Mu Hui stands on an elevation, holding a sword behind his back, and in front of him on the training ground, the students line up. They greet the senior student in unison. The young man says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and asks, how are things? In response, he hears, everything was good. He says, I see, then says that he saw the 3rd-generation students training yesterday. Except for those who trained with them, no one else trained. He adds, in addition, the sect leader said that he planned a journey to Jianghu for the 2nd-generation students. Do they understand what that means? Mu Jin, standing among other 2nd-generation students, barely hears the young man's words. It means they have no time. Mentally, he addresses the senior student, confessing that he lied when he said he was going to rest. He went to the sect leader to share his thoughts with him. The young man remembered their conversation when Mu Hui said he was stepping down from the position of senior disciple to take responsibility for what happened with the killers. When he first heard this, he felt a terrible feeling. He really wanted to take the place of senior disciple. But then he realized that this was out of the question. It was Mu Hui who had to lead them. That is what he told Baekyu. He admits that he simply lacked the courage to personally try to convince Mu Hui. Therefore, he mentally asks the young man to understand his visit to the sect leader to discuss this matter. For them and for Huashan, Mu Hui must remain the senior disciple. He mentally asks the young man to lead them, to lead the Huashan sect. The young man draws the blade from its sheath. His face is reflected in the blade. Raising the blade above his head, he announces that from now on they will train with real swords. If they have complaints, they should keep them to themselves because he doesn't care about them. Mu Hui says that today's training will be conducted in groups and orders the disciples to break into teams of 5. They must give their all. He will not go easy on anyone. He declares that those who fail will not go to Jianghu. Mu Jin declares his readiness to the senior disciple. He thinks that he should have already spoken with the sect leader. He is glad that this time he got ahead of the young man, and he doesn't care if the young man says something about it to him. The young man's hand rests on the sword's hilt. Mujin is confident that they can only improve if he is here. The young man, drawing the blade, orders the front line to step forward, disperse, and make way. Muhan looks at Mujin with surprise and caution. The disciple is puzzled. What happened in Jianghu that Mujin is smiling despite fighting with real swords? Looking from the height at how the young man commands, Mu Hui thinks that he is helping him, although he did not ask for it. He mentally brushes it off. Well, fine. He has some strange feeling. It seems as if he is missing something but cannot remember what exactly. He tries to understand. What is it? Then he decides, whatever. He will not dwell on it. If he cannot remember, then it is not important. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten it. The guy decides to focus on training. His hand grips the hilt of the blade tighter. Musan's attack is harshly stopped by the opponent, pressing his sword to the ground. Then with a sharp swing of the sword, Mu Hui forces him to raise his hand with the sword up. From this blow, the young man flies far back. Rolling somersaults across the platform, the young man thinks, just because there is a real sword in hand, it is unnecessary to focus only on it. Lying on the ground and trying to recover, he reflects that the senior disciple does not use his left hand in combat. Also, he must remember that Mu Hui fights with the desire to kill. Making an attempt to rise, the young man thinks that he will spit, throw dirt or stones to catch him off guard. He orders himself to pull himself together. If he gets injured, she will not help him at all. The senior student does not care whether it hurts him or not. He is still trying to get on his feet, thinking that there is no place here for complaints or fear. Losing vigilance, he may lose his head. The tip of Mu Hui's blade rushes toward his head. A donkey lying on the ground. This expression is used to mock lying on the ground by traditional and well-known Murim sects. It is considered better to die than to resort to something so shameful. The boy swings the blade, and the student, rolling on the ground, thinks, nonsense. In the face of death, the last thing one thinks about is their reputation. Clenching his teeth tighter, he decides that he must do everything to survive. Musan reflects. How long has he been fighting? Mount Huashan has changed its autumn attire and dressed in neat winter clothes. The ceremony for the third-generation student's performance has already taken place. The young man stands among other students, but his thoughts wander far away. When he looks at the white silk on the mountain peaks, he is tormented by the question. Is he doing the right thing? He is no longer afraid of the senior student's sword as before, and the training is no longer so deadly difficult. Of course, this does not mean that the fear has completely disappeared. He just began to perceive it somewhat differently. However, lately the young man feels less confident. A lot of time has passed since he started training with real swords, but he still runs away and dodges. There is something he really fears. Everyone disperses, but Musan continues to stand still. He realizes that his fear is the reality in which he cannot become better, no matter how hard he trains. His own limits. He wonders. What if this is truly the peak of his abilities? What if he cannot improve himself despite everything? If this is all he is capable of? Musan, defending himself, holds a blade in front of him. His eyes are full of determination. He is afraid to miss the slightest gesture of the opponent. He manages to dodge the stone flying at him. The young man slips under the sword that whistled literally over his head. He raises his eyes to the opponent, thinking that he wants to become a martial arts master of the Huashan mountain sect. He attacks the senior disciple standing before him. Mu Hui's fist strikes his forehead. With a strong blow, the boy throws the disciple far back. Musan rolls across the platform. He lies on the ground, trying to recover. One of the young man's eyes is completely swollen shut. Mu Hui looms over him, extending his hand. The young man addresses the senior disciple. He looks at him attentively. Continuing to lie down, Musan asks, "Did he work hard?" The young man thinks before answering. Mu Hui asks, "Does he remember how they first trained with real swords? Back then he couldn't withstand even a couple of strikes." The youth listens to him attentively. The young man says that 2 months have passed, and now he can block 20 strikes. Again extending his hand to him, Mu Hui adds that he also does not miss the chance to deliver a counterattack. He runs to training even before sunrise. He simply does not notice it, but he definitely has more strength now. The young man asks Musan, "Did he work hard? If this is not hard, then what is?" Mu Hui adds that this applies not only to him, but to others as well. To relearn the basics of martial arts and develop the habit of training until bloody calluses. He scans the students surrounding them and asks, "Do they think he says all this for no reason?" Mu Hui adds, "If they have been consistent in their training, then let them not doubt their efforts for a second." He continues, "Even if they do not try to show themselves, time and truth are etched on their calluses." Musan grabs his hand. The young man helps him to stand up. The senior student's words were not warm, but they gave him hope. It healed his tired and empty mind. The youth believes the senior student is right. How can a swordsman think about death? Musan stands again in a fighting stance, gripping the sword in his hand. He thinks there is no need to worry about it. There was no need to get tired. Does a blacksmith worry about how long he has to work? The guy's fist hits Musan's face, throwing him several steps back. Splashes of blood fly to the side. The young man now understands that training is a given. This is exactly how a person becomes the sword of Mount Huashan. When he accepted this, it no longer hurt him. No, it was still hard for him, and doubt still had not left him. Musan lies again, pressing his cheek against the tile that paves the training ground. Now he knows. The young man struggles to get on his feet. Now he knows that there is no end to this. There is only moving forward. This process is what makes him strong. Straightening up with the groan, he thinks that for now, this is enough for him. He exhales wearily, sweat streams down his face like rain. The young man is confident that this time everything will be different. Baek Yu says that time flies quickly. He knows very well how hard they have trained. He asks to show what they have learned. He hopes that they will become true swordmasters of Mount Huashan. The sect leader says, and now, Baek Yu, standing on a platform before a crowd of students, suggests starting the concluding flower ceremony. The man says, what a concise speech, amazing. The sect leader, sitting down in a chair next to him, replies that in fact it is very boring and simple. He thought for a long time about what to say, but it was all in vain. The man says, it turned out well. He adds that the concluding flower ceremony promises to be energetic. The leader agrees. Yes. They haven't had third-generation disciples for a long time, and the atmosphere in the sect was quite gloomy. The man says he is looking forward to the start. It's nice to see disciples full of energy, but more importantly, slightly leaning towards the sect leader, he adds that he is curious to find out who will receive this sword. Baek Yu replies, it must have taken great effort to bring it here. He is confident the ceremony will be grand. The leader asks, by the way, have they met? The man answers negatively. He was afraid he would only be a hindrance. It's enough for him just to observe. Baek Yu says he knows the reason why he does not insist on meetings with him, but he himself has not seen his own son for quite a while. He believes the interlocutor is truly determined. Chuckling, the man replies that without such a character trait, one cannot be the sword of the blooming plum. The disciples wait for the order to start the ceremony. Yen Yen, together with other disciples, shouts, started! The third-generation disciples demonstrate swordsmanship skills. Manhwa singles out only 2 of them with her gaze. Turning around, she says, so, now the third-generation disciples are showing the 6-fold sword combination, and then it's their turn, right? Mujin, sitting nearby on a bench, answers, yes. But they are not demonstrating the 6-fold sword combination. They immediately move on to duels. He asks, she was supposed to be watching over the junior group, right? The girl answers affirmatively. She believes that thanks to her, they are doing well. A voice sounds. The first squad has finished. The second squad's turn. Manhwa says that Yen Yen will perform now. She asks Manhwa, doesn't he want to watch? The guy, sitting with his eyes closed, answers, no. She is surprised. Oh wow. The girl says that Yen Yen will be very upset and asks, how can someone be so cold? The guy slightly opens one eye. Manhwa says not to take it personally. She is talking to Mujin. The girl sighs. Well then, she will see for herself. Only the grave can fix a hunchback. Manhwa thinks, cold. He returns again to his inner energy, with which he can observe what is happening, thinking that he would have seen everything even without her words. He sees a small glowing figure standing out among the other students. Manhwa thinks that Sonhwa follows the movements of the other students quite well for his age. The boy manages to maintain his posture quite well. This child is better than he expected. At his age, he was only rummaging through garbage trying to catch a rat for his dinner. The guy does not remember that time very well, but he definitely did not practice formations. He thinks, what formations does he know? The 7-star sword formation of the Wudan sect, the boundless sword formation of the Namgun clan, and many others. But besides these, he has not tried any others. In his past life, he was a lone wolf, so he was never interested in them. And even now he has no particular desire, although maybe he should reconsider his decision. He continues to ponder that formation technique is one of the main strategies for fighting multiple opponents. It would still be good to study it. He wonders if the Huashan sect has advanced formation techniques. Manhwa says it seems this squad performed better. A shout reaches them. The second squad has finished. Third squad forward. Mujin addresses Mu Chiol standing nearby. He was watching over the child from the third squad, right? The latter answers affirmatively. Manhwa inquires, is that so? And who is this? Mujin glances at this platform. The young man says he will easily say who it is. His gaze finds the boy with brows sternly drawn together over the bridge of his nose. The child somehow resembles Mu Chiol. Silence hangs over the platform. Everyone is waiting for the command. A shout rings out. They have started. The man sitting next to the leader sinks into thought. His eyes are closed. Mentally, he returns to the conversation with his son. The man asks if he knows that they, the blacksmiths, sometimes call the sword of the blooming plum by another name. The very sword that can only be obtained after recognition. He says that they call him the dead sword. You wouldn't call a training wooden or even an ordinary sword that, because the sword of the blooming plum is made for a specific person. He explains to the boy sitting on the floor in front of him. The process of its creation is very complex, but the sword becomes as strong and durable as the forging is difficult. The reason it is called the dead sword is that if its owner dies, the plum blossom sword is buried with him. That is why it is called dead. The man says, honestly, he would not want him to possess such a sword. He would prefer that his son follow in his footsteps and create plum blossom swords. But if he still wants to own the sword, he will be present at the concluding flower ceremony. He tells his son that there is still time before the concluding flower ceremony, so he will be able to make a final decision. The son also remembers this conversation. Now on the platform with everyone else, he demonstrates his skills. Looking at the boy, the man thinks, how many times has he watched the steel he forged soak up someone else's blood? As a father who has seen the beginning of the swordmaster's path and their end, he would not want his boy to become part of it too. Watching the movement of his sword, he mentally continues their dialogue. But this is not what the son desires. The boy swings the sword. The man wonders, what kind of father would be glad to see his son walk a dangerous path? To possess the plum blossom sword means to face danger that perhaps cannot be avoided. Every time he hears the strike of his sword, the man's heart stops. However, he cannot stop his son. There is a fire burning in his eyes, and how can he prevent this? He is sad, but he must restrain his emotions. A voice sounds, the performances are over. The man thinks that instead, he will desperately wish that the plum blossom sword, which his son will hold in his hand, be used to carry out his will in self-defense. Together with everyone, the man claps his hands, thinking that he is always mentally with his son. He smiles and continues to clap. The students bow their heads in a traditional bow. The blacksmith's son, who is under the care of Mutual, smiles quite happily. A voice sounds, the third squad has finished. The sect leader and the elder also applaud the students. Manhwa, smiling cheerfully, says, their turn. She asks the senior student to say something. The guy replies, he doesn't know what to say to them. Mujin encourages him. He must come up with at least something. Muhui, lowering his eyes, thinks. He quietly says, he especially has nothing to say. Then he shouts, let them give their all. Elder Baek soon steps onto the platform with a sword in his hands. He says, those who think they claim the plum blossom sword, let them step forward. Mucheol says that he will go first. Muhua is a little surprised. Just like that, immediately. Mucheol steps onto the platform. His hand reaches for the sword, which is in the scabbard secured behind his back. The elder says that he has heard something. He is pleased that the young man is following his own path in the world of martial arts. But if he feels that Mucheol is not the sword of Mount Huashan, he will never see the sword of the blooming plum. Mucheol agrees, of course. The young man takes a fighting stance, raising the sword above his head. The man suggests he start. Mucheol attacks the elder Baeksoon in a jump. The young man raises the sword above his head to strike. He forcefully brings it down on the spot where the opponent just stood, but the elder easily slips away from the blow. The man attacks Mucheol, but the boy blocks his attack with his huge sword, against which Baeksoon's blade looks like a toy. The young man, gripping the sword handle with both hands, lunges forward. The elder dodges again, and the sword passes dangerously close to him. The man knows that the longer and heavier the sword, the more time it takes to perfect the next move. For someone wielding a two-handed sword, the youth acts quite quickly, but now that he has dodged, Mucheol is in a vulnerable position. The blade of Baeksoon rushes toward the guy. The man mentally asks the youth a question. What will he do now? The youth, falling to one knee, shields himself with the sword, and the elder's blade does not reach its target. Analyzing the youth's actions, Baeksoon thinks that he changed his stance and tilted the sword. It is more advantageous for him to move himself than to swing the sword. He mentally approves of this tactic. He decides that for now, this is only a one-time action. In such a stance, Mucheol will not be able to use the power of the two-handed sword, and he will not be able to constantly deflect attacks either. The man, looking down at the youth, thinks, here it is, the limit of the weapon's capabilities, whose strengths are weight and size. With such techniques, it is difficult to create a flow. Earlier, the guy sits on the ground, flipping through a book with one hand and resting the other behind his head. He says, yes, one can think that way. But did Mucheol feel the same when he watched how he wields the sword? The youth, standing opposite him and gripping the sword in his hands, replies, not at all. That's why he is asking. Mu Hui answers, aha, he doesn't swing his arms like that. Why does the youth think he can move them the same way he does? The guy thought he could figure everything out himself, but apparently that is too presumptuous. He can tell him, but Mu Chiol must learn this on his own. Mu Hui explains, it's simple. His hand is too tense. Movements will be more precise if he relaxes it. He adds that there are moments when his hands must be tense, when changing the direction of the sword's movement, when giving it impulse, and at the moment when he must stop it. Mu Chiol asks, so he needs to tense his hand and then relax it? The answer is yes. The youth doubts, but won't he lose balance? The guy answers, he said to relax the arm, not the whole body. Mu Chiol looks surprised. Mu Hui explains, let him use his center as well as his body to swing the sword. That way he will put more power into it than just using his arms as support for the weight. However, he already told him this. Could he have already forgotten? Continuing to look at the book, the guy explains, all his hands do is just hold the sword, except in cases when the direction of the sword's movement changes, giving the sword momentum, and when he has to stop it. At those moments, the hands should not be tense to ensure flexibility in the next movement. With a bored look, he adds, if the young man can organically use the power of his body and the weight of the sword, he will have strength, speed, and flexibility in many movements. He must understand, the strength of the hands cannot exceed the strength of his whole body, and it doesn't matter what weapon he wields. Mu Hui raises his eyes to him, saying, but since he is asking about this now, it means that all this time he was only using his hands? Unexpectedly for the elder, Mu Chiol easily rises and pushes back his blade with his sword. The man is surprised. Where did the young man suddenly get such power? He thought they were using the same strength. Baek's son is forced to retreat before Mu Chiol's onslaught. The young man raises the sword again for a strike. Mu Hui mentally returns to their conversation. So all this time he was only using his hands? Mu Chiol then answered, yes. He remembers how the senior student taught them the basics, but he focused on the strength of his hands because he uses a two-handed sword. Then the guy was very surprised because he did not know that he was so strong. Mu Hui thinks, he has no idea whether he became stronger or just hid his abilities, or both. But in any case, there is sense in that he was so focused on the weight of the sword. Looking at the fiercely fighting Mu Chiol, the guy thinks that the idea that he trained with an illusory sword when he had such strength must have upset him very much. The elder raises the blade before him, striving to defend against the strike. The youth forcefully brings his sword down on the elder's blade. The man's leg buckles. Mu Jin gaspes. The elder's knee almost touched the ground. Mu Hua says admiringly that she has never seen a youth swing a sword like that. Holding back Mu Chiol's onslaught, the man says that by using the power of his body to fight with the sword, he gains both speed and strength. He admits that he has indeed enhanced the advantages of the two-handed sword. The elder adds that this is not enough to pass the trial. Let him show more. Let him show him the reason why he chose the new path. Making an effort, the man pushes Mu Chiol back with his blade, increasing the distance between them. Baeksun's hand is enveloped in a purple aura. He swings the blade, using the falling plum technique, returning in a circle. Two of the man's fingers rest on the blade of his sword near the tip. He thrusts the hand with the blade forward, resorting to the falling petals technique. The youth is targeted by his energy, which has taken the form of petals. The elder's energy is about to crash down on Mu Chiol. The youth's sword begins to absorb his energy. Mu Hui thinks that the elder used the plum blossom technique in full bloom to limit freedom of action, and then the falling petals, which are hard to fend off. He understands that the man wants to see Mu Chiol's reaction. Plum blossoms in full bloom are a beautiful sight. However, they bloom even in the harshest winters. Purple energy whirls above Mu Chiol's head, who raised his sword to strike. Plum blossoms, blooming due to the steel's strength, have a deeper fragrance than plum blossoms on a warm spring day. The goal is not to bloom as many flowers as possible, but to bloom a single flower that will not perish even when it falls. A flower that will not break. Mu Chiol's sword traces an intricate trajectory. He uses the falling plum technique, returning in a circle. The elder, with hands behind his back, says, swinging a two-handed sword filled with layers of internal energy. He moves so smoothly, as if painting one large petal of a flower with a brush. The man continues thinking aloud. When using the sword itself, there is a lack of flexibility, but the trajectory of its movement can be changed, and he can very well use the power and weight of the two-handed sword. He says everything is decided. Mu Chiol, the sword of Mount Huashan. The youth and the elder stand opposite each other. Traces of the energy clash dissipate in the air. The man says it was very good, though there is still room for improvement. The youth thanks him. Meanwhile, Baek-soon is already inviting the next student to the platform. Manhwa calls out to Imsonwa. She asks the boy, is there a combat technique in the Huashan sect that uses a similar sword? The boy answers, he thinks not. Maybe one of the holy swords of Huashan left records, and Mu Chiol's disciples studied them independently. Mu Chiol's ward standing nearby exclaims, how cool! Imsonwa says that, in his opinion, he would also handle it well. The boy is pleased but still skeptically asks, really? Words proclaim Mu Hua as the sword of Mount Huashan. Then soon it is heard. Mu Jin is also the sword of Mount Huashan. The senior disciple of Mu Hui steps onto the platform.